the email. The chapter covers how more than one drive may work with other drives to provide data, safety, and improve speed through a feature called RAID. Hard drives come in two major types: the traditional type with moving parts, and a newer one, more expensive technology with no moving parts. Magnetic hard drives. A traditional hard disk drive, or HDD, is composed of individual disks or platters with read or write heads on actuator arms controlled by a servo motor, all contained in a sealed case that prevents contamination by outside air. The aluminum platters are coated with a magic medium. Two tiny read or write heads service each platter, one to read the top of the platter and the other to read the bottom of the platter. Each head has a bit-sized transducer to read or write to each spot on the drive. So one of the part of magnetic hard drives is spindle speed. Hard drive runs at RPM, or revolutions per minute. The faster the spindle speed, the faster the drive stores and retrieves data. Faster drives generally equate to better performance, but they also generate more noise and heat. Excess heat cuts the life of hard drives dramatically. So even if replacing an old pair of 400 RPM drives with a shiny new pair of 15,000 RPM drives doesn't generate enough heat to crush the entire system, it may severely put your storage investment at risk of a short life cycle. You can deal with the warmth of these very fast drives by adding drive bay fans between the drives or migrating to a more spacious case. Form factors. Magnetic hard drives are manufactured in two standardized form factors, 2.5-inch and 3.5-inch. A desktop system can use either form factor size. Most laptops use the 2.5-inch form factor. Let's go to the non-moving hard drive, which is the solid-state drives. Booting up computer takes time, in part because a traditional hard drive needs to spin up before it can be able to read or write heads that can retrieve data of the drive and load it into the RAM. All of the moving metal parts of a platter-based hard drive use a lot of power, create a lot of heat, take up space, wear down over time, and take a lot of nanoseconds to get things done. A solid-state drive addresses all of these issues nicely. In technical terms, solid-state technology and devices are based on the combination of semiconductors and transistors used to create electrical components with no moving parts. SSDs for personal computers come in one of three form factors: the 2.5-inch form factor previously mentioned, and two flat form factors called mSATA and M2. mSATA and M2 drives connect to specific mSATA or M2 slots on motherboards. Many current motherboards offer two or more M2 slots. Although you can still buy mSATA cards as we go to print, the technology is definitely on its way out for both laptop and desktop computers, replaced by M.2. The latter stance is half the physical size and offers substantially better performance. The M.2 form factor is incorrectly referred to as M2 with no dot in CompTIA A+. The keys have a letter associated. M2 slots that use key B, key M, or keys B plus M support mass storage devices, for example, like in figure 8.7. The psychology of design. How people see. What you see isn't what your brain gets. Peripheral vision is used more than central vision to get the gist of what you see. People identify objects by recognizing patterns. There's a special part of the brain just for recognizing faces. There's a special part of the brain for processing simple visual features. People scan screen based on past experience and expectations. People see cues that tell them what to do with an object. People can miss changes in their visual fields. People believe that things that are close together belong together. Red and blue together are hard on the eyes. 9% of men and 0.5% of women are colorblind. Color means different things to different cultures. Vision trumps all senses. Half of the brain's resources are dedicated to seeing and interpreting what we see. What our eyes physically perceive is only one part of the story. The images coming into our brains are changed and interpreted. It's really our brains that are seeing. The brain creates shortcuts. The brain creates shortcuts in order to quickly make sense out of the world around you. Your brain receives millions of sensory inputs every second. The estimate is 40 million, and it's trying to make sense of all of that input. It uses rules of thumb based on past experience to make guesses about what you see. Most of the time that works, but sometimes it causes errors. We see in 2D, not 3D. Light rays enter the eye through the cornea and lens. The lens focuses an image on the retina. On the retina, it is always a two-dimensional representation, even if it's a three-dimensional object. This image is sent to the visual cortex in the brain, and that's where recognition of pattern takes place. For example, oh, I recognize that as a door. The visual cortex turns the 2D image into 3D representation. Peripheral vision is used more than central vision to get more of the gist of what you see. Why movement on screen is so annoying? People can help but notice movement in their peripheral vision. For example, if you're reading text on a screen and there's a video that starts to play off to the side, you can help but look at it. People identify objects by recognizing patterns. If you want people to recognize an object, for example, an icon, use a simple geometric drawing of the object. This will make it easier to recognize the underlying geons and thus make the object easier and faster to recognize. There's a special part of the brain for processing simple visual features. The visual cortex is more active when you are imagining. The visual cortex is more active when you are imagining something than when you are actually perceiving it. Activity occurs in the same location in the visual cortex, but there is more activity when we imagine. The theory is that the visual cortex has to work harder because the stimulus is not actually present. If you want to grab visual attention quickly, then remember that less is more. People scan screens based on past experience and expectations. If there is a problem, people narrow their view. People have a mental model of what they want to see and where they want to see it. People have a mental model of where things tend to be on screens or pages, and a mental model for particular applications or websites that they use. They tend to look at a screen based on these mental models. Put the most important information or things you want people to focus on, about 30% of the page or screen from the top and 30% from the left margin. or from the right margin if they are reading in a language that moves from right to left. Avoid putting task-related information at the edges since people tend to not look there with central vision. Save the edges for the peripheral vision, which may include images with emotion or anything that will give the gist of the scene. For example, logos, branding, and navigation menus. Design the screen or page so that people can move in their normal reading pattern. Avoid a pattern that forces people to bounce back and forth to many parts of the screen to accomplish tasks. People see cues that tell them what to do with objects. You probably encounter a door handle that is shaped in a way that invites you to grab and pull, but then also has a push sign. When the cue doesn't match the function, then you end up having to post confusing messages so that people know how to interact with the object. When an object is giving cues that goes against how it really works, that is known as providing an incorrect affordances. Incorrect affordance. Hyperlinks are losing their affordance cues too. Most people have figured out the affordance cue that blue underlined text means that the text is hyperlinked, and if you will go to the link site or page, but lately many hyperlinks are more subtle, with only cue that they are clickable showing up when you hover. Figure 7.6 shows a page that has no initial affordance cues about what can be clicked. You need to hover over something to find out what's clickable. To see links, you have to wander over the page with your finger on your mouse. Think about affordance cues when you decide. By giving people cues about what they can do with a particular object, you make it more likely that they will take that action. People can miss changes in their visual fields. Eye tracking data can be misleading. Eye tracking is a technology that can be misleading. If you want to be sure that people notice a change in their visual field, add additional visual cues such as blinking or auditory cues such as beep. Be cautious about how you interpret eye tracking data. Don't ascribe too much importance to it. Use it as the main basis for design decisions. People believe that things that are close together belong together. If you want items, pictures, photos, headings, or text to be seen as belonging together, then put them in proximity. Before you use lines or boxes to separate items or group items together, first try experimenting with the amount of space between them. Sometimes changing the spacing is sufficient and you'll be reducing the visual noise of the page. Put more space between items that don't go together and less space between items that do. This sounds like a common sense, but many page and screen layout ignore this idea. Red and blue together are hard on the eyes. When lines or text of different colors are projected or painted, the depths of the lines may appear to be different. 9% of men and 0.5% of women are colorblind. Colors mean different things to different cultures. Research on color and moods. Research shows that colors affect mood. The restaurant and hospitality industry has studied this a lot. Choose your colors carefully, taking into account the meaning that the colors may invoke. Pick a few major cultures or countries that you will be reaching with your design and check them on the cultural color chart from informationisbeautiful.net to be sure you're avoiding unintended color associations for that culture. If you are designing for people in different parts of the world, then you also have to consider the color meanings in other cultures. For realizing that the lies is more important than the truth, so I should be clear and remember it because almost all of your lies in lies and truth, and no wonder you are not yet great closer and successful today. For realizing that question leads us closer to our goals, for realizing that I shouldn't necessarily listen to authority like Dan Lok or the quote, who you learn from is infinitely more important. For smoking with and talk about life with Michael, for exercising, for making the most of your day off, for realizing that I should ask open ended questions, for realizing that Noel doesn't necessarily speaks the truth because he is not necessarily scientific about things, for realizing that I should be an observer to look at the big picture, not just details, because we should understand the big picture first to solve a problem, because details are what makes a system complex. For knowing that not knowing my strengths and weakness at workplace cost me a lot of money. For realizing that almost all of my lies is not really the lie. For realizing that I will understand how to become successful rather than other mentors or teachers because I have unique experiences that I can leverage. For realizing that being uncomfortable is good and force should apply to us in order to change and that cause resistance. For realizing that what my memory in the past doesn't mean it will work again today. For realizing that freedom or happiness comes from putting constraints and having 1 year of experience in call center. For realizing that I should treat others like creator, executor, and advance differently. For realizing that selling is for the advancer and it's another way to categorize people and therefore communicate to them better. For realizing that being 1 year will enable you to be FL, but you don't really want that because the cost of living in BGC is high, and the reason that the salary in centers is low is because the cost of living is also low. For realizing that failure gives us an essential feedback to get to our goal faster. Imagine if you don't fail in Pitney Bowes and T-Mobile, you will be spending 150,000 in high-ticket closer and any other courses in the future. That failure just saves you $1 million, and that is the true wealth and money that people fail to see. For realizing that I should only care about my customer, not Yasmin Tubisa. For realizing to buy How to Resign by Headhunter. For realizing that I should remove myself in the situation or think as an observer because it should be sequential due to interconnected of things. For realizing that there is really no failure, there is only essential feedback that helps us get closer to our goals. For realizing that emotion backed up by logic is great in selling people. For realizing that I shouldn't choose between striving in excellence and being happy because you can be happy and strive for excellence. For realizing that no one becomes great at the start and success is about who do you want to become, and it depends on many factors, not just about money. It's like features. For realizing that I should objectify things and people buy a better version of themselves, and by being concerned about the emotion, you are giving them a better version of themselves because sometimes emotion is good. For realizing that it's an objective judgment that we care about emotion sometimes when it's needed, like when motivating people, because it's proven that when people's motivated, they will do good work. For realizing that I should objectify things when customers ask for support. For realizing that it's okay even if I got fired. For realizing that even though they get me easy, I will probably not be fired in hearing, and it's okay to be fired. For realizing that I should find the relationships between objects. For realizing that I will be better off no matter what happens to me because there is always a way to be successful. For realizing that I should assess myself objectively if I am a good worker or not, and I am a good worker. For realizing that not getting 13th month pay for back pay will help me earn more. For realizing that getting fired is okay and one became great at the start. For realizing that failure gives us an important feedback that gets us closer to what we really want. For realizing that masters use logic, not emotion first. For realizing that critical thinking is the most important thing in the world. For realizing that exercising or basketball when weekend is better than wall because wall may give you a short-term happiness at the moment, it won't give you long-term happiness. For realizing that sleep and exercise is the best way to spend my weekends. For realizing that I should fully take break because if I don't, I won't be happy. For realizing that when we want to change, it will take resistance and that's hard. For realizing that I won't earn what I want 3 years from now if I stay at my current company 3 years from now. For realizing that I will earn more if I did not get 13th month pay and no matter what happens to me, like Ray Dalio said, life will test you to your limits. I will be better off that because I am a good worker and skilled and I will make anything work. For realizing that I should take a break and sleep rather than sell gold and compromise your sleep, which will bite you in the long term. For realizing and for exercising and learning that people search for people they trust in business is a big breakthrough. For realizing that my strengths and weakness or my baseline so I could change my character because who am I right now is not actually static or my talents. I am choosing to build it over time. For realizing that I will be successful no matter what because I will make it work no matter what. For realizing that we buy features and best version of ourselves, not necessary emotion. Don't just believe in Dunlop just because he is authority. We shouldn't binary. Yes, we might be okay to survive without those things, but that doesn't mean that we buy emotion alone. For realizing that I can dollar them when I don't get 13th month pay and I will sell gold anyway so I don't need to wait for 13th month pay. For realizing that I am good so everything I will touch I will turn into gold. For realizing that America's way is better than Filipino and I should love all equally and remove bias. For realizing that it's worth it to invest if it will help you double your income like CEO. For realizing that the simple save of energy in fast laptop can be worth 20,000 Philippine peso when I apply my energy in the right way in YouTube. For realizing that user agreement is complicated because the fraudster can understand it so we can only attract the right fit for us, which is verifiable, and that's how Pareto principle works. And they are better off asking us about the verification rather than reading it because the reason they use Zoom is to make it fast without hassle of going to physical store. For realizing that taking 1 month break and thinking is a lie, taking a break is a lie when you know you shouldn't take a break, like it's not your leave yet. For realizing that I have so many lies about work. For realizing that living in an island only requires 2 days and you don't want to live there the rest of your life because you want something to achieve. You want to be a CV agent or mitigating loss and approving transaction. That's what you want until you die because that's what you love and you have many lies about fake and many temptations to quit. But please don't. For realizing to sell jewelry in this layoff and leave. For realizing that you can pay for $2,000 if you want to go to next level like CEO because the hourly rate of CEO costs too much and it is causing them not to find mentor. For realizing to just don't take a break and do what you needed to do based on your plan because you have to have a productive break. For realizing to not let anybody tell you that you are not good in English. It stems when you got an interview and you believe in it and it's amplified but it's not true, so change it. America and Filipino are the same people. For realizing that my father died so they are afraid and that they will pay for the damage. For realizing that happiness comes from constraints and people who achieve their goals like Elon Musk don't take vacation like Michael is happier than Michael. For realizing that no relationships last forever and Elmer is one of the negative people in my life but that doesn't mean he is bad. For realizing that computer is what I love to do the rest of my life but I should be aware that few computer engineers are millionaires. For taking it out with a team. For realizing that I have so much vacation, 2.5 days. For realizing that my grandmother don't really need full-time care. For realizing to assess what CB currently believe to be true about our workplace nowadays and what they currently believe to be false. For realizing to be ready and think about resigning now and be ready for it, Think of the worst case scenario and would you be okay with it? For realizing that my plan in Zoom is only 6 months. Becoming a great designer. We must understand the fundamentals of what makes a great experience so that we can reproduce that thinking and approach. The big three. We could debate the answer, but when it comes to creating the user experience, a design is really only good when it solves a problem. Mostly, we are trying to solve problems for the business. We're trying to accomplish some goal that will help the business grow. Without their support, our project can move forward. The difference between a good designer and a great designer is the ability to not only solve the problem, but also to articulate how the design solves it in a way that is compelling and fosters agreement. Design is subjective, sort of. It's not the approach I want for designers on my team because they speak to subjectivity, to an aesthetic that not everyone will agree on. They've adopted it from popularity contest mentality that believes pretty things are the same as usability. It's the same culture that causes well-intentioned design to create redesigned mock-up of any popular website or app without any clue as to what the business needs are. It's less about solving problems and more about likes. The truth is, all design is subjective. What seems obvious to me might not obvious to you. What works in one context could fail miserably in another. Too many cooks. What's more, these people will often gladly admit that they aren't the experts. They know that they don't know, yet they still insist their ideas and opinions are right. They say that they trust us as experts and yet frequently overrule us. These stakeholders have to be part of our process, but we struggle with including them in a way that's helpful and doesn't derail our objectives. Everyone is a designer. That sounds frustrating, even ridiculous, but it's actually true. The interface is your interface. Our work is critical to the success of our company's products. So we must take responsibility for showing people how and why our work is valuable. There is no you or X in team. Collaboration seems like it should be the pinnacle of great design work. Different opinions coming together to form the best possible solution. That's what everyone really wants. The image is of a handful of respectful intellectuals passionately debating the right solutions, ultimately leading to a collaborative discussion and an ideal design that no one could have thought of on their own. We think we want that kind of collaboration, but it becomes far more complicated when we disagree with one another. The CEO button, and yet one executive can come on in and blow up the whole thing. The interface is your interface. Everyone is designer. Too many cooks. There are a lot of people who may know little or nothing about design, yet who have the opportunity to oversee and dictate our design in practice. The big meeting. The amount of time the other designers spent actually creating the mock-ups was trivial compared to the time and energy that went on into finding the best way of communicating them. Communicating about the design was more important than the design itself. Great designers are great communicators. Lots of people are involved in the design process. Communication is the job. Everyone brings their past experience into conversation we have with them on a daily basis. All human relationships are really nothing more than a series of bound up understandings and misunderstandings. Good communicators win. It's common for my leaders or clients to express that one of the reasons they hired me was because it's so hard to find people who are reliable and can communicate effectively. Which of the following is a common spindle speed for an HDD? The answer is 7,200 milliseconds. Which form factor connects directly to a dedicated motherboard socket? That's M.2 SSD. How many PATA hard drives can you have on a system with two PATA hard drive controllers? The answer is 4. How do you differentiate two PATA drives on the same cable? You set jumpers on the individual drives to determine which is master and which is slave. What happens if you cable a PATA hard drive incorrectly? The system will not be able to communicate with that hard drive. What is the maximum cable length of an internal SATA device? That's 1 meter. What is the maximum number of SATA drives you can have on a system? There is no maximum other than the limitations of your motherboard or host card. Which SATA version offers the least overhead and thus best performance? That's SATA and with small letter E in the end. Which standard supports magnetic SATA drives most efficiently? That's AHCI. Connecting masked storage. First, there must be a standardized physical connections between the CPU, the drive controller, and the physical drive. These connections must send data between these devices as quickly as possible while still retaining good security. Secondly, the CPU needs to use a standardized protocol, sort of like special language, so it knows how to speak to the mass storage device to read and write data to the device. The Advanced Technology Attachment ATA standard started with version 1 way back in 1990. Let's make it even easier because only two versions of these standards have interest to text. PATA and SATA, which is parallel ATA, was introduced with ATA version 1 and serial ATA was introduced with ATA version 7. ATA hard drives are often referred to as integrated drive electronics or ITE drives. Refining mass storage communication. The current drive command sets are AHCI and MVME. The SCSI command set is still around as well, though primarily in the server market. Current versions of Windows support the Advanced Host Controller Interface or AHCI, an efficient way to work with SATA HBAs. Again, it's an efficient way to work with SATA HBAs. Successfully switching SATA modes without reinstalling. When you plug a SATA drive into a running Windows computer that does not have AHCI enabled, the drive doesn't appear automatically. NVMe. AHCI was designed for spinning SATA drives to optimize read performance. Again, that's to optimize read performance as well as to effect hat swappability. As a configuration setting, it works for many SSDs as well, but it's not optimal. That's because for an SSD to work with the operating system, the SSD has to include some circuitry that the OS can see that makes the SSD appear to be a traditional spinning drive. Once a read or write operations is commenced, the virtual drive circuit passes the operation through a translator in the SSD that maps the true inner guts of the SSD. The non-volatile memory express NVMe specification supports a communication connection between the operating system and the SSD directly through a PCI bus lane, reducing latency and taking full advantage of the weak fast, fast speeds of high-end SSDs. NVMe SSDs come in a couple of formats such as an add-on expansion card, though most commonly in M2 format. How to drop Anchor. Emotional storms vary enormously as to how intense they are, how often they happen, and what triggers them. There are two main ways we respond to emotional storms: obey or struggle. In obey mode, the storm totally controls us. Noticing and naming. Many of the unhooking skills in this book involves a process called noticing and naming. Noticing your thoughts and feelings with curiosity and naming them in a non-judgmental manner. When we notice and name our difficult thoughts and feelings, it reduces their effect on our behavior. A simple formula: ACE, acknowledge your thoughts and feelings, connect with your body, engage in what you're doing. A, acknowledge your thoughts and feelings. Some people find it easier to notice thoughts than feelings. Others find the opposite. Start by noticing whatever is easiest for you, then tackle the harder part. Connect with your body. Slowly and gently push your feet into the floor. Slowly and gently straighten up your back and your spine. Slowly and gently press your hands together, touching only the fingertips. Slowly and gently stretch out your arms, stretch your neck, or roll your shoulders. Engage in what you're doing. Continue to acknowledge your thoughts and feelings and connect with your body, and as you're doing so, get a sense of where you are and what's going on, and then focus your attention on the activity you're doing. Look around the room and notice 5 things you can see. It's not working. Like Carl, most people initially misunderstand the point of dropping Anchor and try to use it as yet another struggle strategy. Distraction is not the aim. When dropping an Anchor, we do the very opposite. We actively notice the thoughts, feelings, emotions, sensations, urges, and memories that are present. If we attempt to distract ourselves to get away from these unwanted inner experiences, ignore them, pretend they aren't there, this is simply another form of struggling with them. Mixing up. I encourage you to create your own ways to drop Anchor. So what's next? First, if we want to do anything well, what's the one thing we need most? It's not skills, knowledge, experience, or talent, although those things help. What we need most is the ability to keep our attention on the task. But if you're doing an away move, then stop that activity and switch to a new one that's a toward move. When and where? Ideally, we want to get in as much practice as possible during milder emotion weather to ensure we're well prepared to handle the storms. Troubleshooting. It didn't work. I didn't notice any difference. My feelings intensified. Do I have to name thoughts and feelings when I acknowledge them? When we notice our thoughts and feelings with curiosity without actually naming them, that is useful in itself. I can't name what I'm feeling. This is a skill you can learn, but for now, you can simply use general terms like stress, discomfort, hurt, or pain. It's hard to notice what I'm feeling. It's hard to notice my thoughts. I can't notice so many things at once. I became more aware of my physical pain. How do preconditions for action vary from day to day? For people to take action, the six great preconditions must align for the specific action, the specific environment, and the specific person or the actor. Both the person and the environment vary over time, and thus, so do the preconditions for action. Environment, actor. An action that seems interesting and worthwhile to a well-fed person can seem overly complex, too much work, and not urgent to someone who is hungry and tired. The different environments shape whether a person will take a particular action or not as a person moves through the day. Which of the following is a common spindle speed for an HDD? That's 7,200 milliseconds. Which form factor connects directly to a dedicated motherboard socket? That's M.2 SSD. How many PATA hard drives can you have on a system with two PATA hard drive controllers? That's 4. How do you differentiate two PATA drives on the same cable? PATA drives are easily recognized by their data and power connections. PATA drives use unique 40-pin ribbon cables. Note that the exam will call these IDE cables. As a technology standard, ATA went through 7 major revisions, each adding power, speed, and capacity to storage system capabilities. SATA. First, the flat ribbon cables impeded airflow and could be pained to insert properly. Second, the cables had a limited length, only 18 inches. Third, you couldn't hot swap PATA drives. You had to shut the computer down completely before installing or replacing a drive. Exam tip: the CompTIA AA Plus 1001 exam objectives refer to the 40-pin PATA ribbon cable as an IDE cable. What happens if you cable a PATA hard drive incorrectly? The system will not be able to communicate with that hard drive. What is the maximum cable length of an internal SATA device? That's 1 meter. What is the maximum number of SATA drives you can have on a system? There is no maximum other than the limitations of your motherboard or host card. For realizing that prioritizing and discipline is interconnected as a system and they are sequential. For realizing that we project our thoughts, feelings, and objection to the customer, and that is greater than words or your AHT, because words can be interpreted entirely different by different people due to they have bias like Bible. For realizing that the unlocked philosophy to add value to a company first might be or might not be true, and Darren Hardy's sales skills may not be or might not be true nowadays. For realizing that Edward de Bono is the secret course I have that made me successful today. For realizing to not burn bridges in your colleague. For realizing what is the factors that is more important to me to achieve my goals 3 years from now. For realizing the statistics of most millionaires by Graham Stephan. For realizing to decide based on the test table predictions that is most useful to me, that is really happening based on experience because ultimate is experiment. For realizing that I should really quit my job based on the goals that useful to me. For realizing that credible research or authority people are most of the times misleading, so you need to fact check and always conduct experiment. For realizing that it doesn't mean that I feel like I needed to find out more to have more time to be able to help customer better doesn't mean that is right. For realizing that the ultimate is what is useful in terms of my goals based on the factors I set to myself. For realizing that I should not just let empty beliefs based on credible people to have a solid beliefs, but I should do a testing in reality to me based on what is useful to me. I should write all the factors that important to me and create a testable prediction and then do it. For realizing that right timing of hold while thinking object relationship sequence and right timing of tone of voice produce great outcomes. For realizing that beliefs form in 21 days, so being a good closer in the phone takes time. For realizing that communication is beliefs and it takes time to master beliefs. For experiencing my bucket list. For realizing to create a bucket list, which is Thomas Frank. For realizing that the grass isn't greener on the other side. For realizing that routines beat talent. For realizing that I should objectify always. For realizing to use system when speaking in action speaks louder than words, and I should make a detailed plan. For realizing that we won't be able to satisfy without being disciplined first, so you should always be disciplined. For realizing that system will help me close my customer. For realizing that system thinking is the best when it comes to answering customer concern. For realizing that I shouldn't think like a billionaire to have an objective truth and distort the people to objective truth. For realizing that science or testing is the ultimate reality and it changes over time by the different perspective, because what useful to all of us is different or success to all of us is different. For realizing systemized life and for having 1 year of experience. For sleeping well, for realizing that success is all about productivity like Henry Ford. For realizing another documentary sites. For realizing that Asians are more likely to be millionaire than Americans and every one of us are equal. Look at Jack Ma, Rizal, and Americans who don't know how to communicate or use tone of voice are worst, and based on Alexa, there's only few people who knows that, so you are exceptional. For realizing that I should imagine myself entering the picture of my achievements or certainty. For realizing to always have a certain voice no matter what. For realizing that routines build English skills, so it doesn't matter if they are born Americans. For realizing that routines or studying communication is how empowering beliefs are formed. For realizing that I woke up because my body cells is adapting. For realizing that I should systemize my call more. For realizing that Willie Lim is immediate resign. For realizing that what Jordan Belfort did is he systemized the call. For realizing that I would rather work than take vacation. For realizing to not sleep midnight to be able to sleep on time. For realizing that people don't care how good your words because they don't understand in their gut what you mean with those words. If your tone of voice doesn't match and they won't believe if they don't understand you. For realizing that isolation is not equal detail. For realizing that detail helps us save mental energy. For realizing that lie in the words of words is not communication. The computer understanding of virtualization and cloud computing. The computer industry is one of big trends. A new technology comes along and becomes popular until the next wave of newer, faster, and shinier objects comes along to distract everyone from the previous wave. Thinking back over the past 20 to 30 years, there have been several big waves, including the rise of the internet, wireless networking, and mobile computing. Cloud computing is a method by which you access remote servers to store files or run applications. Your company hosts its own web server and it allows consumers to make purchases via the server. The helpline has been getting complaints that users are unable to access the website. You opened the site from an internal workstation and it seems fine. What is the most likely cause? The answer would be the firewall is blocking the TCP port 443. Your manager wants you to install a network internet appliance that prevents network traffic-based attacks and includes anti-malware and anti-spam of software. What should you install? UTM. You are installing a file server for the accounting department. Where should this file server be located on the network? In the secure network. You have been asked to identify the right type of cloud service to help the team of developers to provide programming elements such as runtime environments. Which service do you recommend? PaaS. Which of the following are services that a print server should provide? Accepting print jobs from clients, providing clients with appropriate printer driver during installation. You are setting up a cloud contract with a provider. Your team needs the ability to quickly increase capacity to meet peak demands. What do you request? Rapid elasticity. Which type of server is responsible for preventing users from accessing websites with objectionable content? Proxy. Your company wants to move to a cloud provider to be able to scale resources quickly, but it is concerned about the security of confidential information. Which of the following types of cloud model might be the most appropriate for your company? Hybrid. What does a DHCP server need to configure with to operate properly? Scope. You have been asked to advise a group of several universities that want to combine research efforts and store data in the cloud. Which type of cloud solution might be best for them? Community. When configuring a DNS server, administrators must create which of the following? Scope file. Your manager wants to use the cloud because everyone seems to be talking about it. What should you include when you are listing the benefits of using the cloud? Increased scalability, lower costs, improved reliability. You are configuring 2 email servers on your company's network. Which of network protocol do the servers use to transfer mail to each other? SMTP. You have been asked to configure a client-side virtualization solution with 3 guest OS. Each one needs internet access. How should you configure the solution in the most cost-effective way? 1 physical NIC, 3 virtual NICs, and 1 virtual switch. You have 5 servers that manage requests for all online purchases. An administrator notices that one of the servers is always busy while another is idle, and the company is getting some online complaints about the slow website. Which of the following servers will help fix this? Load balancer. You have been asked to install Linux in a virtual machine on a Windows 10 client. The Windows 10 client needs 4 GB of RAM and Linux needs 2 GB of RAM. How much RAM does the system need at a minimum? 6 GB. A computer using which of the following would be considered a legacy device? 1. A 386 processor. 2. The IPX/SPX protocol. 3. An application developed in 1983. In this summary, you learned about different server roles and technologies that work on local networks as well as ones that work on the internet to make the cloud possible. First, you learn about specific server roles. Options include DNS, DHCP, file share, print, mail, syslog, web, and AAA servers. We talk about what each one of these does as well as where they should be located in the network, either inside the secure network or in the screen subnet. In addition to servers, many networks will have internet appliances dedicated to security, such as spam gateways and UTM devices. as well as load balancers and proxy servers to manage traffic. Some networks also support legacy or embedded systems, such as SCADA. Although these systems are old and outdated, they often provide critical functionality on the network. We also look at some examples of IoT devices. The next topic was cloud computing. Cloud computing has been one of the hottest topics in IT circles for several years, and now will likely continue to be so for several more years. Cloud providers sell several different types of services such as IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. There are also different types of clouds such as public, private, community, and hybrid. Cloud features include shared resources, metered utilization, rapid elasticity, high availability, and file synchronization. You can use cloud services for storage, virtual applications such as email or word processing, or both. Cloud computing is dependent on virtualization. Virtualization removes the barrier of there being one-to-one relationship between computer hardware and an operating system. You learn about what virtualization does and the core piece of software called the hypervisor. You learn the purpose of virtual machines, which includes sandboxing, test development, and application virtualization for legacy software and OS, and cross-platform virtualization, as well as requirements for client-side virtualization. The chapter finished with a long exercise on installing a hypervisor and Lubuntu on a Windows computer. Exam essentials. Know the various roles that servers can play on a network. Roles include DNS, DHCP file or file share, print, mail, syslog, web, and AAA servers. File servers or file shares store files for users and may have optical media and perform backups too. Print servers host printers. Mail servers store, send, and receive email. A syslog server is used to log system events. Web servers host web pages that users access across a network. AAA servers validate user credentials and then allow user to access resources and track access. Know what DNS servers do? DNS servers resolve host names to IP addresses. Without DNS servers, finding your favorite website on the internet would be an incredibly challenging task. DNS servers have a zone file with host name to IP address mappings. Understand how DHCP servers works. DHCP servers assign IP addresses and configuration information to client computers. Clients request the information via broadcast. Each DHCP server has a scope with a configured range of available IP address. The server may also provide additional configuration information such as the address of the default gateway, a router, and a DNS server. Understand what spam gateways and UTM systems do. Spam gateways help email servers detect and deal with unwanted spam email. Unified Threat Management (UTM) systems centralize security management and often replace traditional firewalls. Know what load balancer and proxy servers do. Both types of servers help manage network traffic. Load balancer do so by sending incoming requests to different, typically identical servers to spread out the workload. Proxy servers make requests on behalf of clients. Know what legacy and embedded systems are. Legacy systems are older technology no longer supported by the manufacturer. Embedded systems are those that are critical to a process. SCADA is an example of a legacy and embedded system. Know some examples of services provided by Internet of IoT or Internet of Things. Some device types include thermostats, home security and automation, and voice-enabled speakers. Understand the 4 different types of clouds. A cloud can be public, private, hybrid, or community. Know the difference between SaaS, IaaS, and PaaS. All of these are cloud terms. In infrastructure as a service, the provider supplies the network infrastructure. In platform as a service, software development tools and platform are also provided. The highest level is software as a service, where the provider supplies the infrastructure and applications. Understand cloud concepts of shared resources, metered utilization, rapid elasticity, high availability, and file synchronization. All clouds use shared resources, which can be internal or external. A pool of resources is purchased and each participant in the cloud pays for it. Meter utilization shows how much a client has used and will be billed for. Cloud file storage services include iCloud and Google Cloud, and in most cases have synchronization apps to sync the mobile device. Understand the purpose of virtual machines and what they require. Understand the purpose of virtual machines and what they require. Virtual machines are designed to save providers and users money. They allow for multiple OS to be installed on one computer. VMs can provide sandboxing, test development, and application virtualization for legacy software and OS and cross-platform virtualization. A virtual machine requires certain levels of resources, an emulator security, and a network connection. Understand what virtual desktops and virtual NICs are. A virtual desktop is the collection of software and hardware needed to create a virtual environment. Sometimes it's called a virtual desktop infrastructure or VDI. The virtual NIC, which is controlled by the virtual machine, controls access to other virtual machines on the same system as well as access to physical NIC. When multiple organizations with similar objectives wants to combine efforts in cloud, the best choice is generally a community cloud. This allows for the flexibility and scalability normally found in a public cloud, but it also limits the number of users to a smaller, trusted group. A DNS server records are contained in the zone file, which must be configured by administrators. A hybrid cloud provides the best of public and private clouds. A proxy server can be configured to block access to websites that contain potentially dangerous inflammatory material. Print servers should make printers available to clients and accept print jobs. They also process print jobs and manage print priorities. For realizing that Mark Cuban entered the market in the right time, and he wouldn't become a billionaire if he entered in different time because of cause and effect. For realizing that some billionaires fake their resume like Jeffrey Epstein. For realizing that sales does not mean success. You have to calculate how many years you're gonna make your money back. For realizing that it's hard to get the incentives in AT&T for the first 2 years. For realizing that it's hard to get a leave and be promoted in AT&T because OMs will gonna give you NTE. For realizing that the hardest part in a call center is to keep your job due to many reasons. For realizing that Facebook made millions but they can take away people's business by just changing some policy. For realizing that it will be at least half a decade before the unemployment rate goes back to normal. For realizing that parents' productivity will suffer as the result of lockdown. Parents are less likely to do their job if kids are at home. For realizing that opportunity to do restaurant works in the city or call center jobs is gone because America's unemployment will goes down at least a decade from now, and it will affect call center jobs in the Philippines, which will make the unemployment rate at its all-time high for at least 1 decade. For knowing 5-minute journal weekly challenge, for realizing that multitasking is the number one killer of happiness and resourcefulness, for realizing that being tempted or being afraid, why I get afraid is normal, but I should do what is right since controlling ourselves makes us happy. For realizing that those Pitney and T-Mobile experience let me accelerate my growth as call center agent by discovering Getsudo. For realizing that Pitney and T-Mobile experience saves me 2 million pesos since it avoids me from investing to Darren Heidi High Performance Forum. For realizing that there's 4 kinds of blessings when a seemingly failure comes. For realizing that working more than 24 hours without downtime doesn't work. For realizing that I should have a downtime at least 1 day a week. For realizing that I could spend my time building relationship in my off rather than talking with friends like Jimboy. For realizing that what you really want is the psychological effect of having 1 million or the security. For realizing to track expenses. For realizing to be comfortable being uncomfortable because that's how we grow. For realizing that I already have 1 year and whether I get fired or not, HR or another OM don't care because they can see me and they can check my FB, and it's great. For realizing that millions are created throughout the years. For realizing that I am part of SMA, small number of people, and I'm really worth 1 million Philippine peso, including my laptop. For realizing that I increase my people skills, which you need when you want to become a great leader, with my talents. For realizing that I was able to clear my limiting beliefs in 1 year, thanks to Don Locke. For realizing that Don Locke, Darren Hardy is all scum, which promising a great outcome when world works in statistics. For realizing that not getting my engineering goals in my 20s isn't entirely my fault. For realizing that even when you did all right, you can still fail, just like how pandemic and your father's death is outside of your control. The way you are born is outside of your control. For realizing that I only have limited of insanely motivating dopamine in a day. For realizing that all electronic gadget can be damaged. That's why Japanese check their cars every day. For realizing that I don't need longer sleep if it affects my addiction. For realizing that I can make and produce more if I only need 4 hours of sleep a day. For realizing that we cannot have all the girls, that's just freedom myth or reasons created by our dopamine addiction. For realizing that we are all addicts and the people who will achieve the most are the people who can use that addiction to achieve their goals because we only have limited dopamine. For realizing that I also need to eat small meals to be healthy and therefore lower my expenses. For realizing that stock market say training can be an income from a Filipino standpoint. For realizing that I have a unique advantage over many other people because I have studied for 4 years in engineering and had a call center experience which other people will never have a chance on their life to experience. For realizing that my Grab really sets me apart during this pandemic. Because of that, I was able to take advantage of down market. For realizing that Peter Thiel believes in definite plan. For realizing that China is a pessimist optimist which makes them accelerate their growth from the bottom. For realizing that I want to be uncomfortable, I want the feeling of temptation, though I would probably work well with a good amount of temptation or restriction that will not distract me from achieving my goals. For realizing that it's okay to fail in our bad habits like masturbation. For realizing that failing in our bad habits helps us understand others' bad habits. For realizing that I might not be able to stop my bad habits because of my discipline. It might be because of my genes, environment that helps me achieve those things. For realizing that I could spread the virus to Kamuning, so it's the right decision not to go there. For realizing that your grandmother doesn't need you, you are lucky that you don't have to support your grandmother. For realizing that you don't need to hang out with your family or kids the rest of your life just to make them happy. Keep doing your work because you are doing what you love. For realizing that Auntie Belle has a lot of money in the bank, which the Encomienda family are struggling to get to make your grandmother and father happy. For realizing that Rosetta Stone might work for you and the people reviewing it online may be its competitor. Who knows? Napoleon Hill is scammed people without them noticing it. For realizing that maybe I just want my grandparents to live because I am afraid because I am insecure and my parents left me at a young age. For realizing that it's a good thing to see the bad side of the world or mafia to understand the economics of it. For realizing that Kevin got the trending page by talking what nobody else talk about, which is the 1,000 stimulus check for self-employed. He innovate or create new industry or invent. For realizing that I cannot double down in Rosetta in one day due to space repetition. For realizing that I should provide high value per minute for the video to be good. For realizing that I should be more honest on what I know if I want to be viral in YouTube in engineering. It's like CoffeeZilla, which have honest discussion to his viewers, like how he talked to himself regarding how to be successful. For realizing that guru courses are just wasting my time instead of earning in crop, and when I waste my time to them, I am more likely to pay them because we have limited time, just like marriage. For realizing that no one knows how to be successful or make money, no one can teach you that. For realizing that no one has the enough information to us, so we shouldn't compare ourselves to anybody else because we are all different. For realizing that my money is nothing if we have bad country. For realizing that government is part of business. 4. For realizing that I should remember the close to lie after I do the close to lie session in the morning because I forget the close to lie because it's not detailed. For realizing that I should remember close to lie while reading Alchemy of Self to better improve my goals and not to be deceived by your goals because your goals might already change in close to lie but you are still believing the same close to lie before. For realizing that book has a detailed info and people cannot be an expert in a field in one day like what you YouTuber does because the value of info is from the time it took you to get it. For realizing that there's luck involved in success in every area of life. For realizing that Big Short genius failed today. For realizing that Warren Buffett failed in tech stocks. For realizing that truth beliefs doesn't come from anybody. It derives from someone to someone in an infinite manner. For realizing that sometimes you are fucking by your own beliefs, that's why you should learn from your own experience. For realizing that you have to be clear what's your goal and operate based on that. Does your goal is to be productive or make as much money? Then manifest beliefs that support those things. For realizing that people are drawn to mastery, it's a psychological bias. For realizing that other people won't gonna tell you how they get their insane returns because it will be saturated and it will affect them. For realizing that rich and powerful avoid the appearance of not understanding something because it makes them look weak. That's why smart people get fooled. The more you think you know, the less you know. For realizing that book is a good close to lie and close to truth, it was created for you already. for realizing that our wants never stop because we get used to things. Summary. This chapter focused on the basics of scripting and introduced programming concepts such as scripting types, commenting, branch logic, loops, and use cases for scripting. Scripting is a somewhat newer objective for the CompTIA A+ objectives. It is a worthy skill for an A+ technician. We also introduced you to the various remote access technologies, highlighting their advantages and weaknesses. In addition, we covered remote assistant tools which allow a remote user to share their screen with you for support purposes. Exam essentials. Understand the basics of scripting. You should understand that a programming language is a compiled and scripting language is interpreted. You should also understand the various elements of a script, such as the comment, interaction of environment variables, branch logic, and loops. Know the various scripting languages. You should know the advantages and disadvantages of each scripting language and the use cases for scripting, as well as other security and system considerations. In addition, you should know which operating systems each of the various scripting languages operates on. Be familiar with the various script file types that correspond to each scripting language. Know the various remote access technologies. You should know that RDP is a Microsoft protocol used for remote access. Telnet is a clear text unsecure console protocol, and SSH is an encrypted secure console protocol. In addition, Quick Assist is a remote assistance application in Windows, and there are third-party screen sharing and desktop management tools that function similarly and include file sharing capabilities as well as video conferencing software. Review questions. Which statement about scripting languages is true? Scripting languages are interpreted. What are scripting languages considered? High. Which type of variable will allow decimal math? Integer. It's floating point. Which environment variable is not inherited? That is string variable. Which statement will load a PowerShell variable xvar with a value of 2? That's $xvar equal to 2. Which type of loop has a defined beginning and end and steps from beginning to end? That's for loop. Which extension is used with the Windows batch scripting language? That's .bat extension. Which scripting language allows for the use of component object model? That's VBScript or Visual Basic. Which extension is used with the Python's scripting language? That's .py. Which scripting language is used with Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365? That's PowerShell. Which scripting language is used within web pages to allow for interactive content? That's JavaScript. Which extension is used with the Bash scripting language? That's .sh. What must be done before Bash script can be executed? chmod permissions must be set to be able to allow permission for administrator. Which statement will load a JavaScript variable mvar with a value of 8? That's mvar equals to 8 and semicolon. Which scripting language has its own pre-installed integrated scripting environment or ISE? That's PowerShell. Which line would be used to comment JavaScript code? That's // and then comment. Which extension is used with the JavaScript scripting language? That's .js, which remote protocol allows for local drives to be presented to the remote system. That's SSH. On which network protocol and port does SSH operate? That's TCP port 443. Which tool is used for screen sharing? That's RDP. The answers would be this. 1. Letter C. Scripting languages are interpreted languages that run on top of a runtime environment. Programming languages, not scripting languages, require a compiler. Scripting languages are not strongly typed. Programming language are strongly typed. Scripting language have a bad memory management because of loosely typed variables. Scripting language are considered high-level language because they do not directly access hardware and use an intermediary called the interpreter. Mid-level language are Java and C or C++, not scripting languages. There is no such thing as intermediate level language. Low-level languages are machine language and assembly language, which are not scripting languages. Floating point variables allow for precision math, also known as decimal math. Boolean variables allow for true or false values. Integer variables allow for whole numbers values. String variables allow for text values. A program variable is the least significant and not inherited. A system variable is defined for the entire system and is the most significant because it is inherited by all users and programs. A user variable is significant as well since all applications inherit the variable. A string variable is not inherited, but it is not an environment variable. The statement $sign x bar equals to 2 is a PowerShell statement that will load the variable x var with the value of 2. The statement x var equals to 2 is bash syntax. The statement x var equals to 2 semicolon is a JavaScript syntax. The statement set forward slash a x var equals to 2 is Windows batch script syntax. A for loop has defined beginning and end and steps from the beginning to the end. A do-while loop is a type of while loop and has only a defined end. A while loop has only a defined end. An if statement is branch logic, not a loop. The .bat extension is used with the Windows batch scripting language. The .vps extension is used with Visual Basic Script language. The VBScript language allows for the use of Component Object Model or COM. The PowerShell scripting language allows for the use of the .NET framework. Windows batch scripts use existing applications. JavaScript is primarily web browser based and does not allow for the use of external objects. The .py extension is used with Python scripting language. The PowerShell scripting language allows for the use of the .NET framework and is commonly used with Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365. JavaScript is primarily browser-based and allows for interactive content. PowerShell scripting language is used to manage the operating system. The Bash scripting language is primarily used with Linux and Unix systems. Windows batch scripts use existing applications and are used to manage the operating system. The .sh extension is used with the Bash scripting language. The .vbs extension is used with the VBScript language. The .bat extension is used with the Windows batch scripting language. Before a script can be executed, you must use the chmod command to grant execute permissions. PowerShell is the only scripting language that has pre-installed integrated scripting environment. Again, the PowerShell scripting language allows for the use of .NET Framework and is commonly used with Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365. Remote Desktop Protocol or RDP allows for local drives to be available to the remote machine when an RDP session is initiated. The SSH protocol operates on TCP port 22. The built-in Microsoft Remote Access or MSRA tool is used for screen sharing between a trusted helper and a user. For realizing that there's a limit to happiness that I can feel. For realizing that it's hard to imagine what we're going to feel when we get used to things. For realizing that even if I become real Elon Musk, the happiness I won't feel much different than what I am feeling now. For realizing that the newness of things makes us excited, which makes us acquire more things or women, even though we know that it won't make us happier than what we are feeling now. For realizing that happiness is all about perception or imagining what you're going to feel after you get used to it. For realizing that everything that we have right now is what we desire at some point, and that's how David Bayer theory. Is it really coming from him? For realizing that Alex Becker just got dopamine detox from a book. For realizing that there's a limit to our happiness and I will feel the same thing even if I become Elon Musk. For realizing that the reason why I will still feel the same is because of genetics and we get used to things because of our habit brain. For realizing that beauty is cultural, what other groups might admire, others repulsed. For realizing that I should learn how to change routines fast because I need to adapt to the routines of Grab customer. For realizing that there's significantly more or twice educated women than men in Philippines. For realizing that I don't need to always do my morning and evening routine, especially when I am outside my home. For realizing that I can learn something new every day with my trial and error in time management. For realizing that Jeremiah Delente is wrong when it comes to people and productivity. Don't let others dictate your time management. There's so many right things that Napoleon Hill said that benefit you. Just don't make it a be-all end-all. Just make it part of the system. For realizing that time management is really the thing we should experiment about. For realizing that the growth in stocks in 2020 may not happen again. For realizing that doing routine will make sense when you're taking break. For realizing that being grateful works due to its learning ability. For realizing that we sometimes forgot the reason why we do things or how we got to where we are now, which makes us less confident. For realizing that your goals change from corporate world TL to having a business like people in shortcut. For realizing that I should focus on my community needs to create business in this pandemic or earn money. For realizing that Pabili and other delivery services is what our community wants in 2021. For realizing that finding something to make money on is about understanding the economics of your community and the work. For realizing that I shouldn't be shy with my salary like engineer professor. For realizing that there are many benefits of seeing as a broke, like getting your family's money and invest it. For realizing that I should spend time being grateful before sleep to sleep well. For realizing that Alex Becker profile shows that he is unprofitable game dev because there are many upsides to seeing as broke, like getting what you want or time management based on what you discover recently. Jake Tran. For realizing that I should not hide any negative comment because that helps me sold my product more just like in Amazon. And in fact, Junel comment is positive. He might want others to resign in Alorica because he got down as a TN and he promoted you, remember? For realizing that I did post in FB to do something new in my system. For realizing that the reason I want others to see me as not resigning in call center like Shaira, Patricia Alzate, Ria De Leon, Eads, and Ned are glue eaters. They are not the smart people you are targeting, which is the educated woman. For realizing that I can listen to audiobooks sometimes because we can't be productive all the time. For realizing that some people like Jay Thaman might drag you down without them knowing it. For realizing that the confidence is not yet back because the unemployment rate is 8.2%, which is 3.1 million more than pre-pandemic. For realizing that cleanliness helps in removing worries about smell in our heads, which makes us saves a lot of energy. And you know that small energy apply in right way is so powerful. For realizing that one of the best example of compound effect of skills and opportunities by David Ray is qualification in credit card once I hit 1 year in my call center job. For realizing that things naturally become worse over time, so I have to fight it. For realizing that the reason specialized works because we don't have unlimited time, and the people who serves us today are just the people that's alive in our lifetime. For realizing that the reason specialized works because we don't have unlimited time, and the people who serves us today are just the people that's alive in our lifetime. For realizing that we don't have unlimited time and things naturally went in this order, that's why we need to specialize to be good at things, even as entropy fucks us. For realizing that taking cold showers work, for realizing that this order principle will help me plan my life and how I will live while I am young. For realizing that God disincentivized bad behavior, that's why He let poverty happen. For realizing that it's entirely possible for us all to be wealthy and it's not a zero-sum game. Because when you buy from others, you increase your wealth as well as theirs and their suppliers. For realizing that things tends to get worse over time as we age, so we have to work hard to make everything scripted and plan to prepare for the worst case or what tend to happen, which is disorder. For realizing that in everything that I do, there will be someone that will be affected badly, even if my intention is as good as fuck. Therefore, I should not strive for perfection or not having dislike in my YouTube videos. For realizing that God allows poverty because it's just relative. We have 1,000 greater standard of living than people who lived 100 years ago. With that in mind, then you can help others. For realizing that God does not want us to curse others because the effect of that is not just to them, but more importantly, in your own psychology and how you will interact with others people moving forward. For realizing that I should eat 80% food to make my life longer. For realizing that you cannot do good just in church. You have to serve God in other areas of your life too. For realizing that I should connect to people the best connector wins because God wants us to connect. For realizing that barefoot is better at home. For giving my mother beauty secrets. For realizing that I might repeat the mistakes that I'm gonna do in my 30s if I don't marry right in my 20s. For realizing that one of the ways to connect with human is through financial transaction. For realizing that I am a fraud analyst, my customer is my employer, and my background of lying will actually be enormously helpful to companies. For realizing that loss prevention mobility also does not accept Lucky Mobile without call history. For realizing that result of checking others QA and observing a lot of fraud transaction and 100 great people accepting that I am the most productive is now being rewarded. For realizing that we sometimes have a hard time in our job, but that's not an excuse to change career. For realizing that I can do fraud analyst as side business or know how to hack copy, Shopee, and all these other companies. For realizing that God just led us in the path we choose. I should not do what I love, but other people willing to pay me more. For realizing that there's a lot of stuff that goes into business, I have to do things that I need as I go and consider luck in my success because He is always included in everything. For realizing that people who say that you should not necessarily be good in customer service when talking to customer like Marineth, or at least how you interpret it in your mind, are talking shit. As you knew when you started, a lot of business that's not how life works. For realizing that we easily forget and so we have to organize our thoughts and learn things every day. Find Bible verse that supports it. For realizing that only God and others can teach themselves. You can only do unto others what you want done to you, which is being a good person and learner in other areas of your life, so that your customer can sense your feeling.
Ala, kumukulong na tubig.
Display technologies. What do we call the time it takes for all the subpixels on the panel to change from one state to another? Response rate. What provides the illumination for LCD monitors? That's backlights. Dudley wants to connect his new MacBook Pro to an LCD monitor that has a digital visual interface. What type of adapter should he use? Thunderbolt to DVI? How do you measure brightness of a projector? Lumens. What is 1080p resolution? That's 1920 1080. What is the processor on a video card called? That's GPU. What Microsoft API supports 3D graphics? That's DirectX. Which two kinds of backlight might you find in LCD monitors? Sorry. That's CCFL and LED. A company executive calls complaining that the conference room projector suddenly cut off in the middle of her presentation to the board. What could be the problem? B. The lamp went out. And D. The projector overheated and shut down because the fan stopped working or its filter is clogged. A client calls complaining that his aging LCD monitor is flickering. What is most likely the problem? The CCFL backlight is failing. Answers: the amount of time it takes for all of the subpixels on the panel to go from pure black to pure white and back again is called the response time. The backlights provide the illumination for the LCD panel. Dudley should use a Thunderbolt to DVI adapter to connect his new MacBook Pro to the LCD monitor. The brightness of a projector is measured in lumens. Excuse me. 1080p resolution is 1920 times 1080. You'll typically see video card processors referred to as GPUs. Microsoft makes the DirectX API to support 3D programs. A current LCD monitors use one of two competing backlight technologies, CCFL and LED. Projector lamps only last a few thousand hours, so they may go out regularly in a busy conference room. If the projector overheats due to a dead fan or clog filter, it will shut down to protect itself. LCD monitors have a fixed refresh rate, so the most likely cause here is that CCFL backlight is failing. LED backlights don't flicker. Anyone who played with the prism in 6th grade or has looked at a rainbow knows that light travels in waves. Wavelength of the light determines the color. That's how light really acts. But A, I can draw that, and B, one jump rope will suffice to explain the typical LCD panels. If the light came in only one wavelength, you would see only that color. For the exam, most modern monitors have acceptable specifications on those items. The vast majority of users will go with an IPS panel with an edge LCD backlight. You'll have amazing color and viewing angle. Size and resolution will be determined by your budget and space considerations. The least expensive monitors are TN. Resolution. A resolution such as 2560 times 1440 describe the number of pixels on a display. In this case, 2560 pixel across and 1440 pixels down. You simply cannot run an LCD monitor at a resolution higher than the native resolution. PPI. The combination of the resolution and physical size of a display determines the pixel per inch or PPI of a panel. The higher the PPI, the finer the picture a monitor can produce. That means, in practical terms, that a smaller, high-resolution monitor will look substantially better than a much larger monitor running at the same resolution. The PPI number is part of what makes a MacBook Pro laptop so visually stunning. The 15.4-inch screen has a resolution of 2880 times 1800, which puts it at 220 pixels per inch. That's sweet. Modern smartphones have outrageous PPI levels, which again is why they look so much better than a typical desktop monitor. Brightness. The strength of an LCD monitor's backlights determines the brightness of the monitor. The brightness is measured in nits. LCD panels vary from 100 nits on the low end to over 1000 nits or more on the high end. Average LCD panels are around 300 nits, which most monitor authorities consider excellent brightness. LCD variations. LCDs vary a lot in a lot of different ways, and competent techs need to know how they stop so you can help your customers find the right monitor for their needs. That said, let's hit these variations here. 1. Resolution. 2. Brightness. 3. Viewing angle. 4. Response rate. 5. Refresh rate. 6. Contrast ratio. 7. Color depth. The laser painting process. The 7 steps to the laser printing process may be performed in different order depending on the printer, but it usually goes like this: processing, charging, exposing, developing, transferring, fusing, and cleaning. What mechanism is used by most inkjet printers to push ink onto the paper? The answer is most inkjet printers use electroconductive plates to push the ink onto the paper. What is the proper order of the laser painting process? So the answer would be process, charge, expose, develop, transfer, fuse, and clean is the proper process. On a dot matrix printer, what physically strikes the ribbon to form an image? Print wires physically strike the ribbon in dot matrix printers. Which one of the following port types do most printers support? You'll find almost all non-network printers hook up to USB ports. A standalone printer prints a task page just fine, but it makes gobbledygook out of your term paper. What's probably wrong? The application or the software that is trying to print is probably configured incorrectly. What printing process use heat-sensitive plastic film embedded with various color dyes? A dye sublimation printers use heat-sensitive plastic film embedded with various color dyes. For sleeping well, for the opportunity to improve my English communication, for my healthy hands and feet. I spend 2.5 hours of my time for my family. I help my family at work. I help my trainer. Do your bookends before you go at your father's coffee. For sleeping at my father's funeral, for the opportunity to improve my communication, for my healthy body and flawless skin. I was there when my family needs me. I got my first salary. I improved my Mac call skills. For my flawless face and skin, for the opportunity to help my family at Banawe, Rule, Eton, I didn't masturbate yesterday. I helped my family at work. I took a break. I helped the people at my father's funeral and I asked customer service of Union Bank on how I could withdraw my salary. You have only 15 seconds to get others people attention. So you need to make your sentence short and say it as fast as you can. For my healthy body, for realizing that college is overrated, for the opportunity to take care of my father's coffin. I exercised for 1 hour and 40 minutes. I meditated. I take care of my father's coffin. Do your bookend for the day for 4 hours before you sleep. I have never let my schooling interfere with my education. For sleeping well and not masturbating. For the opportunity to help my father. For realizing that we are trained to be a machine. I helped the people at my father's funeral. I read The War on Normal People. I became grateful for the life that I have. Always write what you are grateful today. For realize that when I'm not failing, it's not my dulo. For realize skin and stop chasing the mice. For realize 3.5 high grades but also gaining skills. I am for realized logic, Pincom Lab and electronics. For learn fast reading and EQ and transfer photos. For process econ and realize take action what no. Don't kausap babae ng kaibigan and baba pure gold and realize Thanksgiving. For realize creativity, yellow, paggabi, and for realize calibrate, for realize rule of 3, week and month. For realize what I will do today will improve my tomorrow. For realize palit song sa alarm and for realize my tree of Papa because he bigay mo na naman tuition. For realize 1 hour Jesus and for realize how achieve big goals. For process DC Lab, Circuits 3 Lab, and Pincom Lab. For process Google and Coursera. For learn critical thinking and concise. Don't interview without quest and then ayusin paggamit kulay violet and then magdagdag kafe bukas and then I need communicate skillfully. For my lolo because he is alive and for realize Ian Cuarto. For my bike and laptop and for realize I can thank Dito Fam. Thank Tita Ria for the sinigang kagabi. For the perang binigay niya pampalaba kay lolo. Tito Gabi and Tita Ria for hopya. Thank you. For realize do learn first the useful everyday and we need more execution not knowledge. And for realize that I should tawag Kuya Moti for scholar. For process Pincom Lab, Lec and Logic. Learn critical thinking and learn recruit and realize deal more on application. For having maaga gumising. For kagabi learn business. For realize that deal more on application less in theory. For learn Pincom and Logic, Lec and Lab. For learn Econ Circuits 3 Lab, Circuits 3. For process Pincom, don't do emotions galit when not being very good. For realize get emotional. For gising mas maaga. For process listening skills and problem solving tech. For realize that wealth is a state of mind and being. For realize need to pray palagi 5 minutes and for gulay na ulam kagabi, Tita Ria. For realizes realizes 3 wins, losses, and fixes on goals, everyday goal setting. For realize process on goal setting. For realize need gawin most useful like what Darren said on critical thinking, take notes, and then on insane productivity. It is the most useful. For pasado lahat, for 2 logic lab and 1.5 circuits, 3 lec and circuits lab. For MMK with nanay and broadband. For realize we are different in learning like me. I am different to learn on Cedric. That's why I need to strengthen on me, on the most useful. And it is also like John Maxwell that the greatest lesson found in our losses. For realizing when we change, we look at idea like learning from mistake is greatest lesson for being in thankful on that the situation changes. For realize creativity. For spend time nood inspi with Lolo. For bonding with front row fam. For critical thinking lesson 7 and realize I finished na first lesson 5.1. Don't spend time on things pinaka most useful things. For realize love my failure like uminom kagabi, nagpadala emotions and then hindi hinintay 30 minutes muna. For being 19 and for being maayos. For realize creativity and for realize knowledge useful in everyday life. Be practical. For realize being thankful kila Papa and being thankful sa mga na-realize because if you change the way you look at things. For simba and for process critical think skill. For spend time family. For process Darren and personality and linis bahay and exfoliate and then for realize don't padala emotion, think palagi. For tuition Papa and for padala Mama and for realize Microsoft Word and for realize gamitin or alamin lang pinaka most useful and for realize don't treat emotion as good or bad. For kain babati or titeria and put tapaling sama lolo and for realize. For realize living best year ever and for realize being practical. For realize most useful in everyday life, critical thinking, din aralin and for realize the most useful things for me is based on think and grow na education is consists not so much of what we know. For process critical thinking, for realize that it is also important knowledge only when I apply it every day. For realize master humility and for realize do the simple things like tracking. For realize do the simple things like what's simple to do is also simple not to do. For process Sunday planning and living best year ever. For download Christian movie. For exercise 3 hours and family 4 hours and for knowing my strengths and weakness. Don't padala emotions. And then, for patay mobile data and for realize love failure. For realize sleep and compound effect. For realize that when pagod na don't chakol and for realize create. And for realize thankful journal and for realize no excuses na mas magaling sa akin siya kasi ganito. For tropa Kuya Arnold and then for learning from him. For banding Nana and for realize half a year na lang mabubuhay. For realize love, master people skills. For realize ibahin mindset, pagtsayakol, umagang magigising. For realize I need to be disciplined this sem break. And for not having anak, for not bagsak in subjects and for having a good body. For nood genius and exercise and write on creativity. For Starbucks and for gawa ng 7 segment. For realize be thankful. For realize clarity like Albert, they struggle nun on reasons and clarity. Don't deadline ng one day. Dapat sobrang easy para matapos agad. For having a good hair. And for realize when 5-minute journal sound trip ng focus and then creativity. And for realize EQ. For realize that that's the end of my current capabilities or that it's all part of process. For high grades new mix, LEC, Consist, and DC LEC and DC Lab. For realize that I should accept all my failure that is the end of my current capability are like ACADS, list quizzes. For realize anger works and then tanggal lahat excuses. Don't ever galit sa mga tao. The most useful things is people skills. Remember that it can make you a lot of money. For realizer creativity, and that's my end of my current success. Or it is best me for now, that's why I fail. For realize that other people are no smarter than me, I can influence it like I could reflect on my experience. For Lola, Mama, Papa, and Lolo Buhay, and for realize 3x goals, and realize I will die 1 year from now. For realize, eat muna ng gulay muna, mid-eat para may lakas. For front row and finish, Mecca and then process Logic Club. For realize sacred focus, and for realize that I need clarity in everything that I do because that is power. Don't Facebook and sound trip so much. Printer and multifunction device components and technologies. Printers. One of the types of printers is impact printers, inkjet printers, inkjet printers, also called ink dispersion printers, like the one in figure 26.4, are relatively simple devices. An inkjet printer uses a print head connected to a carriage that contains the ink. Dye sublimation printers. The term sublimation means to cause something to change from a solid form into a vapor and then back into a solid. Thermal printers. Thermal printers use a heated print head to create high-quality image on spatial or plain paper. Laser printers. Using a process called electrophotographic imaging, laser printers produce high-quality and high-speed output of both text and graphics. Hidden cost. Some printers use consumables such as ink at a much faster rate than others, prompting the industry to rank printers in terms of their cost per page. Using an inexpensive printer or laser or inkjet costs around 4 cents per page. Scanners, copy and fax components, automatic document feeder, connectivity. Laser printing processing, charging, exposing, developing, transferring, fusing, and cleaning. Installing a multifunction device. First, most multifunction devices today connect via USB and wireless, so you need to consider connectivity. Second, you need to install drivers for each of the various functions of MFD. Then third, you're dealing with a very complex machine that can break in interesting ways. Maintenance and troubleshooting take on new dimensions by the sheer number of options to consider, from ink levels to scanner mechanics to dodge out phone lines. Although none of these fall into the category of installation, you can minimize the problems by practicing a more compartmentalized installation. Setting up printers. The CompTIA AA Plus exam tests you on installing and troubleshooting printers. To Windows, a printer is not a physical device, it is a program that controls one or more physical printers. Most inkjet printers use electroconductive plates to push the ink onto the paper. The laser imaging unit creates an image on the photosensitive drum. Print wires physically strike the ribbon in dot matrix printers. Both paper and ribbons are considered dot matrix printer consumables. The ozone filter should be periodically vacuumed or changed. You'll find almost all non-network printers hook up to USB ports. The application or software that is trying to print is probably configured incorrectly. Dye sublimation printers use heat-sensitive plastic film embedded with various color dyes. The print spooler can help you determine why a print job didn't print. Don't forget to check the obvious. Many printer includes tiny displays that can clue you into what's wrong. Most brands use series of error codes that indicate the problem. Use the manual or the manufacturer's website to translate the error code into meaningful information. Tools of the trade. Color prints in wrong color. If you print a document with a color and it comes out in black and white, double check both the app you use to print and your print settings to make sure they aren't configured to use grayscale. Crashes on power up. Both laser printers and computers require more power during their initial power up. So turn on the laser printer first and allow it to finish its warm up before turning on the computer. Display screen malfunction. The display might freeze or get stuck on a specific screen. It might not come on at all. It might light up but never show an image. Turning the device off and back on is a good start, and some manufacturers recommend completely unplugging it for a few minutes. If the screen is still misbehaving but the device is otherwise functional and the problem didn't appear immediately after a firmware update, it's time to take the device to a service center. Installing a multifunction device. Installing a multifunction device differs a lot from single function device. Setting up printers in Windows. With USB printers, Windows won't even wait for you to do anything. Windows immediately detects and installs a printer once you connect it. If the system does not detect the printer in Windows 7 or 8 or 8.1, open the device and printers applet in Control Panel. As you might guess, you install a new printer by clicking the Add Printer icon button. This starts the Add Printer wizard. Standard users and printers. A standard user that is not an administrator can install a printer just fine in Windows. The user can also use one of the built-in printers and print fine. Windows will balk, however, when the user tries to install software and drivers from optical disk or download it from the internet. For those options, you need administrative rights. Installing a local printer. At first glance, you might think that the local printer installation option is used to install your standard USB printer. But don't forget that Windows will automatically detect and install USB printers. If you need to install a standalone network printer, use its hostname or IP address. Whether you use a USB port or a TCP or IP port, you'll need to select the proper driver manually. Installing a network printer. Setting up network printers in a typical Soho LAN doesn't require much more effort than setting up local printers. As you might imagine, setting up printers and FFDs in an enterprise environment differs from the process in a Soho environment. Once you scale up, though, management of many workstations and printers or MFDs becomes a pain unless you map via a group policy that applies to a lot of computers and users. Other connections. Be aware that you may run into old printers using a serial and parallel port or SCSI, although it's unlikely. Connectivity, USB connections, network connections. New printers and multifunction devices use USB connections that you can plug into any USB port on your computer. Network connections. Today, the typical network printer comes with its own built-in 802.11 A, B, G, and an AC Wi-Fi adapter to enable wireless printing over infrastructure or ad hoc network connection, though you should avoid ad hoc connection for security reasons when possible. Automatic document feeders. An NFD uses an automatic document feeder to grab pages to copies, scan, or fax. An ADF is typically on top of the MFD, and you place stack of pages in the tray. Copy and fax components. To copy a document or photo, you essentially scan a document or photo and then print it, but all with a single press of the copy button. Faxing generally requires separate functions in the machine, such as a document feed and a connection to traditional analog phone line. Assuming you have those and an account with a local telecom company, the process of faxing is pretty simple. You put a document in the feeder, plug in the fax number, and press the send button, or whatever the manufacturer labels. Scanning tip. As a general rule, you should obtain the highest quality scan you can manage and then play with the size and image quality when it's time to print or share it over the web. Scanning speed. Scanners have a maximum scanning speed defined by the manufacturer. Configurable variables. Scanners convert the scan image into a grid of pixels. The maximum number of pixels determines how well you can capture an image and how the image will look when scaled up in size. How to choose a scanner? You must consider 4 primary variables when choosing a scanner: resolution, color depth, grayscale, depth, and scan speed. Scanners. How scanners work. The scanners runs a bright light along the length of the platen once or more to capture the image. Windows GDI and XPS. Windows uses Graphical Device Interface component of the operating system to handle print functions. HP Printer Command Language, or PCL, developed its printer command language PCL as a more advanced printer language to supersede simple ASCII codes. PostScript. Adobe System developed the PostScript page description. Printer languages: cloud and remote printing, print to image, print to XPS, print to PDF, virtual printers, 3D printers, sensors and switches, ozone filter, system board, power supplies, turning gears, fuser assembly, transfer corona or transfer roller, toner, laser, primary corona and roller, and charge roller, erase lamp, imaging drum, toner cartridge. Hidden cost: laser printers, thermal printers. For realize to love failure, for kinis muka, for not a knock like JJ San Pedro, for process Princom Lec, Logic Lec, and realize that layuan Ernest Brigada and Renz, and Logic Club and UMEX Lab. For realize being thankful Papa pinag-aral ako, si Joshua hindi, and for realize love failure, for nail cutter and pagupit, Don't sound trip all day. Be disciplined and then respect the time limit always. Kahit di maganda feeling, go. For realize when angry, control in, and be thankful and don't realize enthusiast. For realize creativity and for maganda skin. For realize supersize goals. For realize gawin audio Darren for bag 4. For realize that learning is more important than winning. For banding with FSM and for creativity. For process logic lek. For Princom lek and Umex lek. For exercise and song too good at bag. Don't inuman Joshua pag may tirang alak, itara na lang. And then be disciplined, note na mag-aaral ka pa. For realize that I should forgive and look at the other perspective or what do they feel and try to see why they the way they are. For realize that being infinite thankful. For realize relationship is more important of all. For realize we create more of what we focus on. Realize avoid distract and for realize patay notifier. For realize we need not so much know and having a presentation circuits to love. Don't fight knowledge that you didn't use within 24 hours. For realize strength, what I would rather be on Saturday. For realize that we are only human and if we fail, we hurt, but how fast we got up that counts. For realize that failure is part that I am improving. For finish secrets they love and reviewer logic and Princom. For process mecha and realize look at professor perspective and also on the bird examiners. For realize I can use my past index and then for realize accept always being uncomfortable. Relationship is more important of all and learning and more important than winning and having. For realize 5-minute journal phone. For tulog ng 6 hours. For realize sleep in best brain book. For realize that failing is part of getting better. For good finals, DCLEC, Consis, and Circus 3LEC. For realize application of knowledge. Huwag na gumawa ng bagay na use. For realize that I need to persistently apply my knowledge on people skill. For realize skill that it's how fast you got up. For realize know my strengths and weakness and take home quiz Princom. For process circuits 3 lab Princom lec, logic lec, consist DC lec, circuits 3 lec, math lab. For realize spend focus time on most important people in my life. For realize mamamatay na 25. For realize 5-minute journal. For non-stop activity on creativity. 5-minute journal. For having spent more time with family and for realize thankful journal to transform relationship. For finish circuits 3 lab notes. Process circuits 3 lab. Process consist. For realize creativity and for realize how fast you got up and mix with that is willing to be uncomfortable. For realize to accept my failure. Doing so, it requires humility and willingness to accept mistakes. For realize it's not that you will get knocked down, it's how fast you got up. For realize that I didn't need to search for people skills. I need apply my knowledge on people skills like EQ, self-awareness, scope, katulad nung kay Thomas Frank na personality test and how to win friends and influence people. For PASA, Princom lec, for kasama nanay and for load nanay. For realize song tuwing umaga and for realize the value of school. They organize things, they teach what is the most important, make the topic easy to understand and more especially you have classmates around you that can help you motivate and also there is competition, that's why it's so good for you. It's your advantage. For natcha call kagabi and for realize time limit for everything. For realize focus and soda sa buhok. For exercise, kimchi and soda. For process MATLAB, realize begin with the end in mind palagi sa mga exams. For realize that it's not intellect that we lack but on the emotional intelligence. For start, review if the question in the exam is not clearly defined, and then remember it's not intellect that we lack, but on the emotional. For nanay, tatay, papa, and mama alive, for realize creativity, and suot relo kagabi, for realize clarity, finish logic lab and pagawa notes meka and circuits trilek, and then kuha bayad sa Princom. For realize failure is good for me and it's how fast you stand up that counts. For realize that I need to always meditate. For realize I have not creativity kagabi, and for realize there are always time limit. For realize mentor, and for realize critical thinking. For BPI, for realize action IFF, and then know that we hurt because we are human when we fail. For realize time limit, tanggapin failure ng maluwag. For gising maaga, for realize ligo yelo and being uncomfortable. For realize inom tubig pagkagising. High grade quiz MATLAB and hanap papasulatin sa Mecca and Circuits Trilab. Learned MATLAB. For high grades DC, Circuits Trilec and Consis. For learned MATLAB, for realize it's how fast you got up when you fail that counts. Don't think na madali lang sa buhay sa Japan. Intindihin mama mo and start na mag-ipon. Mag-meditate pa din kahit na late na umuwi. And have yourself a holy moment palagi pag nangyari ulit ganun. For realize passion on my job. For realize IFF tanong on others. For realize application of knowledge. And for realize focus. And for realize learn as much from others. And for realize that failure is part of getting better. And that what success people do, they see it as a part of a process, not pagkakamali. For BPI, CHED and City Hall. For 14 UMIX LAC, Process DC, LEC, and Circuits 3 Lab. Make sure muna knowledge bago makapante sa quiz. For Bili Plancha, for realize taking 100% responsibility. For realize learn as much from others. For Process Logic Lab, for Process Princom Lab, write down what you've learned throughout the day and then don't use earphone while walking. For realize that I need to solve bigger problems because the size of the problem I choose to solve will be the size of my life. For realize do not conform into the standard beliefs of this world. For realize clarity, for laptop and bike. For Process Logic Lab and DCLEC, for Process Mecha, for realize that we create more of what it is that we focus on, so I should focus on solving solutions always. Don't hesitate to Bili Plancha if it will lead you to save time. For realize to be passionate in what I do. For realize enthusiast in my program. For realize IFF matuto sa pagkakamali ngayon. For realize need to learn to accept all the mistakes to identify them. For Process Mecha, for realize that I don't need knowledge, I need more execution. For Exfoliate, exercise don't ever not exercise tuwing Sabado and then I track time sa family. For realize dead knowledge. For realize IFF, ABD, for realize clarity. For learning and identifying my mistakes as much as possible. Don't magagalit ng hindi nagiging better. For realize if knowledge don't use it as is dead knowledge. For realize there is no such thing as perfect strategy. For maraming damit and realize anger and make positive impact. Know my strengths and weaknesses. Process Circuits 3 leg and then need to take full journal mama and then need tuition papa. For realize that I need to fail more often, fast, and not be comfortable if I haven't failed because I haven't finished. Troubleshooting general issues. Tools of the trade. A multimeter. Various cleaning solutions such as denatured alcohol. An extension magnet for grabbing loose screws in tight spaces and cleaning up iron-based toner. An optical disc or USB thumb drive with test patterns. Print job never prints. Strange sizes. Misaligned or garbage prints, dealing with consumables, color prints in wrong color, is it online? Is there an error message on its display? Does it have paper? Is your computer online? It'll usually let you know if the printer is out of paper, has a paper jam that needs to be resolved, or has had a memory full or low memory error. If so, refill the paper, resolve the jam, or try reprinting the job at a lower quality accordingly. Another possible cause for a stalled printer job is that printer is simply waiting for the correct paper. Strange sizes. A print job that comes out an unexpected size usually points to a user mistake in setting up the print job. All applications have a print command and a page setup interface. The page setup interface enables you to define a number of print options which vary from application to application. Misaligned or garbage prints. Misaligned or garbage printouts often point to corrupted or incorrect driver, but it's worth trying to reboot the printer before jumping to conclusions. Dealing with consumables. All printers tend to generate a lot of trash in the form of consumables. Color prints in wrong color, crashes on power up, display screen malfunction. Troubleshooting impact printers, a bad looking text and a bad looking page. Troubleshooting thermal printers, troubleshooting inkjet printers, inkjet printer maintenance, inkjet printer problems, troubleshooting laser printers, laser printer maintenance, periodic maintenance, laser printer problems, faded prints or blank pages, dirty or smudged printouts, ghosting, light ghosting versus dark ghosting, white vertical lines on page, blotchy print, spotty print, incomplete characters, creased paper, paper jams, pulling multiple sheets, paper not feeding, warped, overprinted or poorly formed characters, troubleshooting 3D printers. What mechanism is used by most inkjet printer to push onto the paper? Most inkjet printers use electroconductive plates to push the link onto the paper. With a laser printer, what creates the image on the photosensitive drum? The laser imaging unit creates an image on the photosensitive drum. What is the proper order of the laser printing process? That's process, charge, expose, develop, transfer, fuse, and clean. That's PCED, PFC. On a dot matrix printer, what physically strike the ribbon to form an image? Print wires physically strike the ribbon in dot matrix printers. Which of these items are considered to be dot matrix printer consumables? B and D. Both paper and ribbons are considered dot matrix printer consumables. Building a PC, installing and upgrading Windows, media sources, types of installation. Print job never prints. If you click print but the printer will not print, first check all the obvious explanations. Is the printer on? Is it connected? Is it online? Is there an error message on its display? Does it have paper? Is your computer online? If you can connect to the printer, check all cables, ports, and power involved. Try resetting or manually configuring them. If it doesn't, the menu system will typically have an option to manually configure network settings. If the printer does have connection, double check the appropriate printer applet for your version of Windows. Stranger sizes. The page setup interface enables you to define a number of print options which vary from application to application. If you know the page is set up correctly, recheck the printer drivers. If necessary, uninstall and reinstall the printer drivers. Misaligned or garbage printouts. Introduction to JavaScript, Exploring JavaScript, Hello World, a tour of JavaScript. You can use the function console.log to display text and other JavaScript values in your terminal window or in browser's developer tool console. Two very important types that JavaScript programs can manipulate are objects and array. These are the subjects of chapter 6 but they are so important that you'll see them many times before. JavaScript most important data type is the object. An object is a collection of name or value pairs or a string to a value map. Objects are enclosed in curly braces. The property topic has value JavaScript. The property edition has value 7. The curly brace marks the end of the object. Access the properties of an object with dot or close square parentheses. Another way to access property values: create new properties by assignment. Book.author equals to quote Flanagan. The syntax illustrated here for listing array elements within square braces or mapping object property names to property values inside curly braces is known as an initializer expression. If JavaScript expressions are like phrases, then JavaScript statements are like full sentences. Roughly, an expression is something that computes a value but doesn't do anything. It doesn't alter the program state in any way. Statements, on the other hand, don't have a value, but they do alter the state. We've seen variable declarations and assignment statements above. The other broad category of statement is control structure, such as conditionals and loop. You'll see examples below after we cover functions. So it is with this unkissing and extremely fast-moving journey of life, which waking or sleeping we make at the same phase, the preoccupied become aware of it only when it's over. But this is what preoccupied people lose, for they have no time to look back at their past, and even if they did, it is not pleasant to recall activities they are ashamed of. And yet, this is the period of our time which is scared and dedicated, which has passed beyond all human risk and is removed from fortune's sway, which cannot be harassed by want or fear or attack of illness. It cannot be disturbed or snatched from us. It is an untroubled, everlasting possession. But all the days of the past will come to your call. You can detain and inspect them at your will, something which the preoccupied have no time to do. Then they reflect how pointlessly they acquired things they never would enjoy, and how all their toil has been in vain. In their country house, on their couch, in the midst of solitude, even when quiet alone, they are their own worst company. We could not call theirs a life of leisure but an idle preoccupation. Of all people, only those are at leisure who make time for philosophy. Only those are really alive. For they not only keep a good watch over their own lifetimes, but they annex every age to theirs. All the years that have passed before them are added to their own. By the toil of others, we are led into the presence of things which have been brought from darkness into light. And if we are prepared in loftiness of mind to pass beyond the narrow confines of human weakness, there's a long period of time though which we can roam. We can argue with Socrates, express doubt with Carneades, cultivate retirement with Epicurus, overcome human nature with Stoics, and exceed its limits with the Cynics. Since nature allows us to enter into a partnership with every age, why not turn from this brief and transient spell of time and give ourselves wholeheartedly to the past, which is limitless and eternal, and can be shared with better men than we. They can greet by name the poor wretches who have broken their own slumbers. We should rather suppose that those are involved in worthwhile duties, who wish to have a daily as their close friends Zeno, Pythagoras, Democritus, and all other high priests of liberal studies, and Aristotle and Theophrastus. None of these will be too busy to see you. They are at home to all mortals by night and day. None of these will force you to die, but all will teach you how to die. None of them will exhaust your years, but each will contribute his years to yours. He will have friends whose advice he can ask on the most important or the most trivial matters, whom he can consult daily about himself, who will tell him the truth without insulting him and praise him without flattery, who will offer him a pattern on which to model himself. But we can choose whose children we would like to be. They are household of the noblest intellects. Choose the one into which you wish to be adopted, and you will inherit not only their name but their property too. This is the only way to prolong mortality, even to convert it to immortality. Honors, monuments, whatever the ambitious have ordered by decrees or raised in public buildings are soon destroyed. There is nothing that the passage of time does not demolish and remove, but it cannot damage the work which philosophy has consecrated. He is not confined by the same boundary as are others. He alone is free from the laws that limit the human race, and all ages serve him as though he were a god. But life is very short and anxious for those who forget the past, neglect the present, and fear the future. When they come to the end of it, the poor wretches realize too late that for all this time they have been preoccupied in doing nothing. For my sleep, because I sleep well. For realization of Google how to search. For realization of net worth of Darren Hardy. And 25 books for success. I am becoming disciplined and focused on high productivity outcomes and asking myself, if I only do one thing today, what can I do so that everything else will be easier or unnecessary? I punta SYDP, I pasok, I do my one thing. If I only focus on my one thing while on bus and jeep, and if I only set realistic goals on my calendar, and if I only know how to be excellent in Quiz B. For my ASOS na pwedeng paglagyan ng gamit. For Cedric because he is my groupmate in DC. For plus 10 points in DC Love and UMEX. I will pasok early 1 hour and 30 minutes before. I will read Law of Power. I will do my one thing kasama 4th year subject. I am becoming disciplined and focused on high productivity and continually asking myself, I do my one thing. I exempt in numerical methods. I mataas sa DC machinery first quiz. If I only go that is realistic and really know what is one thing to get extraordinary results. For my lola, papa, lolo, mama because they are alive. For my sleep because it is long. For my body because it is healthy. I will focus on my one thing today and do my assignments. Do related and unrelated problems to those that needed to do. Do my assignments in logic circuit. I am becoming focused on high productivity. I get the logic circuit and numeric. I pass the AS. I plan the week. If only I realistically plan the week and know the schedule ahead of time, and if I recall before the night what I've learned, and if tulong Tita Bell and Papa think that's my job, and prepare for caregiver. For my nails because it is clean. For my shoes of Papa because he pairam me. For my labahan because nalaban na. I will do the letter in Coursera. I will do my assignment in Consist. I will elevate. I am becoming disciplined and focused on high productivity outcome. I pasok. I read deep work and thinking fast. I chunk my subject. If only didn't sayang time Facebook and become disciplined on my time and focus on high productivity outcomes. And if I only set time so that I uwi 6. For my bagong lalagyan ng labahan. For my realization of social skills. For my realization of having a good clothes if kaya ng budget. I will letter Coursera and ayos the picture. I will do my one thing. I will exercise. I letter Coursera, I ayos labahan. I do my one thing. If I only be disciplined and download all the things that I needed before I go to the place, it would be better. And if I only plan other things that I should plan. For my realization of elevate. For my realization of diffuse paggabi. For searching how to master and apply. I punta nanay. I simba. I chunk logic. If I only do the most important first like plans, it will be better in laba dalawang polo. And if I only think the shortcuts and don't mahiya magtanong sa driver, and then you can attend not minsan kung may sakit lola, and then if you only focus on finding the right cafe, like kanina if 2 hours ka lang. For my good night's sleep, my father, lola, lolo, and mama because they are alive. Because I wake up, I will bring positive energy at home. I will do as much Pomodoro as possible. I will be responsible for my happiness. I am energetic, healthy, strong, and productive. I discovered the 2 gig. I process DC and Consist. I pakain lolo and diaper and hugas plato. Don't waste time when it's quitting time. For my good sleep, for my eyes, for my 2 gig data, learning things related to my one thing, pasok, health, family. I learned DC and UMEX. I process Consist. I discover how to read data. Listen to the prof. Don't overconfidence. Know your brain errors. Know how you'll be assessed. For the shofel and chicken fillet. For the baka ngayon. for flawless face. Go to school, process to learn all my course, bring extra rice. I am disciplined, responsible, productive, success in every area and happy. I learned DC, NUMEX, Consist, and electrical circuits too. I discovered the listening tricks. One our family. Write what you need to do. Avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. Master listening skills and don't cheat, just focus on becoming. For the discovering how to have a good hair. For the healthy benefits of master. For the financial program offer. Bring rice. Exercise, meditate, gratitude and reflect. Fix my financial program first. Discover Honor Coursera. Learning how to learn. Dean approve my request. I discover baking soda. Be successful but not at the cost of compassion to others. Time the break. Don't be fooled by your feelings. For my 6.5 stiff. For prioritizing happiness in my life. For master only one. And discovering Honor Coursera. Bring rice. Bring extra t-shirts. Pass the scholarships. Applied for the finance support. Discover that I need to master listening. For applied for COA. Critical think before act. Give time planning my courses. Listen carefully to assignments and other requirements. Learn to how to excel in CP. For my realization of timer. For skinny face and healthy body. For healthy perspective in life. Buy polo and DC projects. Exfoliate. For DC requirements. For chunking logic. For hanging with famine mother. Plan realistically. Learn from mistake. For visit of my family at Batangas last night. For my good talk with mama. For my educational plan. Do the DC motor. Chunk logic and Simba. Chunk logic. Chunk DC and bonding with family. Watch Pastor Philip. Use learning how to learn in everything I want to learn. Coffee shop in the other. Eat veggie. Church first. JavaScripts in web browsers. Web browsers specialize in the display of formatted text and images, but like native operating systems, browsers also provide other services, including graphics, video, audio, networking, storage, and threading. The chapter begins with the web platform's programming model, explaining how scripts are embedded within HTML pages and how JavaScript code is triggered asynchronously by events. The sections that allow this introductory material document the core JavaScript APIs that enable your applications to control document content and style, determine the on-screen position of document elements. This chapter cannot cover all the web APIs but introduces the most important ones in enough detail that you can start using them right away. Here, for example, is an HTML file that includes a script tag with JavaScript code that dynamically updates one element of the document to make it behave like a digital clock. The defer attribute causes the browser to defer execution of the script until after the document has been fully loaded and parsed and is ready to be manipulated. The async attribute causes the browser to run the script as soon as possible but does not block document parsing while the script is being downloaded. If a script tag has both attributes, the async attributes takes precedence. Both the defer and async attributes are ways of telling the browser that the link script does not use document.write to generate HTML output, and that browser therefore can continue to parse and render the document while downloading the script. Computing character frequency histograms with JavaScript. This class extend map so that the get method returns the specified value instead of null when the key is not in the map. Invoke superclass constructor. If the key is already in the map, return super.get key or return its value from superclass. Else, return default value. Otherwise, return the default value. This class computes and displays letter frequency histogram. Class histogram, open parentheses, constructors, open and close parentheses. This.letter counts equals new default 0. Map from letters to counts. This.total letters equals zeros. We can define our methods too, though this keyword refers to the object. When we use functions with objects, we get methods. The concise syntax uses equal and right arrow to separate the argument list from the function body. So functions defined this way are known as arrow functions. Arrow functions are most commonly used when you want to pass an unnamed function as an argument to another function. The preceding code looks like this when rewritten to use other functions. Chapter 14 introduces a number of advanced features of JavaScript that may be of interest to programmers writing libraries of code for other JavaScript programmers to use. Chapter 10 modules shows how JavaScript code in one file or script can use JavaScript functions and classes defined in other files or scripts. How it happens. A CEO creates politics by encouraging and sometimes incentivizing political behavior, often unintentionally. This may sound innocent, but you have just created a strong incentive for political behavior. 1. The other ambitious members of your staff will immediately get the point and agitate for raises as well. 2. The less aggressive but perhaps more competent members of your team will be denied off-cycle raises simply by being apolitical. The object lesson for your staff and the company will be that squeaky wheel gets the grease and that the most politically astute employees get the raises. In addition, you tell him that he'll need to be a strong enough leader such that other executives in the company will want to work for him. So how to minimize politics? The technique. 1. Hire people with the right kind of ambition. The cases that I described above may involve people who are ambitious but not necessarily inherently political. If you are in a fight with a regular person, then you can do natural things and they won't get you into much trouble. For example, professional boxers train for years to take advantage of small errors and technique. Similarly, if you manage a junior employee and they ask you about career development, you can say what comes naturally and generally get away with it. Number 2, build strict processes for potentially political issues and do not deviate. Certain activities attract political behavior. Performance evaluation and compensation, organizational design and territory, promotion. First, performance and evaluation and compensation. This will help ensure good governance and make exceptions even more difficult. Have a committee. Organizational design and territory. You should evaluate your organizational design on a regular basis and gather the information that you need to decide without keeping people off to what you plan to do. When someone raises an issue like this with you, you must be very careful about what you say because everything that you say can be turned into political cannon fodder. Promotions. 1. They often feel undervalued. Every time your company gives someone a promotion, everyone else at that person's organizational level evaluates the promotion and judges whether merit or political favors yielded it. So, if the latter, then the other employees generally react in one of three ways. 1. They sulk and feel undervalued. 2. They outwardly disagree, campaign against the person, and undermine them in their new position. They attempt to copy the political behavior that generated the unwarranted promotion. The general process may involve various managers who are familiar with the employee's work. The executive process should include the board of directors. First, it will give the organization confidence that the company at least attempted to base the promotion on merit. Second, the process will produce the information necessary for your team to explain the promotion decisions. Be careful with he said, she said. There are two distinct types of complaints that you will receive. Complaint about an executive's behavior, complaint about an executive's competency or performance. The right kind of ambition. When you are hiring a management team, most startup focus most exclusively on IQ, but a bunch of high IQ people with the wrong kind of ambition will occur. Screening for the right kind of ambition. The local incentives in sales are particularly strong and difficult to balance without the right kind of ambition. Final thought. While it may work to have an individual employees who optimize for their own careers, counting on senior managers to do all the right things for all the wrong reasons is a dangerous idea. Titles and promotions. Why do titles matters? While you may plan to work at your company forever, at least some of your employees need to plan for life after your company. Eventually, people need to know who is who. As companies grow, everybody won't know everybody else. The dangers, the Peter Principle, and the law of crappy people. The rationale behind the law is that other employees in the company with lower titles will naturally benchmark themselves against the crappiest person. Sooner or later, they are promoted to a position at which they are no longer competent, and there they remain being enabled to earn further promotions. Promotion process. The best way to mitigate both the Peter Principle and the law of crappy people is with a properly constructed and highly disciplined promotion process. If you let a manager or a single chain of command determine promotions unilaterally, then it's possible that, for example, HR will have 5 vice presidents and engineering only 1. One way to level across group is to hold a regular promotions council that reviews every significant promotions in the company. Anderson argues that people ask for many things from a company: salary, bonus, stock, options, span of control, and titles. Of those, title is by far the cheapest. If it makes people feel better, let them feel better. In this way, he avoids accidentally giving new employees higher titles and positions than better performing existing employees. This boosts morale and increase fairness. Final thought, you might think that so much time spent on promotion and title places too much importance on focus on silly formalisms. The opposite is true. Once they arrive, they come with their own culture. They will bring the habits, the communication style, and values from the company they grew up in. It's very unlikely this will match your environment exactly. You don't know the job as well as they do. In fact, you are hiring them precisely because you don't know how to do the job. So how do you hold them accountable for doing a good job? First, you should demand cultural compliance. It's fine that people come from other company cultures. It's true that some of those cultures will have properties that are superior to your own, but this is your company, your culture, and your way of doing business. Perhaps most important, set a high and clear standard for performance. If you want to have a world-class company, you must make sure that people on your staff, be they young or old, are world-class. It's not nearly enough that someone on your staff can do the job better than you can, because you are incompetent at the job. That's why you hired them in the first place. World-class PR people can turn around negative stories. Results against objectives. Once you've set a high standard, it will be straightforward to measure your executive against that standard. Management. Even if an executive does a superb job achieving her goals, that doesn't mean she is building a strong and loyal team. Innovation. It's quite possible for an executive to hit her goal for the quarter by ignoring the future. Working with peers. This may not be intuitive at first, but executive must be effective at communicating, supporting, and getting what they need from the other people in your staff. One-on-one. Perhaps the CEO's most important operational responsibility is designing and implementing communication structure for her company. Programming your culture, taking the mystery out of scaling a company. The scale anticipation fallacy. For may Asus na pwedeng paglagyan ng gamit. For Cedric because he is my group made in DC. For realize na i-backup lahat ng files. For front row and the NIP. For ayos electric fan. And realize lahat mga 5-minute no to overno. Don't not saving file. Sand, then the word and not being patience. Ikon pay mabawas. Then no wag napapabayaan SIM card dalagaan. Malabar ng gamot and then password mag-decide. For realize that I know nothing and I'm basing on the results only. For realize based on others' discoveries like Isaac Newton like being wise. For realize that multitasking is not good. And for realize big project have a mini goals like salami and for realize bookshelves. For realize salami technique. For reminded of having assessed bago pa uwi bahay and for realize bookshelves technique and apply. For realizing breaking time is convenience on more productive. Don't doing bookshelves technique. For realizing it's what you become. I'm after not the money I can get after. For realize pag may sipon, pahinga, dagdag tulong. For realize tigil na talaga yung masabi. And pag meditate, baliktad timer. And for realize if we focus on the problem, we create more problem like Mama Disak to padala. And also Tita Ria, thank you. For process background, for exercise, for NB. Don't be perfectionist. Title just enough. For realize being flow in stages like on thesis. Thesis lang in 1 hour and 30. For realize may Tony Robbins pa. For realize account on the ideas palagi and then don't kaya sa iba na hindi nag-act. It is actual growth and development sa gym. Eventually, malalaman mo din pinakatamang style. Apply lang na apply para mag-grow ang muscle. For front row, for envy, for Sabbath, do not 5-minute journal gabi. For front row, for realize if hindi nag-fail, then you are not improving. For realize if nag-fail, matuto, then di mo nagagawin same as that. Then you will notice what you didn't know and need to master. For front row training, for realize what you don't use dice. For realize that our minds see picture and goals, not adjective. Don't not seeing others, shade is their belief like ups, job. And don't be happy if not everything goes wrong or fail, if not mabilis at malaki. For realize that what you don't use dies. For having not maraming tigyawat and for having a live family. For being in church every Sabbath. For thesis title 1 tapos for review electives and finish NB. For realize kain gulay and not yosi. Don't not breaking the largest project in salami and assignments. That is why you are into procrastination. For realize search success magazine yun sa brain hacks and sleeps for stop master. For laba, kagabi, and for basa clear skin, Adina. And for realize kahit naman Adina, kahit nabasa, hindi naman lahat sinabi niya apply. Depende pa din sa'yo. A or B testing pa din, nanalo sa ulit. Kumbaga guide lang siya. For realize, we read the How to Win Friends and also the summarize of How to Win way of thinking in this deconstructing excellence. For electives, for mama, for planning for cold turkey learn. Don't block hanggat sa sad cold turkey. For realize life is like Mario, you should accept all the challenges to go to the level you want. You want on level 1 billion and you must accept the challenge of level 1 billion. For realize kain ngayon, papaya and then punta SB ngayon. For realize punta Diamond Hotel mamaya and bayad pay maya. Don't not readying the wifi when thesis in school. Di kaya pag wifi mo lang. For realize based sa result, kapag wala ka pang pera, hindi ka pa nagpapara sa sarili mo, huwag ka muna mag-speak kay papa mo or sa other ins, maybe mas matalino ka sa kanila, pero yung results, just love it. For realize that I will circle the most 3 MVPs on the day and will do it on the Sunday planning that make sure that week successful. For realize I have a clear face and not. For pasok, for review electives, for download IT. For realize that what if may improve pa sa mukha. Realize that the answer is what if hindi ka lang gagawin sa mga ginagawa mo or tatanggalin. For realize that kaya pala kahit tama sinasabi ng tao, di ka naniniwala. Kasi siya mismo din niya magawa or di napatunayan. Kaya pala naniniwala ka sa mga taong napatunayan na kasi mga knowledge nila na-apply ng mabuti. For realized masturbation, electronic tanggal, and for realized is not a state of bank account, it's a state of mind and a state of being. Don't not setting time for God and fam need success every area. Do less to produce more. One thing will have the greatest impact on your productivity, reducing the commitments in your life. For realizing that don't matakot mag-fail kapag test na kasi ang test is like when kausap mo na sila apps job or mag-network ka na or mag-pay in ka na. Kasi only then you know what not to do next time or what the question to solve the next time because the test is how you will make them pay. And you didn't know the question and you predict it's direct entrepreneur. But it's not, it's only a guide, diba? Or it depends sa result. Basta pinaka-importante resulta doon mo malalaman kung tama ba sagot mo or hindi. Parang sa test, ang pinaka-importante, diba, kung naka-prepare ka o hindi. Pag hindi din alam, yung nagpe-prepare pa ganoon din sa front row. You will experience many quizzes. Magkakamali ka sa pagpe-prepare. Like dati, nagpupuyat ka kasi you thought that it's one of the best way. Then hanggang sa ma-master mong quiz, just remember in front row, laging may quiz araw-araw sa pag-i-invite. Umaga quiz, agad sa pag-prospect quiz, and then sa meeting, and then sa relationship. Know that you need to perfect all the quiz given to you to go to the next level. For Sabbath, for thesis pa-check, for process outlook and learn that I should learn first a 7-9-20 in the notes before outlook. It will my time. Don't yosi iwas Iris and then take responsibility on your team. If it doesn't work, the plan you give, then it's your fault. Hanapin mo fault, then gamutin mo para ma-achieve goals. Being happy doesn't mean that everything is perfect. It means that you decided to look beyond the imperfections. For realize that I had to say no to almost everything and realize search how to say no Darren gawin to isolve yung module 5 tools. For realize search how to look young. For realize redefine lahat ng alam ko and mag-base ng success magazine. For EELO, for exercise, for fun time, don't apply sa mga gym. Punta ka na lang kila Papa and sakto pagkatapos fun time din doon. For gising maaga and hanap technique ba? How to gising maaga success magazine. For realize success magazine how to hingi pag manghihingi. For realize patahipan talon and have a time for family and success every area. For EELO, for pasok, for electives and for research. Don't base your self-worth on other people's opinions. For realize don't padala sa silly things and mastery the one thing that will have a greater results on mind like scholar. Before title defense or title defense muna before scholar. For realize the gluta and for realize Billy Garlic and ice free law, Daiso. For realize the Bapolo bukas. For introductions for objectives, dalawa, and for realize hypocrites. For Simba, for ginseng. Do not clearly knowing the requirements of a goal to fulfill tomorrow. We make a living by what we get. We make a life by what we give. For gising 7:36, for realize ginseng, for realize creativity and preparation determines outcome in all areas, if life in examination in all. For realize focus is the most or number one requirement for success. For micro-fee and electives, for thesis focus and learn from mistakes. Do not rely on what professors sabi and understand what the thesis really means and seek a mentor on finding or doing thesis to IFL. For realize that to be clear on what my mission in the world, not only to my family, but what value I will give to the world. For having eyes and feet, for breathing an RL 5-minute journal, and for realize RL 5 minutes. For realize aeronautics, for realize begin with the end in mind, for pasok and for electives and review my profit. Don't be mad at prof when you fail. For realize I am sad because of fun time. For realize passion yung pag napasa grades nakuha ngayon sen may chance na makapag-ship sa aeronautics. For realize tanong pwede pa mag-drop. For realize if not remember knowledge, it can be searched 10 minutes away and need apply. For realize hard work of choosing and planning. For realize public school is good. Do not punta school if di pa na-search, then punta Jedna. For realize say no to many things and say yes to right things. For realize I can gratitude journal jeep if malilate. For seriatum, for pasok, for insane. Do not say no on negative people. Difficulties are meant to rouse, not discourage. The human spirit is to grow strong by conflict. For realize, mahiya na lang kay Sir Itumban and Sir Tulfin kung makikipagsuntukan dahil sinabihan bakla. For realize, huwag maniwala doon po ako Martin na pag bakla ayaw. For realize, pag 6 hours gising na. For meditate 2, for fam time 5 hours, for 1 hour and 30 minutes jump session. And for plan and for realize, RL 5-minute journal to master grateful, and for APA and AC Mock. Don't not defend prior choice, which if you chose engineer, you will choose them until the end. Everyone makes mistakes in life. For Kina space, for realize actual situation to desirous situation for breath. For realize life is like a Mario, and for health and for bahay. For realize aware on feelings and dopamine when interact tao. For having breath. Optimizing operating systems. Maintenance means keeping the performance of an OS from degrading with time and use. Installing and removing software. Installation concepts. First, what are the system requirements? For a long time, most software was distributed on some sort of removable media, such as floppy disk from my youth to an optical disk such as CD-ROM or DV-ROM. The user account trying to install the software has to have administrative or root privileges. Finally, whenever installing applications, think about security considerations. Installing software in Windows. If you can download or access an application over the internet, it'll probably come on an optical disk. Windows supports Autorun, a feature that enables the operating system to look for and read a special file called wait for it, autorun.inf. Installing software in macOS. Alternatively, you can download installation programs, often .dmg files that you open by double-clicking on them. And stop installing software in Linux. Linux distros differ in the process of installing applications, packages in Linux parlance. Removing software. Each installed software program takes up space on a computer's hard drive, and programs that you no longer need waste space that could be used for other purposes. Adding or removing Windows components or features. Open the Programs and Features applet in the control panel and then click the Turn Windows Features on or off option on the tasks list. Installing and optimizing a device. Update the drivers, usually from the manufacturer's website. Verify that device works properly. If the drivers prove buggy, use the driver rollback feature to restore the older drivers. Never run beta drivers. Updating drivers in macOS. Unlike Windows updates, the macOS system updates will update drivers and the firmware of the Apple computer if necessary. Device Manager. Updating drivers in Linux. Adding a new device. If Windows does not detect a newly connected device, use the Add a Device option in the Device and Printers applet in the Windows to get the device recognized and drivers installed. Performance options. Performance options are used to configure CPU, RAM, and virtual memory settings. Data execution prevention works in the background to stop viruses and other malware from taking over programs loaded in system memory. Preparing for problems. Backing up personal data. The most important data on your computer is the personal data. Your documents, email messages, and contacts, web favorites, photographs, and other files. File history in Windows 8, 8.1, and 10. Also, file history does not replace full system backups at all. Time Machine in macOS. Backups in Linux. System Restore in Windows. The System Restore tool enables you to create a restore point, a snapshot of computer's configuration at a specific point in time. What tool enables you to modify which programs start when Windows 7 starts? That's msconfig. What tool enables you to correct a corrupted Windows operating system by reverting your computer to a previous state? That's System Restore. Which tool enables you to test and repair a mass storage device in Windows? That's error checking. Joan recently bought a new game controller and used the Add Device Wizard to install it, but it still won't work. What should she do next? Check the manufacturer's website for update drivers. Run Windows Update to search for new drivers. What tools is used in macOS to perform full system backups? That's Time Machine. Scripting. Most of the time, all you need is to enter one or two commands, but sometimes you will find yourself repeating the same series of commands over and over. High-end techs use scripts all the time to automate a zillion tasks. He sits at his Mac with his morning coffee, opens terminal, and runs a few scripts that check all the machines and gives him detailed reports. Sweet. Scripting types and languages. Scripting is a kind of programming. A scripting language is a type of programming language optimized for writing scripts. Anatomy of a script. At their core, programming languages can tell a computer to do something to some piece of data. You've solved math problems, so you're already halfway to understanding this. To do this math problem, you need to know the rules. You and I know this, but a C and a tree are both just characters to the computer. How does it know that it can't add them? So let's go to data types. To be able to treat numbers and words differently, computers needs a new concept, data types. A data type is a defined category like number or word. In many programming language, these rules dictate important details such as you can't add the number 3 and the word cow because the two values have different data types. The number 3 is an integer, example whole number, data type, and a cow, example or i.e. a word is what programmers call a string data type. A way to think of a string is as a sequence of characters like C to O to W. Most programming languages requires that you identify a string with single or double quotes, so car or cow in this example. Every programming language dictates actions that the computer can perform on strings, like joining two strings together, breaking one string into pieces, checking how many characters are in a string, and so on. The CompTIA A+ objectives mention only two basic data types, strings and integers. Some languages have additional data types for more specific circumstances like a special type for dates or fractional numbers, but you won't need to know them for the exam. Here's the next cool concept. Numbers are characters too, just like words. Variables. As soon as the computer thinks it's done with this value, whether it's negative 4807 or 281 minus 22-4166, it will forget it. If you need to use it more than once, you have to tell the computer to save it. Most programming languages tell the computer to remember the value by naming it. We call this name values variables. A variable in a scripting or programming language is name value or thing. The CompTIA A+ objectives refer to variable as basic script construct, meaning I think concept, conditional and basic loops. Not surprisingly, more sophisticated scripting language and programming language give you excellent tools called control constructs to control commands. The most basic control constructs are conditionals. Conditionals enable you to specify code that should run only when some condition is or is not met. In this case, the script would never print meow because the condition was not met. Different languages have different control structures. Comments. Comments are a great way to describe a problem a script exists to solve. Environment variables. Any system you can access has important values stored in variables that make up what we call the environment of a running program. The text surrounded by %signs, for example, %username close parenthesis, is an environment variable in batch that will change depending on the user running the script. Every high-end tech relies on scripting to accomplish many mundane tasks quickly and efficiently. Deciphering the command line interface. Shells. Accessing the command line interface in Windows. Accessing the command line interface in Mac OS and Linux. The command prompt. The OS executes commands in the specified folder unless otherwise directed. Closing the terminal. File formats and file names. Drives and folders. Maintaining operating systems. Patch management. Managing temporary files. Registry maintenance. Disk maintenance utilities. Scheduling maintenance. Controlling auto-starting software. Handy Windows administration tools. First, all operating system makers come out with new or improved features. Second, bad actors discover weakness and generate malware to take advantage of those weaknesses. While Windows 8's changes to Windows Update were primarily cosmetic, Windows 10 introduced major structural changes to Windows Update. Second, Windows 10 did away with critical, recommended, and optional updates and replaced them with quality and feature updates. Managing temporary files in Windows. You should run the disk cleanup utility regularly to make sure you've cleared out the junk files that accumulate from daily use. Registry maintenance. The registry is a huge database that Windows updates every time you add a new application or hardware. Disk maintenance utilities. Every modern OS has one or more utilities designed to maintain hard drives. Error checking and disk defragmentation in Windows. You can test the drive with error checking. You can run error checking by using the check disk command from an elevated command prompt. Alternatively, you can run error checking through the GUI by opening Computer, Explorer, or File Explorer depending on the OS, right-clicking on the drive you want to check, selecting Properties, and then clicking the Tools tab. Click Check Now in Windows 7 or Check in Windows 8 forward to have error checking scan the drive for problems with file system and repair them if possible. This defragmenter or optimized drives in Windows 8 forward keeps hard drives running efficiently by reorganizing files scattered into pieces on your hard drive into tight, linear, complete files. Long ago, this defragmenter was a manual process. Today, current version of Windows run this defragmenter or optimized drives automatically by default on HDDs. This utility in macOS. macOS handles disk maintenance cores automatically just like Windows. Scheduling maintenance. Windows Task Manager. macOS and Linux, launch and cron. Although you can create custom launch and cron jobs, the details on making custom script Custom scripts go way beyond CompTIA A+, so I'll leave them out here. Scheduling backups in Windows. Backing up critical files is an important part of maintaining any operating system. Every operating system comes with some form of backup utility to copy important files to extra hard drives, thumb drives, over the network, or to the cloud. Controlling auto-starting software. A lot of software loads when you boot up any computing device, such as small programs that provide support for the various functions of the operating systems. Every OS gives you the capability to stop auto-starting applications, processes, and services. It contains of general, boot, services, startup, and tools. So that's the system configuration. Task Manager. Microsoft placed the startup applications and services in the Task Manager. Press Ctrl+L-Shift and then Escape in Windows 8, 8.1, and 10. Users and groups in macOS. There's not a lot more to say about the process, so I'll throw in some filler words for fun. macOS is easy to use and maintain because Apple exercises extreme control over the platform. Handy Windows administration tools, system information, Microsoft Management Console. You make a blank MMC console useful by adding snap-ins, which include most of the utilities you use in Windows. Even Device Manager is a snap-in. I'll save this console as Device Manager, for example, and drop it on my desktop. I'm now just a double click away from my Device Manager. Optimizing operating system. For realizing to assess what CV currently believe to be true about our workplace nowadays and what they currently believe to be false. For realizing to be ready and think about resigning now and be ready for it, think of the worst case scenario and would you be okay with it? For realizing that my plan in Zoom is only 6 months, I will meditate. For controlling myself by letting myself do whatever I want whenever I want. For realizing that we shouldn't burn bridges. For realizing to take a break with your workmates and it's better than taking a break with neighbor. I could have not smoked and eat real food and realize that weed has bad effects on brain. For realizing to take 100% responsibility of my life and do the hardship, which is renting a 5,000 pesos home. For realizing that people are trying to define what we cannot do and what we can do without them noticing it, like Elmer. For not having a child which costs millions. For talking to Kuya Lali. For finding a great laptop. For helping my mother. For realizing that other managers will thrill to hire me. For realizing to study English grammar again, to be better in English and be able to be part of Google. For realizing that what works 3 years from now might not work today, so you have to take view on the market. You have to be able to look at the statistics. For realizing to focus on the most important, which is tone of voice. For realizing that it's OM job to keep their employee and other managers will be thrilled to hire talented people like me, like when Philip Romulo got fired in Fujitsu. For realizing that no one could tell me that I can't do something, like when Philip Romulo got fired in Fujitsu and when you got fired because of management. For realizing that we should be both disciplined and great prioritizer. You can be successful without the other, and it is sequenced by prioritizing then discipline, and it is interconnected. For realizing that there is really no perfect grammar or words that can close us emotionally and logically, because people can tell if you truly believe on something because we project our thoughts, emotion through our tone of voice, and words can be interpreted completely different with different tone of voice. For realizing lies and truth and counteracting objections every day to master lies skill by National Geographic, and to remove all the lies that have been programmed to me, which is like when you mention your name to the customer, their brain lights up based on their programming. For realizing that saying to the customer in a way that they are better off using service since she won't be able to send doc anyway, even though you feel like it or not, is a good for your goals. For realizing that achieving goals requires counteracting temptation, and that's how achieving great goals work, by counteracting temptation and the negative thoughts that I shouldn't fail VP them because they might be a good customer, etc. and other things. For realizing that perfect grammar in words or construction of words doesn't really matter much. I could have not OT and smoke. For realizing that prioritizing and discipline is interconnected as a system and they are sequential. For realizing that we project our thoughts, feelings, and objection to the customer, and that is greater than words or your AHM, because words can be interpreted entirely different by different people due to they have bias like Bible. For realizing that Dunlock philosophy to add value to a company first might be or might not be true, and Darren Hardy's sales skills might be or might not be true nowadays. For realizing that Edward De Bono is the secret course I have that made me successful today. For realizing to not burn bridges in your colleague. For realizing what is the factors that is more important to me to achieve my goals 3 years from now. For realizing that Statistics of Most Millionaires by Graham Stephan. I could have not smoked and realized that life is really hard and I cannot escape the feeling of stress and the overwhelm because I need to feel it in order to grow. For realizing that if I have great words and I don't believe on it, people can see that, and that is one of the factors that makes our tone of voice, which leads to communication or persuasion to customer. For realizing that it's better to get terminated because HR talked to each other and they knew that in today's business world, when people got fired, it's most of the times fault of managers. And for realizing to not be rash and file a render to the company because that I need to render. For realizing that what I am doing is I will focus more on family, and that's okay, and I don't need to feel guilty about it. To file a resignation too early without being sure of your plans might lead me not being able to eat, but I've already think of the consequences. I will regret not doing what I need to do 20 years from now, so the right move is to file a sick leave, and just don't tell them that you want to resign until you have 1 year experience, because when your boss has a choice who to terminate, then that's you, and there are many candidates who don't want to be terminated like Maricel, Dennis Lee. For realizing that when they object on you having a great tone of voice and not perfect words, then they are doubting the Bible and they are confused. For realizing that everybody is interconnected to something else in an infinite manner. For realizing that it's better to love and to be left out than to left your love. I could have fixed my emotional side to Montreal TL that you're going to resign. For realizing that the way we say made a massive difference. For realizing that we need to counteract evil to close yourself emotionally, that you need to control your tone of voice because there are many temptation or objection that will say that you won't, and achieving your goals requires discipline. For realizing that it's better to get terminated than immediate resign or a wall. For realizing that I wouldn't be able to take care of my mother 7 days a week because I have a mission to do. For realizing that I should use vape, and for realizing problem solving by Edward De Bono. For realizing to take a little step further today because if I can do it now, I won't be able to do it in the future. I could have not smoked and just took vape. For realizing that how you say words play a most impact on how we communicate because we project thoughts and feelings to the customers. For realizing that words doesn't really matter that much. For realizing to do lies and truth throughout my whole life to become a great communicator as National Geographic and become closer and closer to the truth. And that's how you handle objection and how you create a great systems, and the reasoning will never stop in an infinite manner. For realizing that reflection at night itself is one of the best fucking way to spend your break. For realizing that exercising is the best way to take break. For realizing that wherever I go, there I am, means that if my bad habits continues, there's still a big chance that I will fail when I quit my job. I could have always do search and try what works and what doesn't. and implement it until you come to a point and you will just magically become millionaire because you keep testing Gets Voodoo idea every day. For realizing to decide based on the testable prediction that is most useful to me, that is really happening based on experience because ultimate is experiment. For realizing that I should really quit my job based on the goals that useful to me. For realizing that credible research or authority people are most of the times misleading, so you need to fact check and always conduct experiment. For realizing that it doesn't mean that I feel like I needed to find out more to have more time to be able to help customer better doesn't mean that it's right. For realizing that the ultimate is what is useful in terms of my goals based on the factors I set to myself. For realizing that I should not just let my beliefs on credible people to have solid beliefs, but I should do a testing in reality to me based on what is useful to me. I should write all the factors that important to me and create a testable prediction, then do it. I could have not smoked and I could have not tell others that I'm resigning. For realizing that feeling bad is just a temptation during the call. For realizing that based on my experience, avoiding temptation doesn't feel good at the moment because you can just play or party with others instead of work, but achieving goals requires not feeling good at the moment because it requires discipline, planning, execution. For realizing that feeling bad doesn't necessarily discipline, I shouldn't be a binary, but there are times that it's not applicable. For realizing that we buy based on worst case scenario. For realizing that smoking and drinking won't really make me happy and we should experience negative, and there's no point in life that I won't be stressed or negative because that's how we understand things. For realizing that being funny and great salesman doesn't mean you're smoking and drinking. I could have not drink too much. Mastering the fundamentals commands. One careless keystroke can result in the loss of crucial data with no warning and no going back. Structure, syntax, and switches. You type the name of the command followed by the target of that command and any modifications of that command that you want to apply. You can call up a modification by using an extra letter or number called the switch or option, which may follow either the command or the target depending on the command. Which of the following is an illegal character in a Linux file name? The answer is any of these characters are acceptable in Linux file name except the /, which is used exclusively as a path separator. Which command pauses after displaying a screen's worth of directory contents? The ls and then / more and dir and ls and then parenthesis more and dir /p commands in Linux and Windows respectively. Pause a long listing at the end of the page. Which of the following commands will delete all the files in a directory in Linux? The answer is letter C, rm and then asterisk. Which commands do you use to determine your exact folder location path in Linux? The answer is the pwd command enables you to determine the current folder location in Linux. What do you type before a Linux command? Which Windows command is functionally equivalent to the Linux ls command? The answer is the Windows dir command accomplishes a similar function to the Linux ls command. What do you type before a Linux command to access help for that command? The answer is letter C, man. Access the help for a Linux command by typing man and then the command name. Which of the following Linux command will show detailed information about the contents of a folder? Type ls and then space -l and press enter to see detailed information about a folder in Linux. What command, identical in both Windows and Linux, will tell you the name of the computer? The answer is hostname. Of the following, which best describe the function of the Windows gpresult command? The answer is B. The gpresult command in Windows lists group policies applied to a user. How do you run a command at the Windows command prompt with administrative privileges? To run a command at the Windows command prompt with administrative privileges, you would right-click a command prompt shortcut and then select Run as administrator. Viewing directory contents, dir and ls. If you're like most techs, you'll use dir or ls more often than any other command at the command prompt. By typing dir and then pressing the enter key, you must always press enter to execute a command. Removing directories, the rd/rmdir command. The rmdir command works equally well in Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, but the rd command only works in Windows. First, get to where the file subdirectory is located. Practice by typing cd practice. Make sure you're in your home directory first, then type rmdir files. If you receive no response, you probably did it right. Moving between drives in Windows. The cd command is not used to move between Windows drive letters. Using the dir, cd, and drive letter commands, you can access any folder on any storage device on your system. Then run the md command to make the files directory. md files. Creating folders in Mac OS and Linux is again identical, but you must use the mkdir command. Removing directories, the rd/rmdir command. The rmdir command or rmdir command works equally well in Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Changing directory focus, the cd command. The cd command works in every operating system, although there are differences between Windows and Mac OS and Linux. You can use the cd command to change the focus on the command prompt to a different directory. Using wildcards to locate files. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to type the dir command in such a way that only the .docx files come up? You can do this by using wildcards. Deleting files. As I said before, deleting file in your GUI gives you the luxury of retrieving deleted files from the recycle bin on those "oops, I didn't mean to delete that" occasions everyone encounters at one time or another. To delete the file, report draft1.docs. For example, type this: delete report draft1.docs. In Mac OS and Linux, do the same thing but type rm in place of delete. Del in like this: rm report draft1.docs. You can place the wildcard anywhere in the name. Copying and moving files. First step would be point the command prompt to the directory containing the files you want to copy or move. Type copy or move Windows or CP or MV for Mac OS and Linux and a space. Type the name of the file to be copied or moved with or without wildcards and a space. Type the path of the new location for the files and then enter. If you point the command prompt to the E drive and type dir, the notes.txt will be visible. macOS and Linux don't give you any feedback at all unless you use special switches. You can check to see if they all made it with ls. Pruning and grafting folder keys. In Windows, the standard copy and move commands can work only in one directory at a time, making them a poor choice for copying or moving files in multiple directories. To help with these multi-directory jobs, Microsoft added the xcopy command. Because xcopy works on directories, you don't have to use file names as you would in copy, although xcopy certainly accepts file names and wildcards. The /s switch, the most commonly used of all of the many switches that come with xcopy, tells xcopy to copy all subdirectories except for empty ones. When you have a lot of copying to do over many directories, xcopy is the tool to use. The robocopy command is powerful indeed, enabling you to, for example, copy the files and folders from one computer to another across a network, fully replicating the structure on the destination system and deleting anything on that system that wasn't part of the copy. The /mir switch for mirror tells robocopy to copy everything from the source and make the destination mirror it. The robocopy command can copy encrypted files. It enables an administrator to copy files even if the administrator account is expressly denied access to those files. It will also resume copying after an interruption and do so at the spot it stopped. Their power and utility make the delete, copy, /move, xcopy, and robocopy commands indispensable for a PC technician, but that same power and utility can cause disaster. For realizing that we are all starting a wrong goal to begin with, and marketers like GSM makes you feel that you won their life, like when you drink a while ago. If you are not happy to begin with, those things won't make you happy. For realizing that I should clearly define my goals to not start a wrong goal to begin with. For realizing that by having a testable predictions, I will do things that is most useful to me and therefore become who I wanted to be. For not being absent, for realizing that getting fired is okay because in today's business world, it's most of the time fault of managers. For realizing that I should know customer by finding what needs to be done in his or her account and knowing what time you need to hold to avoid dead air for so long, while simultaneously keeping the customer in straight line, because sometimes not holding customer will help to get in straight line and sometimes it doesn't. For realizing that there is a time for hold and there is a time for not hold, and lower HD actually help customer experience look at when you are buying food, and it gives us sense of focus. For realizing that grass isn't greener at the other side, you produce great parties before. For realizing that smoking with an Ace Water Spa or eating buffet really makes me happy. For passing the AHT, for realizing that the green is not greener on the other side, for realizing that I should sometimes hold and sometimes not hold, and let that works in harmony to produce great result. I could have not smoked while I was in Joseph house. For realizing that right timing of hold while thinking objective relationship sequence and right timing of tone of voice produce great outcomes. For realizing that beliefs form in 21 days, so being a good closer in the phone takes time. For realizing that communication is beliefs and it takes time to master beliefs. For experiencing my bucket list for realizing that to create a bucket list, which is Thomas Frank, for realizing that the grass isn't greener on the other side. I could have not smoked and I could find a way to buy vape fast. For realizing that it's not about the length of time of the relationship, it's the action and reaction. For realizing to only get what I really want and there is many marketing and shiny objects out there. For realizing to be grateful without those things because if you're not a happy person to begin with, those things won't make you happy. For realizing that millionaire statistics which is the reality. For realizing that not smoking, drinking and smoking with is the happiest state of myself. For realizing that I should not let my feelings disturb me because achieving goals requires avoiding temptation and closing the deal requires counteracting the objection and the objection is feeling and don't be yourself. For realizing to not be myself and let go because ourselves change over time when we are achieving our goals. I could have realized that we shouldn't be ourselves or show what we feel while we are on the call because ourselves are changing and we need to look on the details and the big picture and it takes hard work and avoiding temptation. For realizing to think as a system thinker during the call. For realizing that AHT, fraud loss, productivity and QA is the most useful on my account and to my customer. For realizing that routines beats talents, so I'm great. For realizing that I will take 1/100 of 10 million when the time is only 4 hours a week. For realizing that I should close customer or make their certainty a 10. For realizing that I should always be objective or idiot during the call and just add the emotion or epiphany at the end of the call. I could have realized that my emotion is actually not objective, so be objective when telling the customer when they need to wait one business day because it's true based on your goal. AHT, fraud loss, and productivity and QA. For realizing that my worries about resignation doesn't matter when I have AIDS. For realizing that I shouldn't believe in TL so much because she is advising me half-truths and the truth is she is the manager that headhunter are talking about but not necessarily that she is a bad manager. She is just biased because she is my manager. For realizing that I should not think that I can just systemize a call because every customer is different. The truth is 94% is the only systemizable and the 6% need focus. For realizing that I should always follow objective analysis. For realizing that actions or thoughts speak louder than question or words. For realizing that I just need to think in system during the call because thinking in big picture simultaneously in details is a skill and it will help me clarify when I am confused what to focus, emotion or logic. /objectivity because it looks at details, object and big picture emotion. It just works. I could have asked scam questions to elderly and used the fraudless comment to parents and I could have think systematically instead of letting customer complain. For realizing to use system when talking to customer and use system all the time and part of system is using objectivity when listening and observing. For realizing that routines beat talent. For realizing that I should objectify always. For realizing to use system when speaking and action speaks louder than words and I should make a detailed plan step-by-step call. For realizing that we won't be able to be satisfied without being disciplined first, so you should always be disciplined. For realizing that system will help me close customer. For realizing that system thinking is the best when it comes to answering customer concern. I could have not smoked cigarette and just be disciplined. For realizing that I can start being grateful then meditate. For realizing that I should always follow my body clock and be disciplined. For realizing to do the job that I love because I'm gonna do it for 20 years. For realizing that I am stressed in routine work. For realizing that YouTube is not yet saturated. For realizing not to waste time and being independent becomes a habit. I could have sleep early and not vape while sleeping. For realizing to do this differently, be grateful first thing in the morning. For realizing that documentaries and movies are good before you sleep. For realizing that all works as a system and FB ads and YouTube ends up making me more followers in Facebook and creates personal brand. For exercising 2.5 hours. For explaining fire to JS. For realizing that being independent or renting a home is a habit. I could have rechecked or narrowed down my goals to 3 to be remembered. For realizing that renting a luxury home adds stress. For realizing that what's stressing me more is lack of experience, like Romulo Das, because I can go back in CC anytime. For realizing that I have health and life is about summation of experience, and you have better experience than those who has a lot of stress who have a child or AIDS. For realizing that it doesn't matter if I resign or not because in Task Us, it's automatic that you are not rehireable. For realizing that I am waiting just because of the people and I won't be in call center anyway even though I got fired because I will create a business or be great in software or the things that I love, not the routine task. Another employer will thrill to hire me because they knew that it is most of the times manager's fault. For realizing that I will have consistent sleep in Uncle Raymond's house. For realizing that I will get the security that I am longing for in a job, I won't have it. The feeling which will set me free. For realizing that Sir Neil, Dennis, Willie, Iris, TL Marbs has been fired. For realizing that being fired won't gonna define if you are successful or not. The reason why you're staying is because of the people. Love them and be thankful. For realizing that I should think like a billionaire to have an objective truth and distort the people to objective truth. For realizing that science or testing is the ultimate reality and it changes over time by different perspective because what useful to all of us is different or success to all of us is different. For realizing systemized life and for having 1 year of experience in VXI. For realizing that I should systemize in a way that customer will feel that I am great man because I have a great words combined with tone of voice even though I am screening their transaction. For realizing that I am practicing my copywriting skill while on CV so it's worth it. For realizing that we all have unique experiences or experiments that we are the only one who knows and that can be a scientific concept or breakthrough. For realizing that other managers will thrill to hire me and that is why TL Len and OM Randall is afraid to lose me. For realizing that everything is interconnected to something else so I should be more detailed when I will use my emotion or objectivity while speaking so study Jordan Belfort more. For realizing to study Jordan Belfort and for realizing that I have so many opportunities right now that I have 1 year experience and for realizing that it's a good thing that I resigned well. For realizing that I should systemize every details and use it while speaking to customer like I need to know the amount that they are sending. For realizing that the reason I am staying is really for the people because Sir Neil and Andrew got terminated, but it won't define them. For realizing that I should do the things that I love and according to my strengths because it will be less stress. I could have systemized the details and talk on the customer based on the amount to avoid SUFCO. For realizing that I already have 1 year and whether I got fired or not, HR or another OM don't care because they can see me and they can check my FB and it's great. For realizing that millions are created throughout the years. for realizing that I am part of a small number of people and I am really worth 1 million pesos, including my laptop. For realizing that I increase my people skills, which you need when you want to become a great leader with my talents. For realizing that I was able to clear my limiting beliefs in 1 year, thanks to Danlock. For realizing that Danlock, Darren Hardy, is all scam, which promising a great outcome when the world works in statistics. I could have realized that communication is not about words of accent, it's about tone of voice, and tone of voice comes from our beliefs, so communication is really about our beliefs. And what most useful to believe is that tone of voice is better indicator of communication. Questions. Which utility is useful in identifying a program that is hacking the processor? A. Task Manager. Second question. Which Windows utility uses points in time that enable you to return your system to a previous state and state? C. System Restore. Number 3. Scott's Windows 10 computer isn't performing as well as it once did. What option can he use to reset his system without deleting any personal files or changing any settings? A. Let's keep my files. What can device drivers and failing hardware in Mac OS and Linux cause? Letter C. Kernel panic. Which of the following points to a hardware or CMOS problem rather than an OS problem with a PC that won't boot? A. A black screen with the error message invalid boot disk. John's computer has an error that says boot MGR is corrupted. What tool can he use to fix this problem? A. BC Edit. What does Microsoft call the 32 or 64-bit installation environment in Windows? That's letter B. WinPE. Jane suspects a bad RAM stick is causing Windows to fail to boot. What default Windows tool can she use to check the RAM? Letter D. Windows Memory Diagnostic Tool. Number 9. Which of the following commands will repair a damaged master boot record in a Windows 10 PC? That's letter B. bootrec /fix MBR. Number 10. Which feature in Windows 7 and Windows 10 enables you to right-click a file or folder and restore previous versions of that file or folder? That's letter B. System protection. Failure to start normally, device drivers, registry, advanced startup options, rebuild Windows profiles, troubleshooting tools, more control panel tools, application problems, application installation problems, problems with uninstalling, compatibility, missing file or incorrect file version, unresponsive apps, application crashes, volume shadow copy service, and system protection. The BSOD is not limited to device driver problems, but device drivers are one of the reasons you'll see the BSOD. BSOD problems due to device drivers almost always take place immediately after you've installed a new device and rebooted. If Windows loads properly, head over to the manufacturer's website. Buggy video drivers can result in a black screen in Windows rather than a blue screen. Malware can cause Windows to fail to start normally or make it appear to be missing. Registry. These errors may show up as BSODs that say registry file failure or text errors that say Windows could not start. Whatever the case, when you run into these sorts of scenario, you need to restore a good registry copy. Depending on your Windows version, the best way to do this is the last known good configuration boot option. See the upcoming section. If that fails, you can restore an earlier version of the registry through Windows RE. Advanced Startup Options. In Windows 8 and later, you can get to the advanced startup options by hard rebooting the computer each time it hangs or starts to load Windows. Safe Mode. Safe Mode starts up Windows but loads only very basic, non-vendor specific drivers for mouse, 800x600, close parenthesis 7 or 1024x768, close parenthesis 8/8.1/10. Failure to boot Windows. Two critical boot files risk corruption in Windows: boot MGR and BCD, both of which you can fix with one tool, BCD Edit. You can use this tool in the Windows recovery environment, WinPE. This upgrade enabled the Windows installation process to go graphical and support features such as a mouse pointer and clickable elements rather than relying on command line tools. Microsoft calls the installation environment the Windows reinstallation environment. Enter Windows RE. WinRE includes an impressive, powerful set of both automated and manual utilities that collectively diagnoses and fixes all but most serious of Windows boot problems. Although WinRE does all the hard work for you, you still need to know how to access and use it. Getting to know Windows RE. In Windows 7, you can access Windows RE in three ways. First, you can boot from the Windows installation media and select Repair. Second, you can use the Repair Your Computer option on the Advanced Boot Options F8 menu. Third, you can create a system repair disk or system image before you have problems. Go to Control Panel, Backup and Restore, and select Create a System Repair Disk or select Create a System Image. Using Windows RE. The look and feel of Windows RE differ a lot between Windows 7 and Windows 8 and 10. So the recovery environment main screen in Windows 7 is Startup Repair, System Restore, System Image Recovery, Windows Memory Diagnostic, and Command Prompt. The Startup Repair utility serves as one-stop, do-it-all option. When run, it performs a number of repairs including repairs a corrupted registry by accessing the backup copy on your hard drive, restore critical boot files, restore critical system and driver files, rollbacks any non-working drivers, rollback updates, runs check disk, runs a memory test to check your RAM. In Linux, you have a couple of options to fix this problem. For Grub2 base systems, boot to the OS media disk or flash media drive and let it install into memory. In other words, don't install it to the hard drive. From there, you can access the terminal and run the sudo grub install command along with the location of the boot drive to repair. Troubleshooting tools. If you suspect some service or registry issue caused the problem, head on over to Event Viewer and see what sort of logon events. Unix systems like macOS and various Linux distros use a tool called syslog to create information placed in log files. Applications use syslog to write about issues happening to or about the application. Keep in mind that Event Viewer is a powerful tool for more than just troubleshooting Windows. It's a powerful tool for security as well, as you'll see in chapter 27. You can then click any event to see a dialog box describing the event in detail. Summary and suggestions for further reading. This long chapter has covered the fundamentals of client-side JavaScript programming. 1. How scripts and JavaScript modules are included in web pages and how and when they are executed. Client-side JavaScript asynchronous event-driven programming model. The document object model or DOM that allows JavaScript code to inspect and modify the HTML content of the document it is embedded within. This DOM API is the heart of all client-side JavaScript programming. How JavaScript code can manipulate the CSS styles that are applied to content within the document. How JavaScript code can obtain the coordinates of document elements in the browser window and within the document itself. How to create reusable UI web components with JavaScript, HTML, and CSS using the custom elements and shadow DOM APIs. How to display and dynamically generate graphics with SVG and the HTML canvas element. How to add scripted sound effects, both recorded and synthesize to your web pages. How JavaScript can make the browser load new pages, go backward and forward in the user's browsing history, and even add new entries to the browsing history. How JavaScript programs can exchange data with web servers using the HTTP and WebSocket protocols. How JavaScript programs can store data in the user's browsers. How JavaScript programs can use worker threads to achieve a safe form of concurrency. This has been the longest chapter of the book by far, but it cannot come close to covering all the APIs available to web browsers. The web platform is sprawling and ever-evolving, and my goal for this chapter was to introduce the most important core APIs. With the knowledge you have from this book, you are well equipped to learn and use new APIs as you need them. But you can't learn about a new API if you don't know that it exists. So the short sections that followed end the chapter with a quick list of web platform features that you might want to investigate in the future. HTML and CSS. The web is built upon three key technologies: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And knowledge of JavaScript can take you only so far as web developer unless you also develop your expertise with HTML and CSS. It is important to know how to use JavaScript to manipulate the HTML elements and CSS styles, but that knowledge is much more useful if you know which HTML elements and which CSS style to use. So before you start exploring more JavaScript APIs, I would encourage you to invest some time in mastering the other tools in a web developer's toolkit. HTML form and input elements, for example, have sophisticated behavior that is important to understand, and the flexbox and grid layout modes in CSS are incredibly powerful. Two topics worth paying particular attention to in this area are accessibility, including ARIA attributes, and internationalization, including support for right-to-left writing directions. For realizing to take 100% responsibility of my life and do the hardship, which is renting a 5,000 home. For realizing that people are trying to define what we cannot do and what we can do without them, noticing it like elements. For realizing that feeling bad is just a temptation during the call. For realizing that based on my experience, avoiding temptation doesn't feel good at the moment because you can just play or party with others instead of work. But achieving goals requires not feeling good at the moment because it requires discipline, planning, execution. For realizing that feeling bad doesn't necessarily discipline and I shouldn't be a binary, but there are times that it's not applicable. For realizing that we buy based on worst case scenario, for realizing that smoking and drinking won't really make me happy and we should experience negative and there is no point in life that I won't be stressed or negative because that's how we understand things. For realizing that being funny and great salesman doesn't mean you are smoking and drinking. I could have not drink too much. For realizing that there is a time for hold and there is a time for not hold. For realizing that I won't be able to save money when I work in call center, so I should maximize my savings now. For realizing that I'm not losing money and especially habits. For realizing that the marketing in social media is all planned because they knew that likes becomes our identity and they are great psychologists. For realizing that some succeed with course but they are the one who have previous experience and the course just accelerates their success. For realizing that Matran's YouTube channel is a complete trash. For realizing that tech lead is also a complete garbage and you have to think so critically like Black turn to spot the lie. For realizing that I should talk to customer well to be able to make their cancellation reason not against me. For realizing that most of the university and course are scam. For realizing that software developer in big company is a big system thinker which is more than some ovens system thinking. For realizing that China became rich because of factory in Philippines economy improved because of call centers and call centers pay a lot in the Philippines more than any other profession for most people. For realizing that I should start asking how to use FB in Philippines. For realizing that hyperlocalization is what will ultimately work for every individual. For realizing that my problem is not waking up early but not having a gear. For realizing that I should not block Facebook and for not using Facebook for so many years. For realizing that authorities like TechLead and Matran is the greatest liar. For realizing that you should have a great product to have a long-term success. For realizing that teaching and being good at what you do needs a different skill set. For realizing that being with Uncle Raymond is counterproductive to the self-image that I want to build. For realizing that I should listen more and move to people closer as often as possible to get me in the mood of listening to others. For realizing that speaking well to others is not the same as speaking well to yourself. For realizing that I should focus on taking break tomorrow since break is not about time but it's about focus and attention. For realizing that I should study English grammar every day since I'm after the habits and starting in every and behavior is the hardest part. For realizing that ex-employee of Google and Facebook can be deceiving because they already have the credibility. For realizing that I should focus when taking a break. for realizing that poor countries will be having a hard time paying the bills in the next few months or potentially in the next few years, and this has an enormous effects on spending habits of consumers. For realizing that there is some truths about looking at things in a positive light, like what TechBeat said, and by not posting negative comments. For realizing that I should not post negative comments to someone if I don't want them to post negative comments on mine. For realizing that Graham Stephan has also negative side, but others just forgive it because he also forgive others negative side because he knew he has negative characteristics too. For realizing that I should use my tone of voice and body language to communicate to others what's in my head or the lies and truth in my head to be able to communicate effectively. For realizing that I always need to consciously see things in a positive light until I die. For realizing that I will not be able to read in a book or learn in a course the method on how to be successful because things change every time. For realizing that I have a lot of addiction. For realizing that there is a diminishing return on income. For realizing that any working man can achieve millions in their 30s, not just engineers. For realizing that I need to consciously choose to be grateful to learn and redirect. For realizing that choosing to be grateful is the way to learn and redirect. For realizing that Philippines is like US, they reward social media influencer rather than engineers or researcher. For realizing that course just helps me accelerate my success and I still need to attribute my success to the years of experience. For realizing that the work environment in academic is so toxic. For realizing that it's harder to learn a useful skill when you're teaching student useless skill. For realizing that I always need to consciously choose to see things in a positive light. For realizing that you need to spot the quote in every guru. For realizing that those who learn and redirect from their mistake and did not dox people become better version of themselves. For realizing that I should not be angry to people no matter how impactful they are in my future success, because anger does not make you learn and redirect. For realizing that motivation comes from going to different place or playing a different music. For realizing that like and heart in Facebook becomes our identity. For realizing that Philippines will have a low budget in engineering because of the new priorities. For realizing that inflation's become lower in this coronavirus. For realizing that there will be high unemployment in sectors of retail, hotel and restaurant, manufacturing and real estate. For realizing that the demand becomes low because people are saving money in the Philippines. Nestle products and oil experience dramatically less demand because people in Philippines does not have any same savings compared to America, but they want to protect their grandparents and family because Filipino family are very close. For realizing that Philippines will be highly effective because most Philippine economy comes from call centers and call centers comes from North America. For realizing that I should double down in Mother's Day. For realizing that income diminish at certain point in Grab. For realizing that I should automate giving excellent customer service to Grab customers. For realizing that the culture in Japan is different in the US, the store locations and people's behavior is different. For realizing that authorities is a great liar or a great actor just like a cult. For realizing that In's hiding his post says a lot how it treats you. It will help you redirect your future actions. Start prioritizing differently. For realizing that Netflix did not work in India. Wi-Fi configuration. Ad hoc mode, wireless networks don't need a WAP. Infrastructure mode. The only other configuration steps to take are to make sure no two nodes are using the same IP address. This step is usually unnecessary if all nodes are using DHCP and ensuring that file and printer sharing service is running on all nodes. Infrastructure mode. Typically, Infrastructure mode wireless networks employ one or more WAPs connected to a wire network segments, such as corporate internet, the internet, or both. To make life easier, current WAPs come with a web-based utility that auto-detects the WAP and guides the user through setting up all of its features. Avoid names that include an address, name, and number. Use a wireless analyzer to find the quietest channel where you intend to install the WAP and select that channel in the appropriate WAP setup configuration screen. If you're dealing with older equipment and find yourself performing the unseemly task of setting up web, you should have the option of automatically generating a set of encryption keys or doing it manually. Save yourself a headache and use automatic method. TACOX Plus is fully encrypted and uses TCP, while Regis is partially encrypted and uses UDP. Regis and TACOX Plus are protocols for authenticating network users and managing what resources they may access. Placing the access points, you start by doing a site survey or a site it can be simple as firing up a wireless capable laptop and looking for existing SSIDs. Omnidirectional and centered. With an omnidirectional antenna, the radio wave flows outward from the WAP. Gaining gain. Most wireless networks use this combination, especially in the consumer space. The gaining gain. An antenna strengthens and focuses the radio frequency output from a WAP. The radio of increase, what's called gain, is measured in decibels. The gain from a typical WAP is 2 dB, enough to cover reasonable area but not a very large room. To increase the signal in an omnidirectional and centered setup, simply replace the factor antennas with one or more bigger antennas. Bluetooth configuration. As with other wireless networking solutions, Bluetooth devices are completely plug and play. Just connect the adapter and follow the prompts to install the appropriate drivers if your OS needs them. Once installed, you'll need to start the pairing process to enable the devices to create a secure connection. You wouldn't want every Bluetooth client in range to automatically connect with your smartphone. Cellular configuration. In the early days of cellular access to networks, notably the internet manufacturers developed add-on cellular cards to enable computers, especially portables, to get on the web from anywhere. There was no single standard for configuring cellular network card because the cards and software changed based on your service provider. The cell phone companies made installing their cards very simple. There was no single standard for configuring a cellular network card because the cards and software change based on your service provider. Troubleshooting Wi-Fi. Let's turn to some practical advice on how to detect and correct wireless hardware, software, and configuration problems. So ask yourself, who, what, and when? Who is affected by the problem? What is the nature of their network problem? When did the problem start? After you narrow down the number of affected machines, your task is to figure out specifically what type of error the users are experiencing. If they can access some but not all network services, it's unlikely that the problem is limited to their wireless equipment. For example, if they can browse the internet but can't access any shared resources on a server, they're probably experiencing a permission issue rather than a wireless one. For example, if the network worked fine 2 minutes ago and then you change the encryption key or level on the access point and now nobody see the network, you have your solution, or at least your culprit. Did your office experience a power outage, power suck, or power surge? Hardware troubleshooting. Wireless networking hardware components are subject to the same kind of abuse and faulty installation as any other hardware component. Open Windows Device Manager and look for an error or conflict with the wireless adapter. If you see a big exclamation point next to the device, you have a driver error. Software troubleshooting. Two things come immediately to mind: the wireless adapter configuration utility and the WAPS firmware version. Your WAP may enable clients to connect but only at such slow speed that they experience frequent timeouts. Out-of-date firmware could manifest in many ways. Manufacturers regularly release firmware updates to fix issues just like this and many more, so it's good to update the access point's firmware. The important thing here is to be on the lookout for strange or erratic behavior. Connectivity troubleshooting. Weak signals can result in slow overall data transfer and intermittent wireless connection. Whether configuration or signal strength, the process to diagnose and repair uses the same methods you use for a wired network. First, if your wireless NIC has link lights, check to see whether it's passing data packets to and from the network. Second, check wireless NIC's configuration utility. Configuration troubleshooting. With all due respect to the fine network techs in the field, the most common type of wireless networking problem is misconfigured hardware or software. That's right, the dreaded user error. With most wireless devices, you can use any characters in the SSID, including blank spaces. If you're using MAC address filtering, make sure the MAC address or the client that's attempting to access the wireless network is on the list of accepted user. This is particularly important if you swap out NICs on a PC or if you introduce a new device to your wireless network. Which of the following 802.11 standard functions on the 5 GHz band? The answer would be 802.11 AC. Which encryption protocol offers the best security? That's WPA2. Which device enables you to extend the capabilities of a wireless network? That's WAP. In which mode do all the wireless devices connect directly to each other? That's ad hoc mode. What determines the name of a wireless network? That's SSID. What technology enables 802.11n networks to make multiple simultaneous connections and thus improve speed over previous Wi-Fi standards? That's MIMO. What's the top speed for data transfer using RRDA technology? That's 4 megabytes per second. Bluetooth technology enables computer to link into what sort of network? That's personal area network. What is the name for the common omnidirectional antennas found on wireless access points? That's dipole antenna. Instead of physical set of wires running between network nodes, wireless networks use either radio waves or beams of infrared light to communicate with each other. The wireless radio wave networks you'll find yourself supporting these days are based on the IEEE 802.11 wireless Ethernet standard marketed as Wi-Fi and on Bluetooth technology. Wireless networks using infrared light are limited to those that use the Infrared Data Association protocol. Finally, the cell phone companies have gotten into the mix and offer access to the internet through cellular networks. Back in the day, these infrared capabilities were used to transfer data between nearby devices. In place of infrared as a data transfer mechanism, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth capabilities are now common as integrated components, and you can easily add them when they aren't. To extend capabilities of a wireless Ethernet network, such as connecting to a wired network or sharing a high-speed internet connection, you need a wireless access point. A WAP centrally connects wireless network nodes in the same way that a hub connects wired Ethernet PCs. More advanced WAPs, especially those used in corporate settings, can also use a feature called Power over Ethernet wireless networking software. Wireless devices use the same networking protocols and client that their wired counterparts use. They operate by using the carrier sense, multiple access, or collision avoidance networking scheme, or CSMA. The collision avoidance aspect differs slightly from the collision detection standard used in wired Ethernet. A wireless node listens in on the wireless medium to see if another node is currently broadcasting data. If so, it waits a random amount of time before retrying. So far, this method is exactly the same as the method used by wired Ethernet networks. Because wireless nodes have more difficult time detecting data collisions, however, they offer the option of using the request to send or clear to send RTS or CTS protocol. Wireless network modes, ad hoc mode, infrastructure mode. Wireless networks running in infrastructure mode use one or more WAPs to connect the wireless network nodes to wired network segment as shown in figure 20.9. A single WAP servicing a given area is called the basic service set. This service area can be extended by adding more WAPs. This is called appropriately an extended basic service set. Infrastructure networks are created to support small office or home office networks, and the access points in these environments are known as SOHO WAPs and SOHO routers. Wireless networking security. In the past, you could access a wireless network by walking into a WAP's coverage area, turning on a wireless device and connecting. MAC address filtering, authentication, and data encryption. SSID. Wireless devices want to be heard, and WAPs are usually configured to announce their presence by broadcasting the SSID to their maximum range. Wireless security protocols and authentication methods. Encryption scrambles the signals on radio waves. Early on Wi-Fi developers introduced the wired equivalent privacy protocols to attempt to ensure that data is secured while in transit over the airwaves. Today, Linux, macOS, and Windows support the full IEEE 802.11i standard, more commonly known as Wi-Fi Protected Access 2, to lock down wireless networks. Speed and range issues. One of the other factors affecting speed is the distance between wireless nodes or between wireless nodes and centralized access points. Speed decreases as distance increases, so the maximum throughput speed is achieved only at extremely close range, less than 20 feet or so. For realizing that I should see life as the greatest thing that happened to me. For realizing that the greatest thing that happened to me is when I regret to stop engineering and have a scholar to Marvin Aurelio, because then I realized that having a great intern while in college will make me best fit for any jobs, and having communication skill is the highest paying job in the Philippines. For realizing that the thing that we are regretting, like not going to Japan, is also interconnected to the things we can't imagine not having right now. For realizing that Google is struggling in hardware. For realizing that I don't necessarily need to work in Google because their product sucks. For realizing that I eat too much grain at night. For realizing that eating heavy at night is the sign of aging. For realizing that the lie is the greatest thing that happened to me. For realizing that one of the things that we regret is actually the best thing that happened to us. It is the lie in lies and truth. For realizing that not continuing engineering is like being not like Joshua David Cruz who failed in board exam. For realizing that not relying to my family like Uncle Raymond will force me to learn, and it will be the greatest thing that happened to me. For realizing that inflation is connected to the price of a product. For realizing that the price of a product depends on infinite factors and it's always changing. For realizing that the purpose of the price is to get as much people to buy it or extract as much money to people. For realizing that the price is actually depends on how much people are willing to pay, how much money a company can make, overall objectives of the company in the long run. For realizing that motivation is what fulfills my emptiness. For realizing that different place and lifestyle increase my motivation. For realizing that I should see different friends in Facebook to be able to increase my motivation. For realizing that staying at home is a new environment. For realizing that I am doing what I am doing to fulfill my emptiness. For realizing that Uncle Nelson will have a lower income in this pandemic. For realizing that I should change my gratitude journal way. For realizing that most people lose their value when money is involved. For realizing that a good product will last for 60 years. Prioritize long-term gains rather than short-term gains. For realizing that the people who are engineers, millionaire, handsome, etc. will not gonna stay there. Will not gonna stay they are forever. People that's gonna stay there for 10 years is rare. For realizing that basketball is still a good sport. For realizing that earning in YouTube depends on many factors. For realizing that companies are buying behaviors just like in airplane tickets, similar to how Uncle Raymond rushed you to get out of his house. For realizing that I still need to continue my routines. For realizing that success is complex. For realizing that your job won't determine your financial capability. Don't judge people based on their job. Judge them by how much they save and how many sources of income they have. For realizing that I should continue my routines. For realizing that the economy of all countries is interconnected. If US economy shrink, the Philippine economy will also shrink because call centers is one of the economic contributor in the Philippines. For realizing that success consists of infinite factors. For realizing that the more you see the linkage between the factors in your own success, the more successful you'll become. For realizing that it's not easy to create a video, it consumes a lot of time and money, just like how research and course consumes time and money. For realizing that our experiences are biggest lessons, it's the biggest lessons because of the infinite factors that makes us different from other people. For realizing that we can learn from others, but the most valuable learning comes from our experience. We often forget to learn from our experience because it's hard to see things in the positive light when you are the one experiencing the hardships. For realizing that I should question if the personal and professional life really becomes blurry. For realizing that you also have to be concerned to your younger families. For realizing that listening is 80% of communication. For realizing that I should remember the percentage when communicating. For realizing that I should make it a habit to be grateful no matter how I feel. Being grateful changes our perspectives. It helps us to create lies and truth easily. It boosts our creativity. For realizing that life can only be understood backward is how we learn and improve. For realizing that I have so many evidence of negative self-image, it takes years to remove that beliefs. For realizing that I should remember the things I'm most grateful for to avoid succumbing the marketer's trick. We are so vulnerable to marketing trick because we're just humans. Most of us have a negative self-image and that makes us desperate. For realizing that Facebook makes me sad because I was being affected by the mindset of poor people. For realizing that mindset will determine our productivity. Mindset will determine what's possible for us. For realizing that I should focus on people who value me. Focus on people who show you things you never thought possible for yourself. For realizing that I should make the most of Grab in this coronavirus. It will be so much harder after this. For realizing that Graham Stephen is oversimplifying things. For realizing that there is more differences than similarities. Realize that truth is but a way of looking at things of other people. Different countries has different cultures and thus different truths. For realizing that we can see the interconnected of things and knows that the more we find the interconnected of things, the more we find the differences between the countries. It's like watching The Economist and CNBC and finding what's true in the world today. CNBC tells you that Grab succeed because they adopt to market demands. Truths is changing over time. I'm not saying that finding interconnected of things will always lead us to the differences. It's all about how you can make sense of those differences in the end. The more you can link that and make sense of the differences of the data, the better you are. That will happen in a feedback loop. For realizing that energy affects our income capabilities. For realizing that I wouldn't be able to earn 120,000 income earning. For realizing that having a good self-image is how we learn and improve. For realizing that good communicator is not really what you want. Accountant that is frugal is also good. For realizing that financial success is complex, it involves great time management skill. For realizing that time management is also about handling our emotions. For realizing that time management and communication is interrelated. For realizing that Amazon made most of its profit in software. For realizing that software allows us to scale our health. For realizing that it's not about how much you give, it's how much love you put in giving. For realizing that policies helps people succeed. For realizing that policies of the Philippines change again. For realizing that people in a positive mood helps us gain energy. For realizing that worrying is a positive emotion as long as it gives us energy to pursue what we want. For realizing that I should notice if I am in positive or negative emotion. For realizing that lies and truth is a way of thinking, it's a way of breathing. For realizing that our childhood beliefs affects us more than what we think it is. For realizing that it's hard to get out in negative mental feedback loop because you're gonna find what you're looking for. You're gonna find an infinite evidence to support it. For realizing that experience does not mean anything. Dan Lore said that rain has a quality girlfriend does not mean anything. It's how you perceive that experience that gives its meaning based on your previous beliefs. For realizing that the more I meditate on good thoughts, the more my life and world will be better as a world. For realizing that products come and go. Questions. What is the process for using or manipulating people to gain access to network resources? The answer is social engineering. Which of the following might offer good hardware authentication? That's smart cards. Which of the following tools would enable you to stop a user from logging on to a local machine but still enable him to log on to the domain? The answer is local security policy. Which hardware firewall feature enables incoming traffic on a specific port to reach an IP address on the LAN? That's port forwarding. Sander downloaded a game off the internet and installed it, but as soon as he started to play, he got a blue screen of death. Upon rebooting, he discovered that his documents folder had been erased. What happened? B. He installed a Trojan horse. Which of these choices would provide the better security for Mary's Wi-Fi router? That's WPA2. What tool would you use to enable auditing on a local level? That's local security policy. John dressed up in a fake security guard uniform matching the ones used by a company and then walked into the company's headquarters with some legitimate employees in an attempt to gain access to company resources. What kind of attack is this? The answer is tailgating. The first day on the job, he'll receive a spreadsheet that lists approved software for users and clear instructions not to allow any unapproved software. What kind of policy must she follow? The answer is compliance. Edna wants to put a policy in place at her company to prevent or at least limit viruses. What policies would offer the best solution? Install antivirus software on every computer. Set up the software to update the definitions and engine automatically. Set up the software to scan regularly. Educate the users about sites and downloads to avoid. Security concepts and technologies. Depending on the complexity of your organization, this can be a small job encompassing some basic security concepts and procedures, or it can be exceedingly complex. From a CompTIA A+ certified technician's perspective, you need to understand the big picture. That's the strategic side, knowing the concepts and available technologies for security. At the implementation level, that's the tactical side. You're expected to know where to find such thing as security policies in Windows. A CompTIA A Network Plus or CompTIA A Security Plus will give you the specific options to implement. The exception to this level of knowledge comes in dealing with malicious software such as viruses, but we'll tackle that subject in the second half of the chapter. So let's look at 4 concept and technology areas: access control, data classification, and compliance, licensing, and incident response. The first order of security is limiting access to your physical hardware. The security market is huge, but the options basically boil down to doors, locks, alarms, and keeping a close eye on things. Lockdown systems. USB locks make it harder to plug in a USB drive to load malware for stealing data. RJ45 locks limit an intruder's ability to gain access to the wired network. Both Windows and macOS enable you to take this a step further and set automatic timeout and a screen lock, where the screen goes blank after a few minutes and a password is required for logon. Both wired and wireless networks can use MAC filtering or port security to enable you to blacklist or whitelist devices based on their MAC address. Authentication. A computer can authenticate users through software or hardware, or a combination of both. It works the same way when securing a desktop computer, a laptop, a server, or building. You must use multi-factor authentication. Software authentication. Use proper passwords. Suffice it to say that you must require that your users have proper passwords and ensure they are set to expire on a regular basis. Hardware authentication. Smart cards are credit card sized cards with circuitry that can identify the bearer of the card. Devices that require some sort of physical, flesh and blood authentication are called biometric devices. The Privaris plus ID combines, for example, a biometric fingerprint fob with an RFID tag that makes security as easy as opening a garage door remotely. Users and groups. Assigning users to groups is a great first step in controlling a local machine, but this feature really shines in a network environment. If you copy a file to a drive or a card formatted with exFAT or the older FAT32, such as many cameras and USB flash drives use, the OS will strip all permissions and the file will be available for anyone to read. Groups are a great way to achieve increased complexity without increasing the administrative burden on network administrators, because all operating systems combine permissions. In all operating systems, the permissions of the groups are combined, and the result is what you call the effective permissions. Finally, a good tech maintains proper incident response records to see if any pattern attack emerges. He or she can then adjust policies and procedures to mitigate these attacks. When ordered to seek and destroy, the program scans the computer's boot sector and files for viruses, and if it finds any, present you with the available options for removing or disabling them. Antivirus programs can also operate as virus shields that passively monitor a computer's activity, checking for viruses only when certain events occurred, such as a program execution or file download. Polymorphic or polymorphs. A polymorphic virus, often shortened to simply a polymorph, attempts to change its signature to prevent detection by antivirus programs, usually by continually scrambling a bit of useless code. A checksum in this context is a number generated by the software based on the contents of the file rather than the name, date, or size of the file. The algorithms for creating this checksum vary among different antivirus programs, are also usually kept secret to help prevent virus makers from coming up with ways to beat them. User education, malware prevention tips. Secure DNS can describe B software or a remote DNS provider that implements some additional filtering to block your devices from visiting all kinds of malicious websites. Last but not least, know the source of any software before you load it. Only install apps from trusted sources such as the manufacturer's website or well-known app stores. Again, that's identify and research malware symptoms, quarantine the infected system, disable system restore, remediate the ineffective systems, update for example, letter A, update the anti-malware software, scan and use removal techniques, safe mode, pre-installation environment, schedule scans and run updates, enable system restore and create a restore point, educate the end user. Larger organizations, such as government entities, benefit greatly from organizing their data according to its sensitivity what's called data classification, and making certain that computer hardware and software stay as uniform as possible. Using a classification scheme enables employees such as techs to know very quickly what to do with documents, the drives containing documents, and more. The CompTIA AA Plus 1002 objectives use specific language for all compliance. People must follow all policies and security best practices, follow the rules, and stay on top of new threats. In other words, from a technician's point of view, the most common compliance issue revolves around software, such as what sort of software users can be allowed to install on their computers, or conversely, why you have to tell a user that he can install the latest application that may help him do the job more effectively, because that software isn't on the approved list. This can lead to some uncomfortable confrontations, but it's part of a tech's job. Rather, they're designed to stop users with insufficient technical skill or knowledge from installing malicious programs or applications that will destabilize their systems. This keeps technical support costs down and enables techs to focus on more serious problems. Payment card industry PCI is a common shorthand for the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard PCI DSS, a rigorous set of rules for systems that accept, transmit, process, or store credit or debit card payments. The GDPR is a fairly new law that defines a broad set of rights and protections for the personal information of citizens living in countries in the European Union. Commercial licensing. When software is released under commercial license, you have a legal obligation to pay money for access to it, but a lot of variations apply. You agree to the EULA for Microsoft Office, in other words, and you don't try to make illegal copies or share beyond what Microsoft says is okay. The larger the organization, the more detailed the incident's response, both from the team involved to the planning and steps in every contingency. This section explores the first response actions, identifying and reporting the incident, and chain of custody issues. First response. If you're part of the incident response teams, your first response duties will be spelled out in detail in the incident response plan. Your network and security people will handle the possible impact scenarios the organization will face. Identify and report. You need to identify clearly and report any security issues so a network administrator or technicians can take steps resolve them. Log when certain events happen, such as when a user logs on, called event auditing, or try to access a certain file or folder, called object access auditing. The CompTIA AA Plus certification exams don't test you on creating a brilliant auditing policy for your office. That's what network administrators do. Incident reporting. Many companies have pre-made forms that you simply fill out and submit. Second, it provides a piece of information that, when combined with other information you might or might not know, reveals a pattern or bigger problem to someone higher up the chain. A seemingly innocuous security audit report, for example, may match other such events in numerous places in the building at the same time, and thus show the cause was conscious, coordinated action rather than a glitch. Evidence handling in a chain of custody. As a tech, you'll need to deal with people who use company computers in prohibited ways. Grabe. For realize, have a system. Like you will feel on plan. Associate your habits with pain if number 2 goal yung ginagawa first thing in the morning, hindi number 1. Associate number 1 with pleasure to be a habit. For realize, there were years to tanggal belief na blamings and excuses like I blame sir kasi mali siya magpa-exam. Like I excuse myself kasi lilipat ako ibang school. And for realize, say something about yourself for them to understand you because it's your weakness. And then pagkausap tao, dapat focus because tao is the most important of all in this world. For 2, the one thing for the rest of the day. For bike and realize ang layo na narating from 4th year. For realize, don't patuyo the meat. And for understand somehow the dissertation and thesis. For IS phone, for process thesis, for process job. Don't focus on the not most important thing. Pick one and then go for it wholeheartedly. Not repeat the IP4. For an odd movie, for Hugas Plato, for process Japan docs lawyer. Don't not understanding other person point of view before you problem solve. For eyes that see, for realize call Embassy Japan, for feet that walk, for process visa, for exercise, for meditate. Don't not asking that if there is more likely, if residence and what state on the rule which is permanent address and what is the max day of extension of stay. It is really 15 days or 90. This is to certify that as per available records of this office, Mr. Garrett Jason, the Pore Encomienda Filipino, of legal age, single, born on July 27, 1998 in Quezon City, presently residing in 18 Park Avenue, Kamuning, Quezon City, Philippines, has no derogatory or criminal record filed against him in Quezon City as of this date. For eyes that see, for feet that walk, for healthy body. For process, tatlo, papas ang docs. For process, tulong mama. For an odd movie work, don't try to do it your way. No na nagkaroon ka benefit, Mitsuru, which is yung docs papa. For eyes that see, for body that is healthy, for realize I need faster Japan. For process print, for process application from certificate of eligibility, for kausap papa and for realize thankful on him. Don't not realizing the help of Mitsuru, which is the application form and the reason like NBI and others. For eyes that see, for Persudev kagabi, for healthy body, for process Cebu Pacific, for process visa eligibility, for sauna. Don't not base on your own way even in stressful situation. Just do it. Do the simple things that operates the universe. For eyes that see, for feet that walk, for healthy body. For process Kusika Toho, for process Padel FedEx, for take an up in education. Don't not ask what is status of mama on 11th and what is her dreams and fears. Ask it in an open interpretation way and not obvious. For eyes that see, for realize the battle is in panood ng girls like Love Story, Erich Gonzalez, and tingin-tingin sa labas ng nakakalibog na babae na. For healthy body, for process docs eligibility, for process contingency and senior meets, for process kay mama income, tas niya and need payslip. Don't not disciplining yourself when no na maaga bukas. For eyes that see, for healthy body, for feet that walk, for process post office documents, for process person development mama when break time, that I need to realize that we are subconsciously thinking negative thoughts. So don't complain about mama and learn to appreciate, be thankful for who she is. For realize that mama has many broken relationships before. So Need to realize more means you need to learn more about mama and know that really listen when they open up. Ask yourself when listen what she is saying that will help me to achieve my goals. Don't complain about mama. You have to appreciate her for who she is, not what you want her to be. For eyes that see, for healthy body, for feet that walk. I am EQ boy, happy and success in every area. For process FedEx, for hingi passport, for thankful. Don't complain if you didn't fully understand what's the problem. Don't try to solve it, and in the process of solving it, you affect other people. For eyes that see, for healthy body, for feet that walk. For process FedEx, for process Cebu Pacific, for plan and Perso Dev. Don't not stop asking what's the problem like Cebu Pacific and problem mo pala is CP to call from Japan to PH. For eyes that see, for process FedEx, for baba meets, for Cebu Pacific check. Don't break the law of God, which is starting negative thoughts on mama, which is complaining you're breaking it. Remember, thoughts become your life. Thankful, reflect, creativity 3 times. Do not include account name on BDO, all details, because that is the most important things learned from that, and always online. If you think you're not sure, all will be delivered correctly. For process balong, process visa. For process visa, if pwede long term, I apply pagbalik. For church, don't be late on church and also need to understand your goal and be clear and be ready for the problem that you might encounter. For uwi safe, for process meets, for pakisamahan maayos mama, don't try to do it your way. Do the things that doesn't change. For process padala tita Jen, for process time with fam una, for thankful. Don't not lagay wonderlist bulalo. For realize body clock, track pag maaga nagising. For recheck embassy Japan, for break movies. Don't doing enjoying things but not really know what is the more enjoyable things in life. For exercise, for ayos motor, for personal development. Don't not padala feeling, do it whether you feel like it or not. Know that life is like a test. To better understand it, you need metaphor and need basahin ulit compound effect choices. For eyes that see, for feet that walk, for realize I need to live up with one word like success. Don't front row to earn money because it is hard. Learn as much from others. For gising maaga for interview, for eyes that see, for healthy body, thankful, reflect, creativity. For interview job, for bili damit, for labahin for personal development. Don't puyat when fam time. For process job, for personal development, for thankful. Don't use badu and then don't asa lang sa isang job, and then you need to respect differences. Do a judgment on your own. You know you are more likely to gain job when call center. For having a website, for realize buy na ng load and kung ano mabibili pay Maya. For realize that newsletter is for my position, not for me. Don't sayang oras on doing isa pang blog when hindi naman yun goal mo. Haha. Remember, respect the law of the universe. After 5 minutes of struggling with a painfully sluggish device, you finally manage to close the offending application. What's the best next step? The answer is C. Perform a soft reset and see if the app runs smoothly afterward. Which of the following would be a legitimate reason a mobile device is running slowly? The answer is lack of storage. Joyce notices her GPS map app gives the error GPS coordinates not available. The answer would be move to a place where she can get a good GPS signal. You've lost your iPhone. What would you use to try to find it? That's iCloud. Jailbreaking an iPhone gives access to the root account. A great way to protect data on a removable Ninja card is to encrypt it. What type of file would you use to sideload an app onto an Android device. That's APK. What do app scanners do? Analyze the permissions used by installed applications to highlight security risks. Maintaining and securing mobile device, troubleshooting mobile device, touch screen and display issues, apps not latching, overheating, update failures, slow response, battery life, swollen battery, random reboots and freezes, cannot broadcast to an external monitor, no sound from speakers, connectivity and data usage issues, GPS and location services problems, encryption problems. Securing mobile device, BYOD versus corporate-owned device, profile security requirements, preventing physical damage, combating malware, dealing with loss, recovering from theft, securing your data. A mobile device can randomly reboot or freeze up. Just like a desktop system, and for the same reasons. If the device isn't responding, you'll need to perform a soft reset, and without access to the OS, you'll have to follow the manufacturer's steps to performing a soft reset. Probably. Response issues can be caused by storage space being almost filled up on a mobile device, making it unable to save data or install apps efficiently. Mobile devices can also be slow to respond when there are too many apps running at the same time, eating up RAM. If storage space is an issue, you may have to uninstall some apps or reinstall them so that they are stored on removable storage devices such as microSD or mini SD memory cards. Just like the portable devices discussed in Chapter 23, modern mobile devices use lithium-ion or Li-ion batteries. Meeting user power needs, mobile devices are rated in terms of how long their battery should power a device during normal use. Swollen battery, the main cause is overcharging, usually when the circuits designed to prevent overcharging fail. Overcharging has become less common as mobile device manufacturers continue to improve their hardware and implement software that helps to prevent it. But swollen batteries can still be a serious problem. Prefer OEM chargers and batteries. Incident response plans, incident response process, exercises, attack frameworks, communication plan, business continuity plan, disaster recovery plan, continuity of operations planning, incident response team. When a security incident or disaster scenario occurs, the initial incident response can make all the difference. Either it quickly mitigates a threat, preventing it from spreading and causing them further issues, or it fails to prevent the incident from spinning out of control, causing irreparable damage to your organization's ability to function. Incident response plans. Incident response must be planned to ensure that your frontline employees are prepared in the event of a security incident to quickly contain the incident, preserve any evidence in the event of security breach, and escalate issues as appropriate to company management or third-party authorities. Organizations must devise a disaster recovery plan to establish the procedures to quickly recover critical systems after a service disruption. This includes defining and prioritizing specific tasks to aid in the process and defining clear objectives that must be met during the recovery phase. So, again, that's incident response plans, incident response process, exercises, attack frameworks, communication plan, business continuity plan, continuity of operations. The business continuity plan is a detailed, comprehensive document that provides an initial analysis of the potential risks to the business of a disaster, an analysis of the potential business impact, a disaster recovery plan for restoring fully operations after a disaster strikes, and a continuity of operation plan for best continuing operations if disrupted from normal activities by any situation, from a simple outage to an attack. Continuity of operations planning. Continuity of operations means that the business is functioning and operating to perform its mission, while disaster recovery is more focused on saving lives, preventing injury, and presenting equipment, data, and facilities. Co-op helps ensure that business has the right systems, equipment, data, infrastructure, and of course, people to maintain operations. What is the cost to a customer relationship that can occur because of an extended service downtime directly affecting that customer? Which services must be available always? Rank them in order of priority. Incident response team. An incident response team is responsible for creating the incident response plan and executing the plan and associated procedures as quickly as possible following an incident. Performing a risk analysis, understanding the organization's threats and vulnerabilities. Performing a business impact analysis, understanding the resulting impact to the business. Performing a privacy impact assessment, understanding what privacy information is stored and how it is protected. Spend the time to put a plan in writing, signed by a member of management, and you will save time and money in the event of an incident. A comprehensive plan should include the roles and responsibilities of all the stakeholders who will execute the plan. This should include the incident response team and first responders, the reporting and incident escalation requirements, and associated timeframes, and the specific steps that will be taken to handle different incident types and categories of crisis effectively and efficiently while appropriately preserving precious evidence. When done correctly, this is usually an almost automatic process. Plug some adapter into your mobile device, plug that adapter into your external monitor's VGA, DVI, DP, or HDMI port, and it all just works. Well, that's the theory. In reality, broadcasting your mobile device screen to an external monitor is fraught with problems. No sounds from speakers. Overheating. Focus on overheating as combination of the heat a mobile device produces itself, heat added to it by external source like the sun or a lamp, and how well its environment dissipates or retains heat. Charging large data transfers, frozen apps, recording HD video, and other intensive tasks can all make a mobile device much hotter than normal. Avoid letting the device do intensive work in hot or well-insulated spaces. Because mobile device hardware typically can't be repaired or replaced by a user or field tech, mobile device troubleshooting focuses on ruling out software issues. Check and adjust configuration settings. Modern mobile operating systems have tons of configurable settings, as too many of those users install on them. If you find a setting that doesn't seem right and want to see if a change resolved the issue, make sure to keep track of what you changed and what the previous setting was. Close running apps. So this is the troubleshooting tools. All of the mobile operating system provide at least one way to close running applications. The most common is to swipe the app in a particular direction from the device list of recent apps. Because mobile devices have more limited computing resources and battery power, you don't want to open apps, eating up big chunks of resources and burning power while they aren't in focus or the device isn't being used. Uninstall or reinstall apps. You can uninstall apps through either the App Store they were installed with or the device application manager. If they've been successfully using the app, make sure to jot down important settings and back up their data if possible before you uninstall it. Restart to the factory default. This other reset, known by many names such as hard reset, factory reset, or restore to factory default, will clear all user data and setting changes returning the device. Well, it's software to the state it was in if it left the factory. Touchscreen and display issues. Modern mobile devices are almost all screen, and some provide little beyond the touchscreen and a power button for interacting the device. While display issues tend to be urgent for most devices, the touchscreen's integral role in controlling a modern mobile device makes it all the more so. Dim display. If it doesn't, there may be a problem with the display panel. GPS and location services problems. Some inaccuracy can be explained by the hardware a device has available. A Wi-Fi only tablet with no GPS can only get a general location. Encryption problems. For the recipient to read the email message, he or she needs to have a software that can unscramble or decrypt the message. When you're sure there are frequent location problems unexplained by the environment, it's time to dig deeper. Along with the OS issues discussed previously, incorrect OS configuration settings for GPS, cellular, and Wi-Fi services may prevent location services from functioning properly. Risk, symptoms, and clues. Preventing physical damage, combating malware, dealing with loss, recovering from theft, securing your data. So that's securing mobile devices. For exercising 2.5 hours, for learning a new truths about communication, for realizing that I can exercise at my home, I could have meditate and do the gratitude meditation. I will learn high income skill that will let me earn high income as a sideline. I will meditate. I will be grateful. For realizing that I can be successful without call center. For realizing that I am secure even if I got fired. For realizing that my company has a downturn and it's like what Dan Lok sandwich is picked the right influencer. I could have realized that I don't have much sleep. That is why I'm angry to TL. And what makes you angry now cannot be in the future, like Bon, Rio Florido. For realizing that I should be grateful every day, consistently, and make every effort to be grateful every day. For sleeping well, for having a healthy body and young age, and being ahead on all the person on my age. I will know how to do transcendence meditation. I will know how to have a young skin without drinking bone broth. I will find a high ticket partner that will let me close part time. I am emotional, intelligent, and happy. For going to work early, for not having soup call, for realizing that I can write book, enough work, freelance. I could have not smoked cigarette. Forget Sudo, becoming an idea factory. One of the hallmarks of great freelance copywriter is that they're always able to come up with ideas for fresh email copy, seemingly on demand. For realizing that I am at worst top 5%, for realizing Upwork course, I will be grateful. I will learn how to have a high income skill that I can offer in Upwork. I will create the first paragraph of my book. For bonding with my Zoom family, for realizing that I can move my face to be an actor and I can buy bulalo in the midnight. For having a healthy body, which is not like mucha. For eyes that see, for healthy body, I will meditate, I will be grateful, I will sleep early. For not having an easy, for having a good looks, for being happy, need to file the DL that the old woman sent and need to send me for receipt docs in your last assigned case. For eyes that see, for healthy body, for realizing that employers also get fired by employee, for realizing that it can be a badge of honor, which is more updated info than employers is being fired by employee because they hired a not fit candidate, for having a high income skill which is not easily be replaced by AI. I could have not smoked because it won't be true that smoking sometimes can be good for us forever. For realizing I've been doing lies and truth for 5 months. For healthy body. For realizing that ending a toxic relationship will make us better. I will be grateful. I will learn another high income skill that I can offer in the Philippines. I will learn video editing. For having a healthy body. For having healthy skin. For having a secure life. I could have sleep early. For having fit. For having eyes that see. For living in the most abundant time in earth. I will meditate. For being happy. For teaching what I've learned to Michael. For having fun with Michael while learning. I could have read all the lies and truth before I slept. For eyes that see. For realizing that I can make money without making videos. For realizing that I can have a mindset which will make me everything that I touch will turn into gold. Create an opening video. I will be grateful. I will meditate. I am emotional, intelligent, and happy. For realizing how to make money in YouTube. For realizing that ending a toxic relationship is great. For realizing that their perception of me won't define what I can do. Because I am at worst top 5%. For having a savings of 12,500. For having a chance to eat in Mesa. For being young. I will meditate. I will be grateful. I will learn a high income skill which is uploading YouTube video. I am emotional, intelligent, and happy. For eating at Eat All You Can. For realizing that I can ask for email first. For realizing that getting fired is subjective and for creating my first YouTube video. For healthy body. For realizing that I can resign anytime right now and my life would become even better. For having an eyes that see. For eyes that see. For healthy body. For realizing that I can be a YouTuber even without those things. I will meditate. I will be grateful. I will learn how to earn using YouTube. For eyes that see, for realizing that if I am a good, I can make anything work. For having a healthy body, I will meditate. Remember that the things that makes life uncomfortable is also what makes it comfortable. For realizing that I have to do the uncomfortable to feel comfortable, maybe your workmate will give you a sense that you belong in something, doing something with them that is bigger than yourselves. For realizing that I have to be grateful, it's a matter of need, not want. You'll go insane if you don't do that. For realizing that I should just finish things to feel comfortable, I will meditate, I will be grateful, I will sleep well, I am emotional, intelligent, and happy. Incident response plans. Stakeholder management. During a negative cyber event or disaster, often everyone from employees to the CEO and even potentially clients or customers is a stakeholder in the organization's success. This reporting is a joint responsibility between the lead of the incident response or disaster recovery effort, the senior manager of the IT or cybersecurity organization, team members who have contributed to the effort, and any other stakeholders like legal or HR whose input is deemed critical to the report due to the nature of the event. Any technical details required should be included as attachments or appendices. This helps streamlines the communication for leadership while still allowing an in-the-weeds level of detail should it be desired. Retention policies. Collecting and preserving potential evidence for forensic analysis is an essential function of post-incident activities, but it can't wait until the end of the process. In fact, ensuring that potential evidence is gathered and handled properly should be a priority from the very beginning of an event. To ensure that potential evidence isn't overridden by remediation activities. An example of a situation where these policies are also used is for public government emails and written documents that must be stored to comply with sunshine laws that allow the public to file freedom of information requests for the documentation. These laws are meant to promote transparency and openness within the government and reduce corruption. Many of these laws requires that all documents pertaining to public official activities be stored for a period of 5 to 10 years. Review. Which of the following is not a step of the incident response process? Eradication, preparation, formulation, lesson learned. That's formulation. An organization's disaster recovery plan, not communication plan, must also contain information on succession planning for key employees. According to the Diamond model of the intrusion analysis, which of the following is not a component of an attack? The victim, adversary, and capabilities is a component of an attack. Environment is not a component. As noted, there are many different types of data source, all of which must be identified, collected, and retained correctly to support an effective investigation. Vulnerability scan output. As discussed in Domain 1, Objective 1.7, Vulnerability scanners typically include a few scanning and security assessment capabilities, such as port scanning, network scanning and mapping, and OS and application server scanning. The vulnerability scanner accesses a database of known OS weaknesses and application program vulnerabilities. The output of vulnerability scan provides a list of vulnerabilities generally prioritized by criticality that need to be remediated. CM dashboards, as introduced in Domain 1 Objective 1.7, security information and event management tools are used to gather and analyze multiple sources of data to enable cybersecurity analysis to understand trends better and make decisions. The dashboard presents in one consolidated view the correlated information that the analyst needs. Generally, the dashboard also enables the analyst to develop queries to filter and simplify data that is presented. Coding. Compiled programming language, unlike interpreted languages, use a compiler program that results in a program file to run the software. Compilers render high-level, easy-to-read source code to machine code. However, compiling is unnecessary for the assembly programming language since it's already machine code. After compiling the code, the result will include at least one file, which is an executable file that runs the program. Once the code is compiled, you can see the actual programming that makes the work. A second pseudocode example is retrieve social media posted items. Regardless of the programming language in use, larger projects will involve multiple software developers. A code repository such as GitHub can be used to track changes to code as well as to allow to be downloaded on a developer's workstation. Testing. During initial software development and then as updates are created over time, code needs to be thoroughly tested to ensure it is stable, it is secure, and it performs the required functions. Testing can be manual, automated, or a hybrid of both. This type of environment can be completely isolated from other networks. Debugging is then used to verify proper functionality of chunks of code. Which of the following programming language requires a compiler? Assembly, Linux Box, Bash, Microsoft PowerShell, or C? The answer is C. Which SDLC phase involves the use of flowcharts? Deployment, maintenance, coding, design. The answer is design. You are creating a function that must return either true or false. Which data type should the function return? The answer is letter A, Boolean. Which term describes running an action against an object variable? The answer is method. You are working with file systems objects in your code. You need to determine the modification timestamp for a file. What should you reference? The answer is property. You are using the C programming language to create a software solution. A single variable must be tested for multiple possible values. Which programming construct should you use to achieve this? The answer is switch. Your code needs to execute the same code for each month of the year, so 12 times. Which type of loop is best suited for this? The answer is for loop. It's not if, it's not switch, it's not assembly. Again, you are using the C programming language to create a software solution. A single variable must be tested for multiple possible values. Which programming construct should you use to achieve this? Your code needs to execute the same code for each month of the year, so 12 times. Which type of loop is best suited for this? So the shortest duration of phases in coding is deployment. Okay, so the data types discussed so far are called scalar data types, which means they store single items or a range of items. Objects, on the other hand, are much more complex and contain many different types of data. Consider the following. Properties. Each property has one or more values. When writing code, software developers separate the object from a property using a period. Methods. Objects have actions that can be run against them, such as deleting a file object, creating a new user account, or starting a Windows service object. These actions are called methods. Just like with properties, developers call methods by separating object and method using a period. Other methods require you to specify information within the parentheses. It just depends on the specific method being called upon. Some languages allow you to discover which properties are available for a specific object type. In Microsoft PowerShell, the following code returns methods related to file systems, system objects. Again, scripting languages such as Linux, Bash, and Microsoft PowerShell are interpreted by a runtime environment that understands the script command. Assembly language is already machine code and does not need to be compiled. During the SLDC design phase, software developers will often plan the code first using pseudocode, which is human readable and can later be converted to actual syntax for the chosen scripting or programming language. Which of the following programming languages requires a compiler? Assembly, Linux Bash, Microsoft PowerShell. So C is the programming language that requires a compiler. So if you're creating a function that must return either true or false, the data type you should use for the function are Boolean. Which term describes running an action against object variable? That's method. So if you need to determine the modification timestamp for a file, you should reference property. Switch should be used if a single variable must be tested for multiple possible values. That is a programming construct you should use. So, which of the following is not a step of the incident response process? Eradication, preparation, lesson learned, formulation. The answer is formulation. An organization's disaster recovery plan must also contain information on succession planning for key employees. According to the Diamond model of intrusion analysis, which of the following is not a competent component of an attack? So the things that the is component of an attack would be a victim, adversary, the capabilities, but not the environment. For the executive level, you can create monthly and yearly reports to analyze overall trends that have longer term impact on your systems for capacity planning and expansion. Reports should be created at minimum weekly. By comparing reports on a week to week basis, you are more likely to spot short term spikes and abnormal behavior that can indicate a security issue. Trends. Important reporting information to ingest includes the following items: antivirus and anti-malware reports, show how many inbound viruses and malware programs were blocked, and can also show how many virus or malware infected messages were sent outbound from systems internal to your network. Firewall reports, anti-spam and email content filtering, system reports, indicate the amount of disk space used. Sensitivity. You need to avoid false positive and false negatives in order to know the truth about what's happening within your enterprise. For realizing that I wouldn't learn how to forgive if I didn't take, and if everything that happens before that didn't happen. For realizing that I went insane if I didn't meditate. For realizing that I should do hard things in life, like going to communing, fixing my cold, etc. Today, I realized that cold should have my attention. I was not able to solve it because I'm not paying attention. I could have researched and read more about cold. We all have two lives. The second one starts when we realize we only have one. For realizing that I wouldn't know Magic Mushroom if I didn't resign in Amazon. For realizing that I wouldn't know Quantrix if I didn't resign in Amazon. For realizing that I wouldn't realize that I can still study in Japanese and coding school while working. I wouldn't realize that those structure will help me succeed in life. I will meditate, I will be grateful, I will sleep well. I am emotional, intelligent, and happy. A friend said that I should always be open to new ideas. I would not smoke, I will meditate instead. For realizing that meditation will enormously help me sleep. For realizing that my gratitude time during meditation should be focused on filling up my 5-minute journal. For realizing that being independent is now easy and it's something that I have that's being taken for granted. I will meditate. I found a true friend that I can talk to during my breakdown. I could have took steam and dry sauna and herbal pool more. For realizing that my location and Grab provided me a stable source of income, and that's something to be grateful for during these trying times. For having my cold removed from Eula Sema Spa. For having Mount Lean as my regular customer. I will meditate. I am emotional, intelligent, and happy. The weather was so hassle, I could not do anything productive. I would allow myself to get wet in the rain in exchange of buying what my customer needs. For realizing that Magic Mushroom let me think deeply about my purpose in life. For realizing that some of the things that I'm striving right now is not really what matters for me in the end, and it might be the devil's way to get me off track of my goals, like chasing Shaira Teves and Pat Alzate. For realizing that Magic Mushroom helps me to forgive that's otherwise completely opposite from my goals before, which is to create an enemy like CoffeeZilla and Meet Kevin. It helps me to think thrice about making an enemy. I found a secret. Our mind is our greatest enemy, so I should win that battle, not being uncomfortable through eyes, though it's also part of it. I would not smoke. I would just watch CEO interviews or God documentary. Realizing that the real secret in life is not ice or magic mushroom, it's doing what you're supposed to do even if you don't feel like doing it. For realizing that smoking is never fasting substitute. For realizing that wasting your time watching videos is better than smoking. I will meditate. Today at work, I realized that I can substitute watching motivational or confirmation bias videos in smoking. I could have watched motivational videos when I don't feel like meditating or doing something I'm supposed to do. I could have done that rather than smoking or checking Facebook. For realizing that 60 to 70k a year salary met our basic needs, so we don't work for money by that time. For realizing that you cannot tell anyone if you have a lot of money, it will not increase your attractiveness in dating. For realizing that money is not everything, you need your youth, health, and time. Everything I'm striving to get right now probably won't gonna matter in the end, so it's important to love your lifestyle. I could have watched Tech Lead, that wisdom. Once you have that wisdom, it's easy to forgive even the most inhumane person. For realizing that something it's good to expect that the time before your deathbed is short to make the most of your time. For realizing that work expand given the time you assign to it. For realizing that helps reinforce what's really matter in life. Today, at work, I realized that epiphany helps us with our vocabulary. It's one of the most efficient way to quickly describe and explain things. I could have not smoked more than twice. I could have saved motivational videos that I could repeat during my downtime. I don't have to chase extraordinary moments to find happiness. It's in front of me if I'm paying attention and practicing gratitude. Green Brown. For realizing that I remember my epiphany helps me with vocabulary. It helps me to describe things more easily. For realizing that man's life became harder when it learned to see evil. For realizing that it's not about writing more, it's about constantly improving the system or structure to make it more efficient. Though it makes me incredibly uncomfortable to have not so good English accent, I know that uncomfortness helps me change and it helps me seek how to speak English language correctly. I could have not smoked and just be with my teammate at smoking area. The most beautiful people we have known are those who have known defeat, known suffering, known struggle, known loss, and have found their way out of those depths. For realizing that helping others build trust and influence them to help me too. For realizing that I should think more about my colleagues' emotions rather than objective judgment. For realizing that I should speak American language like I'm Canadian because we're all siblings in this earth and so we should love and forgive each other. I will meditate, I will sleep well. I realize that one of the reasons I communicate poorly is because I am being distracted by women, people's stories, and environment. So to counteract that, I have to live inside my brain like Sam Ovens. I could have not masturbate. I could have realized that I may have insomnia. The best way to pay for a lovely moment is to enjoy it. For realizing that I may not have a control with my masturbation addiction since I was not born in Muslim country. The best way to handle this is to just control what you can do about this failure. For realizing that I should expect that removing bad habits is really hard because battle in our minds is really hard. For realizing that not having things really provides me freedom to leave my job and that's so liberating. Especially, I came from a broken family. Today at work, I was able to live inside my brain and it helped me become more focused. Hiring innovation also happened in Canada. Telco CEOs just outsourced all their jobs that made their business stay competitive and profitable. I could have started at the end by creating structures and plan or what I expect to get from yesterday's lectures while sucking my brain in the process to be more productive. for realizing that it's always best to start at the end, for realizing that there's some small action or effort that leads to big effect, and that too is third law of motion. For realizing that I should not be angry ever, even if it means I'm compromising my salary or money incentive, because I'll just regret it later. Don't decide based on emotions. I found a great way to properly meditate. I would research insomnia and do the important things first as soon as I wake up. Database storage is persistent, meaning the data will still be there even if you reboot the database server. Database concepts. Database table structure. Designing a table structure must account for how you need to manipulate and query, ask questions about data. You can populate database tables by importing data from a local file, or over a network by executing a script, or by manually inputting a data. What is another term used to refer to a field? That's column. Your database has grown over time and you need to improve query performance. What should you do? Perform a database dump, remove infrequently accessed data, create an index for queried data, create a foreign key. The answer would be create an index for a queried data and remove infrequently accessed data. You have increased the amount of RAM available for your cloud-based database instance. Which term describes this action? That's scaling up, since you have increased the RAM. You have increased the number of compute nodes for your cloud-based database instance. Which term describes this action? That's scaling out. It's not scaling in or scaling down. You have configured database in headquarters office located in Houston, Texas. Your company has office in major cities across Canada and the United States. Users in Eastern Canada complain about slow query access to the database, while Texas users enjoy fast performance. What should you do? You need to place a read replica in Eastern Canada. You don't create an index and create a foreign key. Which unit of measurement relates to this throughput? That's IOPS. It's not MHZ or GHZ or uptime. Which type of database does not use rigid schema? That's NoSQL. Which type of database use rigid schema? That's relational. What statement regarding NoSQL database is correct? Each row must store the same type of data. They are less scalable than relational databases. Each row can store different types of data. They are more scalable than relational database. Of course, each row can store different types of data structure. They are more scalable than relational databases. Which of the following is a NoSQL database? The answer is MongoDB. The relational database create database command or create database objects. The alter command modifies the design of an existing object. Drop is used to remove objects such as tables. The grant and revoke commands are used for database permission management. Database connectivity is achieved manually by users or programmatically. Microsoft SQL Server listens on port 1433 and MySQL listens on port 3306. Again, there is always 33. And then the first one would be 14, which is your father's birthday. Database security is achieved with network and local database encryption, in addition to the principle of least privilege. Essentially, you have to encrypt data at rest and data in transit. You can populate a database by entering the data manually, by importing files locally or over network, or by using the relational insert into command. Querying and removing data, getting data into databases. Database designers will often build field validation rules to control what can be stored in a field. Data sources, vulnerability scan output, sensors and data correlation. As a cybersecurity analyst, data correlation is crucial because you're looking to make statistically significant tie between data to determine what an event means. Sensitivity, trends. Understanding trends as they are occurring is a crucial feature of SHEM usage. When you look for patterns in data that you've seen previously, this is known as historical analysis. Important reporting information to ingest includes the following items: antivirus and anti-malware reports. It shows how many inbound viruses and malware programs were blocked, and can also show how many virus or malware infected messages were sent outbound from systems internal to your network. Alerts, log files. So the following section discuss various different types of log files that you should collect and preserve. 1. Network. Because all inbound and outbound network traffic passes through the network firewall, the firewall logs are a critical resource when you're examining network trends and analyzing for anomalous behavior. Protocol Analyzer output. Within the Protocol Analyzer, each individual network packet can be examined to decode its header information, which contains the packet's origin and destination and its contents. Which of the following is used to analyze logs generated by journal D? That's journal CTL. Which of the following is it's not sflow, it's not syslog, it's not rsyslog? So, second question, which of the following is based on NetFlow version 9? The answer would be IPFix. It's not sflow, it's not syslog, it's not syslog ng. What is the term for data about data? Of course, it's metadata. Okay, so you can look at DNS, authentication, dump files, VoIP, call managers, and SIP traffic, syslog, journal CTL, NXLog. NXLog is meant to be an open source, universal log collector across many popular operating systems such as Windows, Unix, and Linux. Bandwidth monitors, email. Metadata from email is often amongst the most critical information collected in an investigation. 2. From, CC, BCC timestamp. Mobile, photos and videos. Photos and videos themselves have metadata, often tied to the GPS location where they were taken and the time or date they were taken. Social media, phone calls. Metadata related to a phone call includes the time at which the call was made and its duration, the GPS location from which the call was made, the phone number that was called, and the GPS location of the corresponding device. File. For example, you might have a Word document that says it was created by one author, but the metadata can actually tell who initially created the document. The followings are some of the most important file metadata fields to consider. Title, the title of the file. Created, the date and time that the file was initially created. Modified, the date and time that the file was last modified in any way. Again, that's NX log. Web. When metadata is described, it's usually in the context of content of a web page that's visible to search engines. While the user interacts with the web page and the visible contents, search engines interact with the metadata to understand and catalog the site. Some of the most important fields containing metadata to consider are title. This is the actual title of the page that will be displayed in your search results. Description, the descriptive text that will be shown under the title within your search results. Keywords, this is where you put the main theme of what your page is about. Authentication. Having this level of insight can help you understand which accounts might need a higher level of visibility or IP ranges to block. Web. As discussed in Domain 3 Objective 3.3, a web application firewall or WAF can filter and monitor HTTP traffic between web applications and the internet. WAF logs can be helpful in determining what type of activities transpired in a specific user session that may have ended in a compromise. Another type of web log that should be considered is the proxy log. VoIP clients include basic phone services such as well as video conferencing and other types of multimedia applications that are communicated over a network. The advantage for VoIP service is that long-distance costs associated with traditional phone networks practically disappear, as phone services can be deployed globally and users can communicate over existing internet communication lines. Security. Because a specific system or network device can contain log files for a variety of operating system processes, system services, and application programs, several different log files might need to be analyzed by the security administrator. Many of these logs are extremely large and can generate gigabytes of data within a single day of operation. It would be very difficult for the administrator to be proactive and manually monitor and analyze each of these logs every single day. Access logs also record failed attempts at logging in, and patterns of behavior can be detected by checking the access logs for numerous attempts at trying to access an account. For example, suppose the access logs show that someone has tried to access the administrator account over the network during non-working hours. The access logs will show the IP address from which the attempted logins originated, and the administrator can determine whose workstation is the source of the attempted unauthorized access. This indicates normal login and logout behavior for the admin user from his or her workstation during normal work hours. Privilege user events, account creation, assignment of rights, privileges and permissions, disabling accounts, deleting accounts, changes to critical files and logs, application level events, file access, error messages. By recording error messages that occur during the use of an application, you can analyze whether the user is intentionally trying to use the application in a manner for which it was designed. Security violations. Repeated security violations of the same source can indicate improper behavior. User level events. This is the activities performed by users. The administrator can record what resources user access during a login session, such as files, servers, printers, and any other network services. Command and keystroke. Security violations as well. System level events. For realizing that finding a job in a Facebook group is not working, use LinkedIn instead. For realizing that some people use your motivation to deceive you, you may think you are productive when you physically go to store to buy SSD. For realizing that I should focus in one career to become an expert. For realizing that I can do sales without pressure in my day off. For realizing that I should find a way to make my break or for realizing that more salary doesn't mean more money. You have to consider the workload, stress, bad habits that you will get, and so on. For realizing that Amazon will gonna boost its sales until 2030. For realizing that someone who's making money will not gonna tell you how to make money because they are so busy making money. For realizing that there is no shortcut to wealth. For realizing that I can do what I want after I have the money, like what Graham Stephan and Elon Musk did. They focus on what will make them money at first, like PayPal and real estate. For realizing that I could wait for a month to get the best job for me. For realizing that some companies is not making money in their first years. For realizing that I should work 5 jobs like the immigrant from Haiti as per Richard Branson. For realizing that big companies use politics to their advantage. Every emerging big companies use government policy to their advantage. For realizing that whenever there is a change in environment, there's a big change in behavior. For realizing that we really double down on our bad habits. For realizing that unemployment is rising and there is a potential second lockdown in the US. For realizing that I can be bankrupt after I became a millionaire. For realizing that I should know what is the most useful to me and not rely to any mentors. Shark Tank's businessmen have different opinions. For realizing that I should prove my concept first before I start a business. Sell before you build is really right. For realizing that call centers is having a hard time doing work from home. For realizing that I will not be a fraud analyst and know codes if I didn't drop out college. For realizing that I will not be able to be a software engineer if I did not drop out college. Mom Cinderella became a software engineer after she realized that the environment in college is so toxic. For realizing that I will not be able to achieve my high performance unless I am secure. I am not yet secure. I have to have a savings of at least 500,000 to feel secure. That's how you think long term and perform at your highest level. That's the secret to productivity. For realizing that I won't realize that I need to be clear and systemize things if I did not drop out of college. I will enter the business world without knowing Shark Tank. I will still believe in Philip Romulo and follow his path. I will meditate. I will be grateful. Just because the product sells doesn't mean it will continue in the long term. For realizing that our bad habits has really doubled down. For realizing that the greatest hack is the secret of straight A student in time management. You can also do it in business. For realizing that Grab is not for you because you can't tolerate sun, but at least it changes your environment and earn at least a little bit of money. For realizing that there is infinite reasons why people buy, different business target different customers. For realizing that business is complicated, you cannot just judge the person by its credentials and sales because credentials and sales can be fake. For realizing that teaching is different in implementing. For realizing that you're not gonna succeed in the long term if you don't believe in the product. You might get sales in the short term, but you're gonna fail in the long term. For realizing that there are some scientists that's so involved with their craft and forget how other people will gonna think about their craft. They don't love other people enough to know and listen to them. For realizing that it became harder to get a job and earn money in the Philippines. For realizing that ophthalmologist has 3 sources of income. That's how you became productive. For realizing that Mark Cuban entered the market in the right time and he wouldn't become a billionaire if he entered in different time because of cause and effect. For realizing that some billionaires fake their resume like Jeffrey Epstein. For realizing that I can sleep and take a break whenever I want. For realizing that fasting helps us to sleep. We don't need Google to save us money. For realizing that I need to be grateful more because I am becoming more successful. Also, be aware that loneliness in industry is increasing. For realizing that there are so many goals or truth or pretending to be truth out there. For realizing that there are only few people who were given a chance to work in Qatar. Economics and psychology always wins financially. For realizing that most engineers are earning 20 to 30,000 until the end of their life. For realizing that you should really lie low and be a call center agent until the economy recovers. For realizing that being an electrical engineer in Qatar is a very vague understanding of financial, short and long-term economic and psychological success. For realizing that other people goals in YouTube is a vague understanding of your goals. For realizing that I should take action more on my goals rather than listening to someone talking about how they achieve their goals. For realizing that we should be more grateful the more success we achieve. For realizing that recession will really take longer than I thought. For realizing that behavior and buying pattern of people will be enormously different even if the vaccine is created. For realizing that I should create ways to do my evening ritual if I am super tired. For realizing that I am forced to track my spending. For realizing that investing in real estate or index fund or motorcycle is a forced saving. For realizing that new place, people, and music will boost my productivity. For realizing that salary is just an economic and financial success. For realizing that having a high salary is not the be-all end-all. For realizing that business margins in furniture is 50%, you can use your talent to people existing desires. For realizing that starting a company is not as easy as you think. Fulfilling the promise is the difficult part. for realizing that it's as hard to be 10 in your leisure time as other areas of your life, for realizing that there will be more stress in life the more we succeed, for realizing that efficiency equals productivity and productivity equals money, for realizing that sometimes people commit mistakes in their late 40s. Cops are not immune to marketers. Marketers change. It's a very competitive world. Supply change has to do with the demand. Demand determines income. Salary of a person depends on many factors. We are all equal. It takes a long time to see the difference. You only have a 0.001% chance to stay at the top. For realizing that economic policy enables inequality, for realizing that economic policy can also lower the gap between the rich and poor, for realizing to remember what I'm most grateful of whenever I feel sad, stressed, jealous, and so on. For realizing that we can shift to a powerful state, it's not true that we can fool ourselves that we are happy. For realizing that you're gonna find evidence about the things that you believe if you look at it hard enough. For realizing that people change things don't move. Successful people see their failure as the greatest things that happen to them. All of the successful people you hear has their ups and downs, but it's really how they look at their experience that matters. For realizing that it's not productive to believe that Philip is a scam, for realizing that taking a break for me is shifting to a powerful state. It's about having a powerful state and use that energy to achieve 10 in every area of my life. The professional tech appearance. The traits of a tech: honesty and integrity, dependability and responsibility, sensitivity, effective communication. When you deal with users, managers, and owners who are frustrated and upset because a computer or network is down and they can't work, your job requires you to take on the roles of detective and psychologist, talking with frazzled and confused people and getting answers to questions about how personal computing device got into the state it's in takes skill. Assertive communication. Specialized and fragile systems. Automation for everything from factories to agriculture can now be managed over a network. This means that traditional penetration testing methods that rely on OS level access or that follow the rules of traditional networks may not apply in quite the same ways. In either cause, pentests tend to focus on security of local device storage, authentication, and authorization, the ways applications interact with each other and the OS, communications, and anti-tampering or anti-reversing controls that exist on device. Testing concepts. We'll talk about this in terms of 4 key concepts, including application sideloading, jailbreaks, emulators, and simulators. Sideloading is the process of installing applications that are unapproved for the device or that come from a source that is unapproved. Jailbreaks. Without privileged operating system access, you can't rely on logs, process monitoring, or other inputs you might normally have in order to evaluate functionality. Untethered. The device can be powered on and off without the help of a computer. An important consideration if you do a jailbreak a device is the process of jailbreaking changes the security of the device. Mobile hardware. The platform's hardware determines what authentication features are available, such as what cameras and touch sensors are available for biometric identification, controls, encryption engines, storage, user input, and external device connectivity. Mobile devices are typically built with a system on a chip. The SoC is a small, integrated circuit that connects together common components that make up a mobile device, such as the CPU, GPU, RAM, ROM, and modem. For cellular communications, a SIM, subscriber identity module, card is unique and required in order to identify and authenticate a user's device on the cellular network. Setting a SIM personal identification number or PIN on the mobile device can help protect your data in the event the device is lost or stolen. iOS operating system security. Android operating system. Mobile applications overview. Securing a network and its systems requires protection against a variety of attacks. These attacks may affect only certain areas of operations, such as an application attack on a specific file transfer protocol or FTP server. Some attacks are attempts to gain unauthorized access to a system or to damage one user account or one server. By understanding the various types of protocols, attacks, tools, and resources used by malicious users, you can protect yourself and your network. By knowing where to expect attacks and how to recognize the potential indicators associated with network attacks, you can enact preventive measures. Wireless attacks, data emanation. All information on an unencrypted wireless local area network is transmitted in clear text, and any wireless user can use a protocol analyzer or sniffer application to view the data traversing the WLAN. Jamming. Occasionally, a wireless network will experience interference from another wireless device, such as a baby monitor or cordless telephone that is operating on the same frequency. The only way to prevent jamming and interference is to proactively monitor for sources of wireless signals that are not coming from the corporate wireless network. So that's jamming. Bluetooth vulnerabilities. Bluetooth standards have allowed unauthorized access to personal data on cell phones and computer devices. Bluetooth can also be susceptible to unauthorized messages, a practice called bluejacking. An unauthorized user can send unwanted messages to another Bluetooth device in range of the originating device. A more serious Bluetooth vulnerability is called bluesnarfing. Without proper authentication, an unauthorized user can connect to an unprotected Bluetooth device and access any data storage on it. Service level security mode. Link level security mode. The most secure of the three modes. It authenticates the actual communication link before data transmission can begin. Tip: disable Bluetooth if you are not using it. NFC. NFC technology is often used within applications to send pictures, contact cards, and other media between compatible devices. Assertive communication first requires you to show the other person that you understand and appreciate the importance of his feelings. Always use I and me and never make judgment. I can promise the keyboard will work well if it's always getting dirty. Generally, IT folks support the people doing a company's main business. You are there to serve their needs and all things being equal, to do so at their convenience, not yours. Things that break your concentration slow down the troubleshooting process immensely. Also, avoid accessing social media sites while on the job. It's rude for the customer. We all screw up sometimes, and these kinds of mistakes are your job security. You get paid because people make mistakes and machines break. Remember that you may know all about computer technology, but the user probably does not. Jailbreaks. Jailbreaking or rooting is the process of exploiting a software vulnerability in a mobile OS that enables low-level execution with elevated privileges to bypass the security mechanism in a mobile OS. Jailbreaking a device is useful when you do not have another way to sideload an application or need device-level access to evaluate application security. Both Android and Apple devices can be jailbroken, but available jailbreaks change over time. There are four classifications of jailbreaks. Untethered. The device can be powered on and off without the help of computer. Tethered. A computer and software are required to boot the jailbroken device each time. Semi-tethered. If the device is rebooted, you will need to jailbreak the device again to patch the kernel using the computer. Semi-untethered, and then the last thing is semi-untethered. Emulators and simulators. Another alternative to jailbreaking or rooting a device is to use an emulator or a simulator. The difference between an emulator and a simulator is that emulator will mimic the hardware and operating system for the application being tested, but a simulator will only mimic the software environment. Mobile hardware. However, it's worth understanding some device basics. The platform's hardware determines what authentication features are available, such as what cameras and touch sensors are available for biometric identification controls, encryption engines, storage user input, and external device connectivity. The secure enclave is isolated from the main processor, and it uses a dedicated processor and memory region, secure boot ROM, and dedicated AES engine. The AES hardware engine decrypts and encrypts files as they are written or read, and keying material is not exposed to the application processor or operating system. Though we would all agree that it's difficult to protect something we don't understand. A remarkable number of security professionals are not fully aware of all that is in and on their networks. You should be tracking not only these technologies, but also the manner in which they are implemented in your environment, and just as importantly, the way in which changes to asset and their configurations impact security. For example, many organizations that have carefully deployed strong defenses are experiencing them gradually eroding because of seemingly inconsequential configuration changes. Cloud versus on premise solutions. Although there has been much debate about which approach is intrinsically more secure, in reality, the answer is complicated. They do this at scale, which means they make extensive use of automation to secure their infrastructure. If you go with well known cloud providers, they'll probably have good security teams and controls. This means that you can completely rely on your service provider to handle every control. Misconfigured permissions, in particular, are behind most of the incidents you've heard or read about in the news. This vulnerability is exacerbated by some organizations' failure to encrypt sensitive data in the cloud. Most organizations are moving to cloud-based solutions primarily because of costs. Network architecture. A network architecture for realizing that the virus will hit us hard in the next 2 years, for realizing that Uber and other companies cut quarter of their employees, for realizing that Amazon is winning in this pandemic and call center companies is losing. I will meditate for realizing that past success is not always indicator of future success, for realizing that it's very competitive to be in the top 1% for 10 years, for realizing that I should ask why doesn't the big guys doing what I thought is good opportunity. There's always other big guys out there seeking for money. For realizing that PhD in business is different in academia. For realizing that I can now invest in UITF. For realizing that there is an enormous productivity loss due to social distancing and double down on bad habits. For realizing that I can invest my money in MP2 Pag-ibig, I will meditate. For realizing that scaling is the hardest part in any business, for realizing that great business think in a win-win situation. A win for the customer doesn't mean a win for the business. For realizing that belief is not enough, execution is everything. For realizing that some businesses starts with providing free products and they learn through the distribution of product and they iterate and then they create a demand that they charge money. For realizing that my resume is at fault why I'm not receiving interviews. For realizing that sales in business has ceiling, you should continue to do what's working until it doesn't work anymore. For realizing that an unknown statistics or market is always your biggest advantage. Business starts that way. They start by solving a market's problem. For realizing that a great idea or product does not translate to good businesses. For realizing that it's still GCQ, that is why HR failed to assess their applicants. Creativity is diminished when productivity is low. For realizing that your skill set should be prepared when you become top 1% of income. For realizing that I should follow up on Lalamove and inquire in Pag-ibig early. For realizing that PSE is now bouncing back. For realizing that SM is cutting their employees' office hours. They are laying off probationary people. For realizing that my message should be crystal clear to be able to have people buy my product instantaneously without thinking the other products. For realizing that I should always know what makes me unique than everybody else. It gets pseudo, Dean's Lister in engineering, top fraud analyst, and so on. I will meditate for realizing that the scam of Philip Romulo has been validated by his family, for realizing that computer is just a set of systems stuck to one another, for realizing that one of the greatest opportunity for humans is systems. Systems allows us to multiply our energy, for realizing that energy optimization is the greatest secret of life. We all buy things to conserve energy. For realizing that it will be at least half a decade before the unemployment rates goes back to normal. For realizing that parents' productivity will suffer as the result of lockdown. Parents are less likely to do their job if kids are at home. For realizing that the opportunity to do restaurant works in the city or call center jobs is gone because America's unemployment will goes down at least a decade from now, and it will affect call center jobs in the Philippines, which will make the unemployment rate at its all-time high for at least one decade. I will meditate for realizing that my secret is not really lies and truth, because there's no such thing as lies and truth. There's only close to lies and truth. For realizing that lies and truth makes my goals clear and simple. Clarity really helps us to communicate effectively. For realizing that I can use WH questions to classify the objects that my customer are saying. For realizing that sometimes you need to remove something from the system to make it better. Sometimes you need to simplify things to make better, but sometimes you need to consider all the details. You have to be able to zoom in and out to and from the system. For realizing that I shouldn't rely on a company as my main source of income to be successful in the corporate world. For realizing that being an employee won't make me successful. For realizing that I can reevaluate my thoughts on a learned centuries. I will meditate. For realizing that the economy is really drowning because call centers became brutally competitive. For realizing that I was able to take the opportunity of being a call center when it's there, because new graduates will have a hard time in entering this industry. For realizing that most of the recruiters that I've contacted is just pulling on applicants. They're not really looking for agents because America don't want to outsource anymore. They just do it to make use of the HR departments. For realizing that many people knows HIV, but many people still is having the disease. The same is true for COVID-19. For realizing that Sweden's spending cut by half even if governments did not impose lockdown. For realizing that it was several months after the lockdown began to be lifted before bankruptcy started to rise because of the consumer spending. What happens is restaurants or accounts in call centers reduce their employees and close their stores or services because the consumer confidence is low and they cannot pay rent or other operational expenses. For realizing that people will be afraid to make new investments in rental property or other things because they are afraid that their tenant may not be able to pay them, and that has a massive impact on the economy. For realizing that the economy rebound will probably an L-shape and investors will realize that it will be a deep long recession. They'll realize it in third or fourth quarter. For realizing that the vaccine will be able at best in January. For realizing that US will either diversify their investments, diversify their call centers, or produce their supply on their country. For realizing that a furlough of low-skilled workers will shape political agenda and policy, which will in turn make the essential workers' salary or standard of living better. The longer we wait for the vaccine, the more pronounced the 90% economic effect would be. For realizing that it's surprising how US would play a central role in galvanizing the world, hasn't done so, which makes the call centers in the Philippines worse than it is in June 2019, when Duterte wants to decentralize the economy and when Trump wants to have their supply or call centers on their country. Duterte will more likely to decentralize the economy during this pandemic because of the need of social distancing. For realizing that China can become the financial hub because they have a better financial technology than West like Alibaba and WeChat. For realizing that government will add tax to the middle class people during this pandemic because we can't borrow because of too much debt. Mobile Applications Overview. The OWASP Mobile Security Project is an effort to provide resources and guidance for the secure development of mobile applications. Native applications can be closely coupled with the OS and have direct access to cameras, sensors, and other device components. To create these applications, developers use SDKs that are specialized for the OS. Hybrid apps are a combination of a web and native application. Each platform implements its own application format. Applications developed for Android are stored in the Android package kit. Since Android applications are Java-based, an APK is in a Java archive format and includes a manifest file, Android manifest.xml, which embeds the contents in a binary XML format. The EPA is a zip compressed archive containing all the code and resources needed to run the application. The built-in directory structure includes the application.app, which resides inside payload folder and contains all the application code and resources. When applications run, they are sandboxed to prevent them from accessing data from other applications or making changes to the device. Each application has its own container, and if it needs to access device data or data from other applications, it must use services provided by the OS. In iOS, this container includes, as mentioned earlier, mobile applications are frequently web clients that interface with other web services and APIs. For example, the best way to evaluate the use of communication channels is to intercept the traffic and conduct network analysis. Use OWASP, ZAP, or Burp Suite to inspect and manipulate web traffic, search for weak or deprecated encryption algorithms, or use Postman to evaluate API abuse. Which of the following would be most appropriate for the workplace? Select 2. The answer would be clean, press, khaki, trousers. And then clean, wrinkle, free polo shirt. While manning the help desk, you get a call from a distraught user who says she has a blank screen. What would be a useful follow-up question? Is the computer turned on? And is the monitor turned on? At the very least, what tool should be in every technician's toolkit? That's Phillips head screwdriver. When is it appropriate to yell at a user? Never. When troubleshooting a software problem on Phobis computer and listening to her describe the problem, you get a text from your boss. Which of the following is the most appropriate action for you to take? Wait until Phoebe finishes her description, run through any simple fixes, and then explain that you need to call your boss on your cell phone. You are at a customer's workstation to install several software and hardware updates, a process that will take a while and require several reboots of the computer. What should you do about the password to the user's accounts? Ask the user to change her password temporarily for you to use. Which of the following is a good practice after completing a troubleshooting call at someone's office? Follow up with a call within a couple of days to make sure everything is going well with the fixed computer. Which tools help you avoid accidental static discharge by keeping you at the same electrical potential as the customer on which you're working? That's anti-static restart. Once you have ascertained the computer's problem and back up the critical data, what should you do? Let's establish a theory of probable cause. What should you do after successfully repairing a machine? Let's document your findings. Things that break your concentration slow down the troubleshooting process immensely. You're not being paid to socialize, so turn those cell phones to vibrate. Getting answers. Remember that you may know all about computer technology, but the user probably does not. This means a user will often use vague or incorrect terms to describe a particular computer component or function. People do usually want to get a handle on what you are doing in a simplified way. Expectations and follow-up. Users are terrified when their computers and networks go down. Hopefully, you can do exactly that for them, but you also must deal with their expectations and let them know what to expect. Documentation. At the completion of work, provide proper documentation of the services provided. Describe the problem, including the time and day you started work, the solution, again including the time and day the work ended, the number of hours you worked, and a list of all parts you replaced. Be prepared. Electrostatic discharge. Anti-static tools. Any electrical component not in a computer case needs to be stored in an anti-static bag. Always disconnect power before repairing a personal computing device. Electromagnetic interference. EMI isn't nearly as dangerous as ESD, but it can cause permanent damage to some components and erase data. You can prevent EMI by keeping magnets away from computer equipment. Radio frequency interference, physical tools. Contrary to what you may think, techs really need a hammer. Mobile devices such as tablets and smartphones requires more complex kits that include specialty tools such as prying tools called spudgers. Isn't that a great word? There are many excellent toolkits available for purchase. Personal safety. When thinking about safety, maintain compliance with government regulations. Use proper lifting techniques. Another personal safety issue is heavy boxes. Finally, remove any jewelry or loose hanging clothing before working on a computer. Troubleshooting methodology. Question. Identify the problem. Establish a theory of probable cause. Test the theory to determine the cause. Establish a plan of action to resolve the problem and implement the solution. Verify full system functionality and, if applicable, implement preventive measures. Documents findings, actions, and outcomes. Has anything recently changed on the computer that might have made this problem appear? In most troubleshooting situations, it's important to back up critical files before making changes to a system. Personally, I prefer the word guess at this point because very few errors are so obvious that you'll know what to do. Fall back on your knowledge of the computing process to localize the issue based on the symptoms. Keep your guesses, theories simple. The combination of a solid Troubleshooting theory and fundamental understanding of the computing process is the core knowledge for techs for fixing things. If the customer's computer displays an error message, for example, put the whole error message into a search engine. Internal research means asking other techs on site for help. It means checking company records regarding particular machine, for example, checking a problem tracking database where previous issues have been recorded. Even if that connector or part works fine, the physical abuse could provide extra information. If you don't have the skills or the permission to fix the issue, you need to escalate the problem. Front-end development. HTML is not a programming language, it is a markup language, which means it is a system for identifying and describing the various components of a document, such as headings, paragraphs, and lists. JavaScript and DOM scripting. JavaScript is a scripting language that adds in interactivity and behaviors to web page, including this: making the browser remember information about users, building interface widgets such as embedded video players or special form inputs. DOM stands for Document Object Model, and it refers to the standardized list of web page elements that can be accessed and manipulated using JavaScript or another scripting language. A few developers I know started by copying and adapting existing scripts, then gradually added to their programming skills with each new project. Still, if you have no programming languages, the initial learning curve may be a bit steep. If you want to be a web developer for a living, JavaScript is a basic requirement. The World Wide Web. The group was founded in 1994 by Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the web, at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. In the beginning, the W3C concerned itself mainly with the HTTP protocol and the development of HTML. Backend development. Backend developers focus on the server, including the applications and databases that run on it. They may be responsible for installing and configuring the server software. Server software include Apache, Microsoft 2S, web application languages, data software, MySQL, Oracle, SQL Server. Additionally, backend developers need to be familiar with configuring and maintaining databases that store all of the data for a site, such as the content that gets poured into templates, user accounts, product inventories, and more. These folks are known in the biz as unicorns. Product manager. The product manager of a website or application guides its design and development. Soft skills. Be clear, proactive, and straightforward with what you have to say. Flexibility. You might find that they've canceled your project entirely. A good attitude. Be mindful that the attitude with which you approach your work is contagious, so strive to be a positive and friendly team member. A solid, up-to-date computer. The more monitor real estate you have, the more windows and control panels you can have open at the same time. Although not a requirement, a large monitor makes life easier. A second computer for testing. All VM products require that you purchase a copy of Microsoft Windows, but it sure beats buying a whole machine. Code editors understand the syntax of the code you write, so they can do things for you like color coding, error detection, and automatically finishing simple tasks like closing HTML tags. You will find that many hosting services offer their own FTP tools for uploading your files to their servers. Feeling the fear? Reframing? How to change the world? To wait without despair. I am unworthy of all the kindness and faith that you have shown me. God sent me before you to preserve for you a remnant on earth and to keep alive for you many survivors. So it was not you who sent me here, but God. Genesis 45:4-8. For realizing that a woman is like a man, they have strong sexual desire. For realizing that it's expensive to keep school safe. For realizing that billionaires don't have cash sitting around to pay 150 billion payroll every month. For realizing that most of parents thinks that it's unsafe to reopen school. I will meditate. For realizing that routines beat skills and talents, so no one is talented than another. Don't just believe Gallup. For realizing that we should know how the different factors interconnects in my lies and truth, the more related each other, the better it is. For realizing that there is a power in commonalities because of the interconnection of things. For realizing that it's expensive to keep school safe, I should see myself as an observer when listening. For realizing that pandemic will affect air travel, which will affect globalization. For realizing that restriction in air travel will increase inequality. For realizing that 16-year-old in a poor country can make money in ads by spreading fake news. For realizing that we double down on our spending during quarantine. For realizing that GDP ignores other aspects of development like personal, health, leisure time, and happiness. For realizing that we have done for others remains immortal. For realizing that the world will be less rich than they would have been otherwise. For realizing that demand will be significantly lower if the purchasing power decline. For realizing that most of employees from hotel, restaurant, and air industry will be out of work and they'll be your competitor in call center. For realizing that some people don't want to follow government rule. For realizing that the problem after and during this pandemic is the people's behavior. People are stuck in their bad habits. For realizing that AIDS is known for humans but people still get it. For realizing that some relationship didn't work out best for them, they ended up dragging each other down. For realizing that Philippines is filled with counterfeit goods which makes Philippine innovators underpaid. For realizing that BGC's cost of living is so high, money is just access to things. For realizing that cities is richer than province because of the dense population. More people equal more skills, opportunities, competition, and so on. For realizing that the birth rate per woman in Philippines is 2.9. For realizing that developing countries tend to get out from farming business, so it's useless for them to have a lot of kids. For realizing that birth rate drops because men and women begins to work together. For realizing that Philippine birth rate continues to grow because of religion. 80% of Filipino are Catholic. For realizing that sometimes psychologists, historians, engineers are more knowledgeable in their respective fields than economists, so economists ask for help before making economic theories. For realizing that you're gonna feel the insecurities of your partner, that is why it's important to choose wisely. For realizing that government did not restrict tobacco because it will cause social issue. For realizing that a 31-year-old doctor is just earning like a fraud analyst. For realizing that Sam Owen's productivity drops when he changed his environment. For realizing that it depends on the definition of the words we say because what we're trying to say is much more complicated than the language system we have. I might mean something when I say it, but the way others see it is totally different, which makes them confused. For realizing that average people in Philippines is 25, which means that there's a lot of people looking for work. For realizing that Philippines rely on its export market above all else, which means that they don't have the same ability to create jobs for its domestic market like the wealthy countries, which means that a lot of people have to fight over very few jobs, which means that the price of labor is very low. For realizing that sex is just one part of happiness. For realizing that having a destiny experience under my belt is a massive advantage in my career. For realizing that our habits is underestimated factor in our financial success. I will meditate, I will sleep well. For realizing that it's okay to fail in front of others because it is transparency and cult leaders makes mistakes. For realizing that Curbs is likely to be fired than me because she is currently studying. For realizing that the most dangerous is what's working because it lures you into doing the best thing. For realizing that Facebook won't work for you moving forward, you've already exhausted the use of it. For realizing that you can fake your degree. For realizing that Saudi's government filtered the news in their news media. For paying off my motorcycle and doing most of my rule of three. I will be grateful. I will meditate. For realizing that hospitals want their patients sick to profit. For realizing that fraud analysis of government is untrustable. For realizing that I could exercise first before I meditate. For realizing that I can take a break in Amazon. I can think what I wanted to do there while improving my English communication skill. For realizing that Amazon non-voice account will enormously improve my English communication skill more than telco voice account. For realizing that Elmer wants me to be lonely because he wants my body. For realizing that truth depends on what we want to achieve and the things that we want to achieve. Sometimes the things that we want to achieve is not really what we want. It's just a goal set up by somebody else to us. For realizing that Elmer is so fake, all of his credential is fake. For realizing that we get used to our lifestyle and we need to keep feeding that beast. For realizing that the biggest things that gets all people is the lifestyle. Make your life simple. For realizing that I shouldn't even ask questions that is not relevant to my truths and lies because no one has enough discipline to look and not worry. For realizing that I should think of spending as income money. Everything that you spend fuck you in different ways. For realizing that wages in JP Morgan, Google, Zoom, and so on will go down. For realizing that there are some investments that offer better returns than real estate. For realizing that some people who says that course is a scam is people that are earning median wages, which makes the course not worth it in terms of return on investment. For realizing that wages goes down during recession. For realizing that we burn more money during recession but it's harder to get that money back, which makes us cut costs in our lifestyle. For realizing how big companies use our fear to make money. Look at how Apple, Spotify, Google, and so on makes money in music. For realizing that Google struggles in hardware. For realizing that things change and social media is now unnecessary to make a lot of money. Look at some ovens. For realizing that making noise in social media takes away time from helping your customers. For realizing that you could choose to build a good customer support or good products over posting in social media. For realizing that temperature of a country is correlated to its GDP, hence you need to stay away from your family's house. For realizing that people 2,000 years ago did not experience recession because they are not in rapid growth of economy as we are today. For realizing that developed countries has healthcare system, roads, sports, planes, and so on that makes their country produce more with less people, which makes the people living there wealthier on average. For realizing that consumer confidence is determined by how much people earn and how much they want to spend. For realizing that you are much likely to raise salary of your employees that currently employed during low unemployment because the people that is qualified for the job is already employed. For realizing that the more money someone makes, the more likely they are to spend money and buy stuff. For realizing that recession are caused by spoiled brats consumers. For realizing that recession can be avoided if we limit the supply and debt that people demand. For realizing that recession is good for companies that is still hiring. When you are depressed, you invariably believe that you are worthless. Beck found that depressed patients see themselves as deficient in the very qualities they value most highly: intelligence, achievement, popularity, attractiveness, health, and strength. He measured himself by the way others look at him and by what he had achieved. Consequently, it was fruitless for the therapist to disagree with the patient. When in his heightened self-criticism, he described himself as petty, egoistic, dishonest, lacking in independence, one whose sole aim has been to hide the weakness of his own nature. It may be so far as we know that he has come pretty near to understanding himself. We only wonder why a man has to be ill before he can be accessible to truth of this kind. Are depressed patients actually facing the ultimate truth about themselves? And what, in the final analysis, is the source of genuine esteem? At the bottom line, only your own sense of self-worth determines how you feel. In practical terms, the study indicated that during periods of depression, you lose some of your capacity for clear thinking. If you see life only in such extreme categories, you will believe your performance will be either great or terrible. Nothing else will exist. She can find 19 things wrong with an incredibly clean room. In fact, I recommend that you set some time aside each day to work at improving your self-image because only this way can you experience the fastest and most enduring personal growth. I will be fired because I am being perceived as quiet quitting at my job by the management. Even if I get fired or let go like Josh Valderion, it may be God's plan, not them, because it will lead me to better opportunities like web development at an early age and make my story an inspiration to others. I have to be real in my IR and RR journal. I have to provide feedback to myself just like how I give feedback to others to better advise ourselves because we usually know what to advise to others in stressful situations. I could have break my food fasting in my day off because I still have a lot of addiction to break. It's okay to break your fast from time to time because it's bad to be obsessed in one area of study as it is to obsess in one area of your life because it makes you fragile. Netflix optimized their culture to flexibility and innovation that allows them to adapt to change more quickly. I should tackle life in a reckless and risky manner because I already know how to prepare myself in all stressful situations and doing hard things is how you get more success in life. Building your life in the foundation of deep life make you more flexible in allowing yourself and you open up in allowing yourself to be caught up in extreme emotions that may lead you away from your values and goals. Writing your thoughts like this is at the heart of every major cognitive therapy. I need to read masturbation and cognitive therapy in a whole day to compensate for my lack of the attention to my addiction part of my life. Changing long-term habits require daily writing of your negative thoughts and doing things that's aligned to your values no matter how you feel. This is how you push yourself higher in terms of fulfillment. If you do hard things, you will improve your nasser. It is how Seneca did what they did. I am really a failure because I provided bad impression to my workmates by using law of power. There is no such thing as failure. We should always see failure as room for improvement because not having such mindset will lead to self-fulfilling prophecy. Practice talking back to them so as to develop a more realistic self-evaluation system because they are the very cause of your emotional upset. Software engineering is concerned with all aspects of software production from the early stages of system specification through to maintaining the system after it has been used. As a discipline, software engineering has progressed very far in a very short period of time, particularly when compared to classical engineering field like civil or electrical engineering. In the early days of computing, not more than 50 years ago, computerized systems were quite small. Most of the programming was done by scientists trying to solve specific, relatively small mathematical problems. Errors in those systems generally had only annoying consequences to the mathematician who was trying to find the answer. Today, we often build monstrous systems in terms of size and complexity. Principles of software engineering. The need of software engineering arises because of higher rate of change in user requirements and environment on which the software is working. Separation of concerns. When specifying the behavior of data structure component, there are often two concerns that need to be dealt with: basic functionality and support for data integrity. A data structure component is often easier to use if these two concerns are divided as much as possible into separate sets of client functions. It is certainly helpful to clients if the client documentation treats the two concerns separately. Modularity. The principle of modularity is a specialization of the principle of separation of concerns. Following the principle of modularity implies separating software into components according to functionality and responsibility. It describes a responsibility-driven methodology for modularization in an object-oriented context. Abstraction. The principle of abstraction is another specialization of the principle of separation of concerns. Following the principle of abstraction implies separating the behavior of software components from their implementation. It requires learning to look at software and software components from two points of view: what it does and how it does it. Failure to separate behavior from implementation is a common cause of unnecessary coupling. For example, it is common in recursive algorithms to introduce extra parameters to make the recursion work. When this is done, the initial values for the extra parameters. Otherwise, the caller must deal with the more complex behavior that requires specifying the extra parameters. If the implementation is later converted to a non-recursive algorithm, then the client code will also need to be changed. Anticipation of change. Computer software is an automated solution to a problem. The problem arises in some context or domain that is familiar to the user of the software. The domain defines the types of data that the user need to work with and the relationships between the types of data. Software developers, on the other hand, are familiar with the technology that deals with data in an abstract way. They deal with structures and algorithms without regard for the meaning of or importance of data that is involved. A software developer can think in terms of graphs and graph algorithms without attaching concrete meaning to vertices and edges. Working out an automated solution to a problem is a learning experience for both the software developers and their clients. Software developers are learning the domain that clients work in. They are also learning the values of the client. What form of data presentation is most useful to the client? What kinds of data are crucial and require special predictive measures? The clients are learning to see the range of possible solutions that software technology can provide. They are also learning to evaluate the possible solutions with regard to their effectiveness in meeting the client's needs. Cohesiveness has a positive effect on ease of change. Cohesive components are easier to reuse when requirements change. If a component has several tasks rolled up into one package, it is likely that it needs to be split up when changes are made. CJA Impactor. The CJA Impactor tool is a GUI used to install EPA files, which, as you know, is used to jailbreak an iPhone to an device. Jailbreaks, for example, are packaged as an EPA, and the Impactor tool is used to transfer the jailbreak over the devices for installation. Follow the steps to install an app to your device. On your laptop, download the latest CJA Impactor installation file for your appropriate operating system. Connect the mobile device to your laptop. On your laptop, open up the CJA Impactor application. If CJA recognizes the device, it will be displayed in the top drop-down menu box. 4. Download the app for your device and iOS version to your laptop. 5th, on your laptop, open your favorite file manager GUI and drag the application file into the CJA Impactor window. You will be asked for your Apple ID and password to continue. Enter the correct email and password when prompted, then click the OK box to continue. If successful, CJA Impactor will install the EPA to the device and you will see the app on the mobile device desktop. CJA Package Manager. The CJA Package Manager is the app store for jailbroken iDevices. Jay Freeman Sarek is the initial creator of CJA, which is typically installed by default after a successful jailbreak, like the ones provided from Yalu and Pango. Frida for dynamic analysis. Frida is a modular framework designed for assessing the security of mobile apps. Again, it's Frida for assessing security of the mobile apps. Using objection to bypass SSL pinning. Applications that communicate to external server backends will sometimes use SSL pinning to secure the connection. If it's all encrypted and it's pinned to the server certificate, even an on-path attack won't help you test the traffic. The objection command iOS SSL pinning disable will then attempt to bypass the SSL pinning, allowing you to inspect traffic using a tool such as Burp. You do not try to cheer yourself up by rationalizing or saying things you do not believe are objectively valid. If what you write down in the rational response column is not convincing and realistic, it won't help you one bit. Make sure you believe in your rebuttal to self-criticism. Just write the thoughts that created the emotion. Instead, write down the thoughts that automatically flashed through your mind the moment you saw the tire. Thoughts allows you to record not only your upsetting thoughts but also your feelings and the negative event that triggered them. Finally, talk back to these thoughts and do your emotional accounting. This attitude can only serve as self-fulfilling prophecy. Everyone knows how disorganized and selfish I am, jumping to conclusions, mind reading, overgeneralization. I'm disorganized at times and I'm organized at times. Everybody doesn't think the same way about me. I'm completely self centered and thoughtless. I'm just no good. All or nothing thinking. I'm thoughtless at times, and at times I can be quiet, thoughtful. I probably do act overly centered, self centered at times. I can work on this. I may be imperfect, but I'm not no good. My roommate probably hates me. I have no real friends. Jumping to conclusions, mind reading, all or nothing thinking. My friendships are just as real as anyone's. At times, I take criticism as rejection of me, Gail, the person, but others are usually not rejecting me. They're just expressing dislike for what I did or said, and they still accept me afterward. For realizing that I should remove all the source of dopamine that's not related to my goals. For realizing that I don't really want a good appearance. For realizing that at some point I have to trust again. For realizing that reading books becomes zero because the dopamine in other activity is much higher. For realizing that the way our brain works is it will compound things in your head that you focus on. For realizing that you're gonna think about the GME when I'm taking a shower and going to bed. I will meditate. For realizing that saving can hinder us from taking advantage of huge discounts for goods and services during pandemic. For realizing that some ovens is not necessarily wrong when he wants a good house. For realizing that most of successful businessmen start by doing their business in their spare time because they don't have enough cash to do it full time. I will meditate. For realizing that by stopping other dopamines, things that meaningful to me becomes enjoyable. For realizing that there are so many distractions on your happiness, the one that can focus will wins. Don't react to things, act on it. You have to realize that people created things to bait your dopamine. 70% of people's energy are spent in poisonous time. For realizing that there's so many things that sucks our life. This sucks our dopamine without us noticing it. It's like we're living in a maze. For realizing that we think that socializing, eating junk food will make us happy. For realizing that living below my means makes me feel secure. For realizing that we have limited energy and all of these women are getting your dopamine. It is especially true for you. You've been a masturbation addict for decades. For realizing that whatever makes us feel rewarded is also what makes us suffer pain and dopamine. For realizing that there's more to know about dopamine, it's probably some Owen's teaching in his mastermind group. There's this so much little things that get our energy secretly. For realizing that Marge is currently enrolled. For realizing that I should be able to know what's good and bad chat. I should be able to scroll up and down. For realizing that I shouldn't use script because they'll feel that it's scripted. For realizing that customer knows that CSA cannot change policy. For realizing that if I let other things to suck my energy, the things that I truly want will be the sacrifice. For realizing that minimalist won't make you avoid your dopamine addiction, at some point it can make things work. For realizing that Alex Becker are doing nightmare mode for just 7 days, 3 months before. For realizing that the more bad habits you let into your life, the more bad habits will gonna come in because it has a better dopamine and you move through dopamine and you feel burnt out and resentful because you did not what's really important to you. For realizing that nightmare mode is normal for the best of the best athletes. For realizing that consumer spending drops by 39% considerably to services like Uber, barbershop, school, and so on. For realizing that nightmare mode is normal for the best of the best athletes. For realizing that there are 100,000 cases of COVID in PH. For realizing that people in US will keep the money they got from post-lockdown. For realizing that new businesses is not getting funded. For realizing that I should not be deceived by the activity that disguise themselves as productive and gives me better dopamine. For realizing that BPO is still running during pandemic better than OFW remittances. For realizing that things that seems productive tell me to do it because I'm gonna be burned out. For realizing that I should create rule to control the dopamine that I take every day. For realizing that organic traffic is not necessarily better. If you can figure out the paid traffic the right way, it's good for you. For realizing that I can't be social and absolute best on the things I truly love. For realizing that healthy and organic diet will feel you garbage. For realizing that Jeep, LRT, and Angkas is restricted. For realizing that I shouldn't eat in the morning and middle of the day. For realizing that the problem with beginners is that they want to make money fast. You have to be master first. For realizing that Alex is not good in English. For realizing that I should just conclude my life if I won't do the things I love to do. For realizing that foreigners are selling off their stock. For Philippines has not so good stock compared to other markets. For realizing that it's more like an L-shaped recovery. For realizing that 2008 crash, the OFW remittance remain constant. For realizing that OFW remittances and BPO are down by 16% and it will affect consumer consumption. For realizing that mass gathering and workplace are the source of new transmission. For realizing that weed prevents you from sleeping well. For realizing that it sucks to drastically change. For realizing that watching videos in YouTube is more targeted info. You need to appeal to a lot of people when writing book. For realizing that there are no perfect diet for everyone. For realizing that dine-in is not okay. For realizing that it feels lonely doing nightmare mode because your goals cannot give you the same dopamine other activity can. For realizing that I have to learn more about dopamine. There's so many little activities that secretly giving us better dopamine than our goals. For realizing that there's people who live until age 95 but they eat junk food all their life. For realizing that authors explain their book more than they need to. For realizing that teaching helps you structure your thoughts. For realizing that it would take me 5 to 10 years to get things that I really want, and being a 20-year-old, you just have 4 intervals of years to make it. For realizing that if I want to enjoy the fruits of my labor, I need to start as early as possible. For realizing that you'll be confused when you get all PR response and it still did not make you happy. For realizing that woman has dopamine that's better than what you truly want, be careful with it. For realizing that Philippine economy is worse compared to other Southeast Asian country, I will meditate. For realizing that I should focus on learning programming fundamentals. For realizing that I don't need 8 hours of sleep. For realizing that positive scripting goes a long way because it changes the writing of our brain. Success mindset changes the mindset of my brain. For realizing that personalization is what customer wants. For realizing that smart people persuade other people with fancy things to gain power over them. For realizing that the most dangerous thing about money is it takes away time from the things that most important to you, which is security and fulfillment. For realizing that there's so many ways to be successful. Most people lie about who they are. Are you sure Ira is professor? Ronaldo admitted it. However, do you know the full story? I will meditate. For realizing that people at the top persuades us with things that will give us better dopamine, it's seductive. For realizing that Philippine economy contracts in 2 consecutive quarters. For realizing that I shouldn't eat breakfast and lunch. For realizing that I could do 2 days fasting as a way of life. It saves time and energy. For realizing that smart people makes us attached to things we don't want and lure us out to the things that we want. Electric companies gather or generate electricity and then push it to your house under pressure through wires, just the wires waiting for you to plug something into the wall socket, at which time it'll flow at a constant rate, again, more or less. The pressure of the electrons in the wire is called voltage and is measured in units called volts. The number of electrons moving past a certain point on a wire is called the current or amperage. The amps and volts needed so that a particular device will function is expressed as how much wattage that device needs. Wires of all sorts, whether copper, tin, gold, or platinum, have a slight resistance to the flow of electrons, just as water pipes have a slight amount of friction that resists the flow of water. Types of matter that inhibit electron movement are called insulators. Types of matter that allow electrons to move easily are known as conductors. A particular thickness of wire only holds so much current at a time. If you push too much through the wire, will overheat and break, much as an overloaded water pipe will burst. If you try to push 30 amps through a 20 amp wire, the wire will break and electrons will seek a way to return into the ground. Not a good thing, especially if the path back to the ground is through you. Circuit breakers and ground wires provide the basic protection from accidental overflow. A circuit breaker is a heat-sensitive or electromagnetically operated electrical switch rated for a specified amperage. If you push too much amperage through the circuit breaker, the wiring inside detects the increase in heat or current and automatically opens, stopping the flow of electricity before the wiring overheats and breaks. You reset the circuit breaker to re-establish the circuit and electricity flows once more through the wires. An electrical outlet must have a ground wire to be suitable for PC use. Powering the PC. The power supply in a computer converts high voltage AC power from the wall socket to low voltage DC. Second, you need a power supply to convert AC to the proper voltage and amperage of DC power for the motherboard and peripherals. The power supply gets that power with a power coil that plugs into an electrical outlet on one end and to the power supply via a standard IEC 320 connector on the other. In the United States, standard AC comes in somewhere between input 110 and 120 volt, often written as 115 VAC or volts of alternating current. Most of the rest of the world uses 230 VAC, so modern power supplies are designed to support both voltages, aka dual voltage. Not only are they dual voltage, but they're also auto sensing. Just plug in the power supply and it automatically adjusts to whatever voltage is offered. Many computing device, so this is for AC adapters. Many computing device use an AC adapter rather than an internal power supply. If either the voltage or amperage output is too low, the device won't run. If either the voltage or amperage, especially the former, is too high, on the other hand, you can very quickly toast your device. If any of these readings is different from what is described here, it's time to call an electrician. Be sure to test all of the outlets the computer system uses: power supply, external devices, and monitor. Be sure to test all of the outlets the computer system uses. Equipment grounding. If all power companies could supply electricity in smooth, continuous flows with no dips or spikes in pressure, the next two sections of this chapter would be irrelevant. Unfortunately, no matter how clean the AC supply appears to a multimeter, the truth is that voltage from the power company tends to drop well below sub and shoot far above or power surge or spike the standard 115 volts in the United States. These sugs and spikes usually don't affect lamps and refrigerators in such scenarios, but they can keep your PC from running or can even destroy a PC or peripheral device. AC, surge connect suppressors and uninterruptible power supplies. Large sags in electricity are also known as brownouts. When the power cuts out completely, it's called the blackout. Surge suppressors, surges, or spikes are far more dangerous than sags. Even a strong sag only shuts off or reboots your PC. To protect your power supply, a dedicated surge suppressors works between the power supply and the outlet to protect the system from power surges. Most people tend to spend a lot of money on their PC and for some reason suddenly get cheap on the surge suppressor. Don't do that. Make sure your surge suppressor has the UL LCC 1449 for 330 volt rating to ensure substantial protection for your system. If your system takes a hit and you have a surge suppressor, call the company. Many companies provide cash guarantees against system failure due to surges, but only if you follow their guidelines. It essentially contains a big battery that provides AC power to your computer regardless of the power coming from the AC outlet. Volt amps is the amount of power the UPS could provide if the devices took power from the UPS in a perfect way. You add up the total wattage of every component in your PC and buys a UPS with a higher wattage. UPS receive battery power only when the AC sags below the 80 to 90 volts. Another type of UPS is called line interactive, which is similar to standby UPS but has a special circuitry to handle moderate AC sags and surges. Supplying DC. After you've ensured the supply of good AC electricity for the PC, the power supply unit takes over, converting public utility voltage AC 115 or 120 volt in the United States to 30 volt in many other countries into several DC voltages, notably 3.3 volts, 5 volts, and 12 volts, usable by the delicate interior components. The PC uses the 12-volt current to power motors on devices such as hard drives and optical drives, and it uses 3.3 to 5 volts current for support of onboard electronics or peripherals. Manufacturers may use these voltages any way they wish, however, and may deviate from these assumptions. Power supplies also come with the standard connectors for the motherboard and interior devices. Molex connectors, now over 50 years old, the Molex connector supplies 5 volts and 12 volts current for fans and older drives. The tricky part is that Molex connectors require a firm push mini connectors. A few power supply still support the mini connector or bridge connector. The mini supplies 5 volts and 12 volts to peripherals. Originally adopted as the standard connector on 3.5-inch floppy disk drives, you'll still see the occasional device needing this connector. Even with good AC, a bad power supply can fail to transform AC to DC at voltages needed by the motherboard and peripherals. The best way to learn how to perform this common technique is to try it yourself. So grab your trusty multimeter and walk through the following steps on a powered up PC with the side cover removed. It essentially contains a big battery that provides AC power to your computer regardless of the power coming from the AC outlet. An example of a UPS is the battery backup that we use in our personal computers, laptops, and tablets. Try this, using a multimeter to test AC outlets. Every competent technician knows how to use a multimeter, so if you haven't used one in the past, get hold of a one and work through. Caution: during this exercise, do not physically touch any of the metal parts of the probes or sockets. You can ask the managers to go closer at their employees to make them comfortable. Data science, but it is only in the last few years that companies have gotten access to more data that they know what to do with. Now, medium and even small companies are quickly gathering or purchasing large datasets. All these companies, large or small, now need professionals to store, access, and analyze and report on all this information. Because data science is still a developing field, people are coming in from all sorts of educational and professional backgrounds. This is a major step in standardizing terminology and roles within the field. As we have seen with other technical fields such as cybersecurity, it is difficult to get employed no matter what your background is, unless you have a certification from a recognized organization such as CompTIA or CompTIA. Data Plus is a vendor neutral exam because data science is so varied. No one tool or software is used in every role. To reflect this, no specific programming language is required to pass this exam. These examples are only one way to reach a solution and are meant to reflect broader concepts. Almost every list you find of the fastest growing careers in the world will mention data scientists or other jobs that end in analyst. Here, you will learn the ins and outs of each domain covered by the exam before going over practice questions at the end of every chapter to solidify those lessons. The last chapter of the book contains two mock exams that will test your knowledge and see whether there are any areas you should review before taking the exam. For realizing that working so hard saves us so much money from not spending on worthless things. For realizing that selling a Tesla stock is a big mistake from Graham and what he talks about is just his opinions and not based on facts. For realizing that the truth is the economy will still keep growing, moving forward, and Tesla stock will keep climbing because of the rapid growth we have throughout the years. I will meditate, I will be grateful, I will sleep well. For realizing that I should always find a counteract to the customer's negativity, like how I push my close to truth and create new close to truth. For realizing that I should not stop finding close to truth in the customer until you die because that's what will make you happy in the first place. What makes you happy and secure is continuously doing close to truth and close to lie, living below your means, doing actions to achieve your alchemy of self. For realizing that I should reflect on my day immediately after your shift, for realizing that I shouldn't sell my Tesla stock because it's better to stay there than savings account. For realizing that I'm doing other things on my free time which makes my performance in Amazon somewhat acceptable. For realizing that it's never a good idea to rely your income in one category. For realizing that I should create a royalty in my decisions in my life. I should create a decision which will allow me to never make that decision again. For realizing that creating business is like making decisions in life. For realizing that until now, I cannot break the fear of losing your mother, Auntie Belle and Rhea. Have you ever lost before? What's the cause of failing if you can still live well and richer? For realizing that it's not good that fear hinders you from doing what's most important to you. For realizing that I should make the contact fast because every seconds are important to the customer since people are impatient, just like how you wait to the Mercury drug representative. For realizing that we are continually need to conquer our fear of loss to get the things that most important to us. For realizing that until now I'm still afraid about the death of your parents because you've been relying to them for almost 22 years. For realizing that I should always grade the customer emotion from 1 to 10 continually during the call. For realizing that I haven't solved my sleep problem. For realizing that until now I'm still afraid of what other people think when I get to bed space. For realizing that most of what we need can be acquired through the simplest of things. For realizing that I'm still afraid of death of my parents. For realizing that I am afraid of death and that motivates people, but that fear should not stop us from doing what's most important to us. For realizing that there will be a continuous fear in life because we are afraid of death, but that shouldn't stop us from achieving our goals. For realizing that doing our purpose helps us live longer. For realizing that there's so many factors I need to consider when dealing with customer. For realizing that I should know that customer feels fear too. For realizing that your contact is agreed to the customer as it is to you. For realizing that valuation on big tech companies in America is ridiculous. For realizing that you're not going to earn money in index fund for the next 6 to 12 months. For realizing that living in bed space is a real estate source of income. For realizing that I should do things that I love but will make me money as well. For realizing that a bed space is a real estate investment. For realizing that Alex Becker done a good way in thinking of nightmare mode in exciting way. For realizing that it's hard to think of something in the closest truth possible or how Alex Becker explained nightmare mode. For realizing that I just need to stop caffeine to get a good sleep. For realizing that security in achieving my goals is what I truly want and not sleep. For realizing that sleep hides as something that will help me achieve my goals when in truth it's one of the things that hinders me from achieving my goals. For realizing that my biggest fear is not achieving my goals. For realizing that having dormit makes us sleep at the right time. For realizing that one of the biggest secret of Chinese is multiple source of income. For realizing that my biggest fear is loss of my mother, auntie, and grandmother. For realizing that as we get older, it became socially unacceptable for us to live cheap. For realizing that maintaining quote is hard to maintain. For realizing that some people are always maintaining other people perception to them. For realizing that people who have expensive stuff is terrified and short-term thinker. For realizing that Warren Buffett lived very cheaply, which makes him long-term thinker. For realizing that my mind is now focused on making different source of income. For realizing that I am so happy because I'm finally doing things that I love. For realizing that our childhood habits has a massive impact on us than we realize. You don't know that you get to your problems today because of the choices you made when you was a child. You chose to not save, sleep and eat well, masturbate and so on. For realizing that my dormant is a kind engineer. For realizing that your interaction with a customer is a grade to them as it is to you. For realizing that you can excel in area you choose in life. Don't be limited by Gallup research because routines beat skills and talents. The only thing you need to consider is the age because we have much lower energy and risk tolerance as we get older. For realizing that Marvin Jermo works in corporate world too. For realizing that I should have multiple sources of income like Marvin Jermo. For realizing that you can make more money investing in stocks than being a manager in your job. For realizing that I also need to consider my workmates because I also need to close them like a customer. For realizing that I should spend less time in stocks. for realizing that I should be a mid-term investor, for realizing that there are some years that S&P 500 are gonna make money, for realizing that investing in individual stock is a high risk, high reward activity, for realizing that I don't need lights to be turned off while sleeping, for realizing that I should find a cheap or rent to own on my free time or day off, for realizing that until now I still afraid what other people think about my appearance or face, for realizing that until now I'm still being scammed by the people I thought who helped me like Sam Ovens and Slip, for realizing that I should include the fact that customers are waiting, for realizing that I should make investment with the lowest amount of risk but higher chances of winning, for realizing that until now I still can't break my habits of relying to my parents, for realizing that until now I can't let go of the research that serves me well before, like Gallup and Blue Light, for realizing that thinking as failure as positive is true because experience doesn't have meaning, because success is never final. Hacking web servers and web apps. It helps us identify important upgrades that are needed for software, thus improving security and helping us recognize and respond to any malicious activity. The fact is that they were never designed to be secure, they were designed for functionality and to provide a service. Every open port on a web server is an entry port for a possible attack, especially if it hosts applications that use protocols such as HTTP and FTP. Adding add-ons and plugins and their configurations on top of the OS and its applications creates a perfect storm for attackers. There are three main components to a web server: the web server software, which is what we want to attack; the website content or files, which need to be in a certain format for the web server to access and read them; every web server essentially works the same way. It receives a request from a user and then tries to find the file they want. Every web server has a piece of software behind it called an HTTP daemon or service or server. The name varies depending on the server. APAC or HTTPD is a popular HTTP daemon for Linux-based servers, while Internet Information Server is a popular one for Windows. The process of finding these files is called mapping URL or domains to certain directories on the server, indexing, and so on. These web servers also contain security features such as limiting the amount of physical memory it can access for each process, preventing unauthorized code execution, and ensuring certain file types are not allowed to be executed. Components of a web server. First, we have the document root. This directory is where all the web content are stored. When a user requests a page using a URL such as waynetechnologies.net /, it maps the URL onto the document root and then searches for the folder for a file that matches the URL. This is called mapping URL to files and folders. If it finds a match, it sends the contents of this file back to the user so that they can see it. If no matching file is found, an index document such as the default page or index.php will be searched for and sent back if found. If no index document is present, the server will typically return for error to the user, saying that it can't find what they are looking for. A redirect may also be returned, telling them to look somewhere else for this file or content. Second, we have the server root. This is the directory tree's top level root directory, including server's configuration and error, executable, and log files. It consists of the server's implementation code. Third, there is the virtual document tree. In addition to the physical directory tree that stores content, a virtual document tree is maintained by HTTP daemon software. The purpose of the virtual tree is to map URLs onto files stored in the server's file system. For example, fourth, we have virtual hosting. This is where you may host multiple domains or websites on one server. For example, you can have your main domain www.crane.technologies.net and then add another side. You would have to create a subdomain such as blog.crane-technologies.net that points to the same root directory to keep everything separate under one group. Fifth, we have the web proxy. A web proxy is a domain that acts as an intermediary between your computer and the website you are trying to access. When you type in an address, it goes through the proxy DNS server, which then forwards the request to your requested website's IP address. A web server is designed to host multiple sites on one system, which adds to the complexity. Did your hacker red flag just go up? It should have. Open source web server architecture. The three most common popular open source web servers are Apache, HTTPD, Nix, and LightDB. Their principal components are as follows: Apache, which is designed to be a secure, efficient, and extensible server; MySQL, which is ideal for storing data; PHP, which is a widely used general-purpose scripting language that is specially suited for web development and can interact with MySQL to retrieve and store data. Microsoft. Microsoft Internet Information Systems is the most widely used web server software in the world, boasting over 800 million downloads. IIS is flexible, secure, and easy to host using HTTP or HTTPS, FTP, RTSP, SMTP, and much more. Microsoft uses application tools which are an extremely useful part of IIS. They allow administrator to set different resource limits for applications running on port 80 or any other port you wish. But why should you care about setting up user accounts and application flows? There are many reasons why an administrator may want to establish individual identities or set up application tools to run independent versions of the same website. Why are web server components? Web servers are often used as attack launch points for attacking other applications. Adding web apps. The best protections against application hacking to, is for the developers to have escape input before inserting it into the database. Threats to both servers and applications. You'll see some similarities in the attacks that are used to target both web servers and web applications, as one can create a vector for the other. Web server attacks, brute force attacks, directory traversal. This attack consists of an attacker obtaining access to a hidden directory on a web server, bypassing normal access restrictions, and exposing data that shouldn't be allowed to be accessed. Man in the middle. This method is where an attacker intercepts communications between two systems without either of them knowing. Phishing attacks. This, in, this is an attack in which the attacker sets up fake website to trick users into entering sensitive data. Session initiation protocol are used for communication by voice over internet protocol systems and are also vulnerable to this attack. HTTP response splitting attack. This is a web-based attack in which the attacker deceives the server by injecting new lines and arbitrary code into response headers. The attacker manipulates the input parameter and cleverly builds a request header that prompts the server to return two answers. Secure shell brute force attack, server-side request forgery. Attackers use SSRF flaws to send crafted requests to internal or backend servers through public web servers. Common web server vulnerabilities, file and directory permissions that have been set up incorrectly, default usernames and passwords that haven't been updated from their default settings, unused services or accounts being enabled, unnecessary features being enabled, authorization attacks. Here, the attacker finds a legitimate account with limited privileges, then logs in as the user and gradually escalates privileges. HTTP request tampering, cookie parameter tampering. Cookie parameter tampering is when someone tampers with the information that's sent in cookie from the client to the server by changing the values within a single cookie or multiple cookies. This can be used to pull users into providing sensitive data or to steal user information.
Malicious software. They usually are dormant until activated via an event the user or system initiates. The proliferation of malware has a direct relationship to the large amount of profit individuals can make without much threat of being caught. The most commonly used schemes for making money through malware are as follows. Systems are compromised with bots and are later used in distributed denial of service. Ransomware encrypts some spyware. Malware redirects web traffic. Malware installs keyloggers which collect sensitive information. Viruses. A virus is a small application or string of code that infects software. The main function of a virus is to reproduce and deliver its payload, and it requires a host application to do this. In other words, viruses cannot replicate on their own. Some viruses infect the boot sector of a computer and either move data within the boot sector or override the sector with new information. A stealth virus hides the modifications it has made to files or boot records. A polymorphic virus produces varied but operational copies of itself. This is done in the hopes of outwitting a virus scanner. Even if one or two copies are found and disabled, other copies may still remain active within the system. Meme virus, script virus have been quite popular and damaging over the last several years. Script files are files that are executed by an interpreter, for example, Microsoft Windows Script Host, which interprets different types of scripting languages. Another type of virus called the tunneling virus attempts to install itself under the anti-malware program. Worms. So to avoid virus, you just need to ins- it is common for malware to have six main elements, although it is not necessary for them all to be in place. Insertion, install itself on the victim's system. Avoidance, uses methods to avoid being detected. Eradication, remove itself after the payload has been executed. Worms, worms are different from viruses in that they can reproduce on their own without a host application. The popular example would be the computer worms is Stuxnet, which targeted Shemin's supervisory control and that data acquisition software and equipment. Rootkit, when a system is successfully compromised, an attacker may attempt to elevate his privileges to obtain administrator or root user level access. Once the level of access is achieved, the attacker can upload a bundle of tools, collectively called a rootkit. Most rootkits also contain sniffers, so the data can be captured and reviewed by the attacker. For a sniffer to work, the system's network interface card must be put into promiscuous mode, which just means it can hear all the traffic on the network link. Rootkits and their payloads have many functions, including concealing other malware, as in password stealing, keyloggers, and computer viruses. Rootkits can reside at the user level of an operating system at the kernel level, in a system's firmware, or in a hypervisor of a system using virtualization. Spyware and adware. Botnets. A bot is a short for robot and is a piece of code that carries out functionality for its master, who could be the author of this code. Logic bombs. A logic bomb executes a program or string of code when a certain set of conditions is met. Trojan horses is a program that is disguised as another program. It mainly target online banking. It mostly target online banking for identity theft activities. Remote access Trojans are malicious programs that mimic the functionality of legitimate remote control programs used for remote administration. Anti-malware software. Signature-based detection. Another technique that all anti-malware software products use is referred to as heuristic detection. For realizing that earning 1 million today is bad for my psychology. For realizing that I will be overconfident and probably lose $500,000 in the next few months if I earn $1 million. For realizing that I should have other investments like knowledge and relationships. Sometimes we failed in those part of investments, that's why we rely on one source of income. But life is not guaranteed, and it's bad for your psychology to only rely on one source of investments. I will meditate for realizing that our energy is like life in Dota. For realizing that it's better to open Grab while doing your MBF because it motivates you to be focused. For realizing that sometimes external factors like opening Grab app helps us focus more. For realizing that life is nothing more than optimization of our draining life. For realizing that I can create ice in a ref. For realizing that I have many jobs to do. The problem is those jobs isn't enough in terms of energy or reward ratio. For realizing that it's better for my psychology to fail so that I won't waste my time researching stocks and there's just things I can't learn from a course. It's better to fail because that's the only way we can learn things other people frustrated to teach us. For realizing that I am missing the meaning in life. For realizing that family planning is so interesting to me. For realizing that understanding and remembering is different. For realizing that interpretation can change depends on the words other people familiar with. For realizing that Joanna will be having a hard time to make her skin flawless as it's like for you to take cold shower for 7 years. For realizing that you masturbate because you don't realize that you only have limited time. For realizing that the psychology of limited. For realizing that smoking will just make life easy for a while. For realizing that our greatest productivity habits comes from our greatest unproductive habits. For realizing that meaningless of life is what makes it meaningful because we won't stop to find the meaning in our life. For realizing that I can send Pure Gold voucher in Viber. For realizing that it's okay that I left my friends like Jom because they like to drag me down. For realizing that I need to master and control myself to be successful. Dopamine detox is insufficient. Search for other secrets. For realizing that life is still beautiful. For realizing that I have to consider how fast I understand and remember words. For realizing that because of my losses, I will be better prepared in market crash. And I learned the valuable lessons that was teach in a course for $2,000. There's just things that cannot teach to others. For realizing that using Facebook in the morning is actually bad for our psychology. For realizing that school works for some people because of the availability of resources like Silicon Valley. For realizing that Meet Kevin is just self-starter and not all people like that, especially you need to have a standard systems. For realizing that life is still beautiful. For realizing that I should talk to more people to alleviate my depression. For realizing that some things is best kept in secrets and the negative side of it is you'll have to be so good at your emotion. For realizing that keeping secrets is also a way of being a great salesman. For realizing that I can enroll in Avion. For realizing that I should take as much work as I can as I thrive in working. For realizing that I should design my life that it's easy for me to do things like school because I am bad at organizing. For realizing that I should start to learn to organize. For realizing that working is the best way to alleviate depression. For realizing that in Philippines, the average salary is 18,000 and the median is 10,000. For realizing that I am living better than most people, I should not complain about it. For realizing that all the economic support and lack for beauty and entertainment is in Korea, that's what made them successful in an entertainment industry. For realizing that Meet Kevin works because he is entertaining and at the same time helpful. For realizing that I should call customer when I arrive because it's a sign of respect. For realizing that people tend to do things for the benefit of their families. For realizing that I should use Facebook like I should use YouTube or taking videos. It should be good for my psychology. For realizing that whenever I feel unproductive, I'm at the other side of truth and I should change it. I believe that I can earn a lot of anytime, anywhere doing Grab. Is it really true? For realizing that fixing my emotion is not staying at home and doing grub. It's trying things, it's moving, it's doing productive things. For realizing that billionaires has another life far from what we see in the media. For realizing that sometimes regretting about the trade-offs of your time is essential for success because of restriction. For realizing that restrictions allows always have a trade-off. For realizing that lucky people use their credibility to stay on top. For realizing that lucky people are in their best interest to keep their secrets. For realizing that most lucky people's secrets are supply and demand. If others knows their secret, if they have any, because they're probably got lucky, it's their best interest to mislead them or keep their secrets. For realizing that regret is not a bad thing, it empowers us during our restriction. For realizing that regret helps us realize our greatest weakness. For realizing that finding the best people and being in a place where best people works also includes luck. For realizing that there is luck in economic policies and people. For realizing that there are some things others can teach. For realizing that two things can be true at the same time. You can think that diversification is key to not lose your money, but it's also a way to not make a lot of money because you're researching a lot of companies that may or may not succeed instead of focusing in few good companies that will 10x your investments. For realizing that restriction makes us feel regret because there's always a trade-off. I am emotional and happy. Each day is a different one. Each day brings a miracle of its own. It's just a matter of paying attention to this miracle. Paulo Coelho. For realizing that Kimberly is unemployed for 2 years. For realizing that economy is bad for school. For realizing that I should be detailed in my gratitude. For realizing that it's hard to interpret our emotions. For realizing that there's always worry no matter what stage we are in life. I will do close to truth and close to lie. I will watch School of Life videos. I will watch Meet Kevin and CoffeeZilla videos. For realizing that I am desperate because I don't use my imagination to think of a better way to have a better future. For realizing that we are from close up imperfect, doubtful, scared, unsure, full of regret, longing, and error. For realizing that normal is enough, we should remove the thinking that exceptional is always good. For realizing that modern people become more depressed because the virus seems impossible to solve. For realizing that I just need to take small steps at a time. For realizing that solving hard problems requires me to fail or lose 100,000 in stocks to learn the valuable secret lesson that trading is not sustainable long term. We stop believing in cult. That's actually our biggest hurdle in achieving big things. Don't regret your failure. Those are necessary risks to discover secrets. Believe in yourself. Have faith in your abilities. Without a humble but reasonable confidence in your own powers, you can be successful or happy. For realizing that people are depressed because problems nowadays are either easy or impossible to solve.
Whether an incident is a non-disaster, a disaster, or a catastrophe, we should treat the systems and facilities that it affects as potential crime scenes. This is because we may at first appear to have been a hardware failure, a software defect, or an accidental fire may have in fact been caused by a malicious actor targeting the organization. Because we are never initially quite sure whether an incident may have a criminal element, we should treat all incidents as if they do, until proven otherwise. This includes understanding legal requirements for specific situations, the chain of custody for evidence, what type of evidence is admissible in court, incident response procedures, and escalation process. The whole environment will be part of an investigation, including the people, network, connected internal and external systems, federal and state laws, management's stance on how the investigation is to be carried out, and the skill set of whomever is carrying out the investigation. Messing up on just one of these components could make your case inadmissible or at least damage if it's brought to court. Cops or no cops. Management needs to make the decision to whether law enforcement should be called in to handle the security breach. Law enforcement agencies bring significant investigative capability. However, there's also disadvantage like secrecy of compromise is not promised. It could become part of public record. Computer forensics and proper collection of evidence. Forensics is a science and an art that requires specialized techniques for the recovery, authentication, and analysis of electronic data for the purposes of a digital criminal investigation. It is the coming together of computer science, information technology, and engineering with law. Computer forensics encompasses all domains in which evidence is in a digital or electronic form, either in storage or on the wire. At one time, computer forensics results were differentiated from network and code analysis, but now, this entire area is referred to as digital evidence. If someone reboots the attack system or inspect various files, this could corrupt viable evidence, change timestamps on key files, and erase footprints the criminal may have left. Most digital evidence has a short lifespan and must be collected quickly in order of volatility. Note, the forensics team needs specialist tools, an evidence collection notebook, containers, a camera, and an evidence identification tags. The notebook should not be spiral notebook but rather a notebook that is bound in a way that one can tell if pages have been removed. Within the United States, there is the SWGDE, Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, which aims to ensure consistency across the forensic community. Consistency with all legal systems, allowance for the use of a common language, applicability at every level, including that of individual, agency, and country. The SWGDE principles are listed next. When dealing with digital evidence, all of the general forensic and procedural principles must be applied. Upon the seizing of digital evidence, actions taken should not change that evidence. Motive, opportunity, and means. This is the same strategy used to determine the suspects in a traditional non-computer crime. Motive is the who and why of a crime. The motive may be induced by either internal or external conditions. A person may be driven by the excitement, challenge, and adrenaline rush of committing a crime, which would be an internal condition. Examples of external conditions might include financial trouble, a sick family member, or other dire straits. Understanding the motive for a crime is an important piece in figuring out who would engage in such activity. Opportunity. Opportunity is the where and when of a crime. Opportunities usually arise when certain vulnerabilities or weaknesses are present. If a company does not have firewall, hackers and attackers have all types of opportunities within that network. If a company does not perform access control, auditing and supervision, employees may have many opportunities to embezzle funds and defraud the company. Means pertains to the abilities a criminal would need to be successful. If the suspects were three people who knew how to use a mouse, keyboard, and a word processing application, but only one of them was a programmer and a system analyst, the crime fighter would realize that this person may have the means to commit this crime much more successfully than the other two individuals. Computer criminal behavior. Like traditional criminals, computer criminals have a specific modus operandi. In other words, criminals use a distinct method of operation to carry out their crime that can be used to help identify them. The difference with computer crime is that the investigator obviously must have knowledge of technology. For example, an MO for computer criminals may include the use of specific hacking tools or targeting specific systems or networks. The method usually involves repetitive signature behaviors such as sending email messages or programming syntax. Knowledge of the criminal's MO and signature behaviors can be useful throughout the investigative process. Note, Lockhardt's exchange principle also applies to profiling. The principle states that a criminal leaves something behind at the crime scene and takes something with them. For example, an MO for computer criminals may include the use of specific hacking tools or targeting specific systems or networks. The method usually involves repetitive signature behaviors such as sending email or programming syntax. Law enforcement use the information to identify other offenses by the same criminal. For example, profiling crime scene analysis or profiling can also be conducted using the criminal's MO and signature behavior. Profiling provides insights to the thought processes of the attacker and can be used to identify the attacker or at the very least, the tool he used to conduct the crime. Incident investigators. The good ones must be aware of suspicious or abnormal activities that others may normally ignore. This is because due to their training and experience, they may know what is potentially going on behind some abnormal system activity, while another employee would just respond, "Oh, that just happens sometimes. We don't know why." The investigator could identify suspicious activities such as port scans, attempted SQL injections, or evidence in a log that describe a dangerous activity that took place. These activities could be increased network traffic, an employee staying late every night, unusual requests to specific ports on a network server, and so on. On top of being observant, the investigator must understand forensic procedures, evidence collection issues, and how to analyze a situation to determine what is going on and know how to pick out the clues in system logs. There are 4 general types of assessments performed by investigators: network analysis, which include traffic analysis, log analysis, disk managing, which includes timeline analysis, modify access create times, registry analysis, shadow volume analysis, software analysis that include embedded operating systems, virtualized software, and hypervisor analysis. Types of investigations. Investigations happen for very specific reasons. Maybe you suspect an employee is using your servers to mine Bitcoin after hours, which in most places would be a violation of acceptable use policies. Though the investigative process is similar regardless of the reason, it is important to differentiate the types of investigations you are likely to come across. Administrative, An administrative investigation is one that is focused on policy violations. These represent the least impactful to the organization type of investigation and will likely result in administrative action if the investigation supports the allegations. Criminal. A criminal investigation is one that is aimed at determining whether there is cause to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that someone committed a crime. The most important thing to consider is that we, as information system security professionals, are not qualified to determine whether or not someone broke the law. That is the job of law enforcement agencies or LEAs. Our job, once we have reason to believe that a crime may have taken place, is to preserve evidence, ensure the designated people in our organizations contact the appropriate LEA, and assist them in any way that is appropriate. Civil. The two likeliest ways to encounter this is regarding possible violations of civil law or government regulations. Another key difference in civil versus criminal investigations is that the standard of proof is much lower. Instead of proving beyond a reasonable doubt, the plaintiff just has to show that the preponderance of the evidence supports the allegation. The plaintiff is the party suing and the defendant is the one being sued. Regulatory. Somewhere between all three, administrative, criminal, and civil investigations, lies the fourth kind you should know. A regulatory investigation is initiated by a government regulator when there is reason to believe that the organization is not in compliance. This varies significantly in scope and could look like any of the other three types of investigation depending on the severity of the allegations. As with criminal investigations, the key thing to remember is that your job is to preserve evidence and assist the regulators' investigators as appropriate. Tip: always treat an investigation, regardless of type, as if it would ultimately end up in courtroom. The forensic investigation process. Each team or company may commonly come up with their own steps, but all should be essentially accomplishing the same things: identification, preservation, collection, examination, analysis, presentation, decision. They are identification of the crime scene, protection of the environment against contamination and loss of evidence, identification of evidence and potential sources of evidence, and the collection of evidence. In regard to minimizing the degree of contamination, it is important to understand that it is impossible not to change a crime scene, be it physical or digital. During the examination and analysis of process of a forensic investigation, it is critical that the investigator works from an image that contains all of the data from original disk. Whether the crime scene is physical or digital, it is important to control who comes in contact with the evidence of the crime to ensure the integrity. Document who were the last individuals to interact with the systems. The original media should have two copies created: a primary image, a control copy that is stored in a library, and a working image used for analysis and evidence collection. These should be timestamped to show when the evidence was collected. Before creating these images, the investigator must make sure the new media has been properly purged, meaning it does not contain any residual data. Some incidents have occurred where drives that were new and right out of the box contained old data not purged by the vendor. For realizing that there is also a secret to be found about people. For realizing that listening is key about communication and people. The one who can listen the most, communicate the best. For realizing that I should be grateful in my close to truth and close to lie to save time from gratitude journal. I will meditate. Smile at yourself in the mirror for at least 10 seconds. For realizing that I should read influence for 2 hours. For realizing that I should set other Grab rider standards. They should expect me to work while waiting in Jollibee. There's a powerful driving force inside every human being that, once unleashed, can make any vision, dream, or desire a reality. For realizing that I am depressed not because I lost money, but because I think having a lot of money will solve my depression. For realizing that doing hard things is what makes me happy, not retirement. For realizing that I have to fix my environment to be able to solve the hard things I want to solve. Remember that the thing that makes life uncomfortable is also what makes it comfortable. For realizing that I have to do the uncomfortable to feel comfortable. Maybe your workmate will give you a sense that you belong in something, doing something with them that is bigger than ourselves. For realizing that I have to be grateful, it's a matter of need, not want. You'll go insane if you don't do that. For realizing that I just finish things to feel comfortable. Today, at work, I realized that I'm not the only depressed in the world. Actually, most of us. I'm just aware of my depression. I could have wait to eat healthy food. I should create a system that will make me eat those healthy food. For realizing that I wouldn't learn how to forgive if I didn't take MS, and if everything that happens before that didn't happen. For realizing that I went insane if I didn't meditate. For realizing that I should do hard things in life like going to commoning, fixing my cold, etc. Today, I realized that cold should have my attention. I wasn't able to solve it because I'm not paying attention. I could have researched and read more about cold. For realizing that I would not know magic mushroom if I didn't resign in Amazon. For realizing that I wouldn't know Quantrix if I didn't resign in Amazon. For realizing that I wouldn't realize that I can still study in Japanese and coding school while working. I wouldn't smoke. I will meditate instead. For realizing that meditation will enormously help me sleep. For realizing that my gratitude time during meditation should be focused on filling up my 5-minute journal. For realizing that being independent is no easy and it's something that I have that's being taken for granted. I could have took steam and dry sauna and herbal pool more. I found a true friend that I can talk to during my breakdown. For realizing that my location and Grab provided me a stable source of income, and that's something to be grateful for during these trying times. For having my cold removed from New La Sema Spa. For having Ma'am Lynn as my regular customer. The weather was so hassle, I could not do anything productive. I would allow myself to get wet in the rain in exchange of buying what my customer needs. For realizing that Magic Mushroom let me think deeply about my purpose in life. For realizing that some of the things that I'm striving right now is not really what matters for me in the end, and it might be the devil's way to get me off track of my goals, like chasing Shira Teves and Pat Alzate. For realizing that Magic Mushroom helps me to forgive that's otherwise completely opposite from my goals before, which is to create an enemy like Coffeezilla and Meet Kevin. It helps me to think twice about making an enemy. I found the secret Our mind is our greatest enemy, and so I should win that battle, not being uncomfortable through eyes, though it's also part of it. I would not smoke, I would just watch CEO interviews or God documentary. For realizing that the real secret in life is not eyes or magic mushroom, it's doing what you're supposed to do even if you don't feel like doing it. For realizing that smoking is never fasting substitute. For realizing that wasting your time watching videos is better than smoking. Today, at work, I realized that I can substitute watching motivational or confirmation bias videos in smoking. I could have watched motivational videos when I don't feel like meditating or doing something I'm supposed to do. I could have done that rather than smoking or checking Facebook. What is admissible in court? Computer logs are important in many aspects of the IT world. Most of the time, computer-related documents are considered hearsay, meaning the evidence is second-hand evidence. Hearsay evidence is not normally admissible in court unless it has first-hand evidence that can be used to prove the evidence accuracy, trustworthiness, and reliability, such as the testimony of a business person who generated the computer logs and collected them. Under this rule, a party could admit any records of a business that were made in the regular course of business, that the business has a regular practice to make such records that were made at or near the time of the recorded event, and that contain information transmitted by a person with knowledge of the information within the document. Several tools are able to run checksums or hashing functions on the logs, which will allow the team to be alerted if something has been modified. These are key elements in establishing that a user has no right to privacy when he is using company equipment. This explicit warning strengthens a legal case that can be brought against an employee or intruder because the continued use of the system after viewing this type of warning implies that the person acknowledges the security policy and gives permission to be monitored. Evidence has its own life cycle, and it is important that the individuals involved with the investigation understand the phases of the life cycle and properly follow them. The life cycle of evidence includes collection and identification, storage, preservation and transportation, presentation in court, return of the evidence to the victim or owner. Several types of evidence can be used in a trial, such as written, oral, computer-generated, and visual or audio. Oral evidence is testimony of a witness. Visual or audio is usually a captured event during the crime or right after it. It is important that evidence be relevant, complete, sufficient, and reliable to the case at hand. For evidence to be relevant, it must have a reasonable and sensible relationship to the findings. For evidence to be complete, it must present the whole truth of an issue. For evidence to be sufficient or believable, it must be persuasive enough to convince a reasonable person of the validity of the evidence. For evidence to be reliable or accurate, it must be consistent with the facts. Surveillance, search, and seizure. Physical surveillance can also be used by an undercover agent to learn about the suspect's pending activities, family and friends, and personal habits in the hope of gathering more clues for the case. Computer surveillance pertains to auditing events, which passively monitor events by using network sniffers, keyboard monitors, wiretaps, and line monitoring. In most workplace environments, to legally monitor an individual, the person must be warned ahead of time that her activities may be subject to this type of monitoring. Search and seizure activities can get tricky depending on what is being searched for and where. Fourth Amendment rights were violated. Christie's boss may have violated some specific privacy laws, but he did not violate Christie's Fourth Amendment rights. The company can log the attacker's actions and later attempt to prosecute. The action in the preceding example is legal unless the company crosses the line to entrapment. For example, suppose a web page has a link that indicates that if an individual clicks it, she could then download thousands of MP3 files for free. However, when she clicks that link, she is taken to the home, a honeypot system instead, and the company records all of her actions and attempts to prosecute. Entrapment does not prove that the suspect had the intent to commit a crime. It only proves she was successfully tricked. This asset is usually, but not always, some sort of software that is configured in a particular way. When we audit our technical controls, we're testing their ability to mitigate the risk that we identified in our risk management process. This linkage between controls and the risks they are meant to mitigate is important because we need to understand the context in which specific controls were implemented. Once we understand what a technical control was intended to accomplish, we're able to select the proper means of testing whether it is being effective. We may be better off testing third-party software for vulnerabilities than attempting a code review. Vulnerability testing, whether manual, automated, or preferably a combination of both, requires staff or consultants with a deep security background and the highest level of trustworthiness. Even the best automated vulnerability scanning tool will produce output that can be misinterpreted as crying wolf or false positive. And of course, false negatives will also crop up, such as an obscure element of a single vulnerability that matters greatly to your environment but is not called out by the tool. The goals of the assessment are to evaluate the true security posture of an environment, identify as many vulnerabilities as possible with honest evaluations and prioritizations of each, test how many systems react to certain circumstances and attacks to learn not only what the known vulnerabilities are, such as this version of database, that version of the operating system, or a user ID with no password, but also how the unique elements of the environment might be abused, SQL injection attacks, buffer overflows, and process design flows that facilitate social engineering. Personnel testing includes reviewing employee tasks and thus identifying vulnerabilities in the standard practices and procedures that employees are instructed to follow, demonstrating social engineering attacks and the value of training users to detect and resist such attacks, and reviewing employee policy and procedures to ensure those security risks that cannot be reduced through physical and logical controls are met with the final control category, administrative. Physical testing, system and network testing are perhaps what most people think of when discussing information security vulnerability testing. For efficiency, an automated scanning product identifies known system vulnerabilities, and some may, if management has signed off on the performance impact and the risk of disruption, attempt to exploit vulnerabilities. Because a security assessment is a point-in-time snapshot of the state of an environment, assessments should be performed regularly. Lower priority, better protected, and less at-risk parts of the environment may be scanned once or twice a year. No single tool knows or finds every known vulnerability. Always update the vulnerability database of each tool just before the tool is used. Similarly, from time to time, different experts should run tests or interpret the results. No single expert always sees everything there is to be seen in the results. Vulnerabilities in each of these devices in turn will depend on the specific hardware, software, and configurations in use. It is best to leverage team or tool heterogeneity in order to improve the odds of covering blind spots. Black box testing treats the system being tested as completely opaque. This means that the tester has no a priori knowledge of the internal design or features of the system. White box testing affords the auditor complete knowledge of the inner workings of the system. Gray box testing approach mitigates the issues with both white and black box testing. Penetration testing is the process of simulating attacks on a network and its systems at the request of the owner, senior management. Organizations need to determine the effectiveness of their security measures and not just trust the promises of the security vendors. Good computer security is based on reality, not on some lofty goals of how things are supposed to work. Penetration testing is used to prove an attacker can actually compromise systems. The time frame for the test should be agreed upon so productivity is not affected and personnel can bring systems back online if necessary. Penetration tests are not necessarily restricted to information technology but may include physical security, vulnerability scanning recap, the identification of active hosts on the network, the identification of active and vulnerable services or ports on host, the identification of applications and banner grabbing, the identification of operating systems, the identification of vulnerabilities associated with discovered operating systems and applications, the identification of misconfigured settings, test for compliance with host applications or usage or security policies. The result of penetration test is report given to management that describes the vulnerabilities identified and the severity of those vulnerabilities, along with suggestions on how to deal with them properly. From there, it is up to management to determine how the vulnerabilities are actually dealt with and what countermeasures are implemented. When performing a penetration test, the team goes through 5-step process: discovery, footprinting, and gathering information about the target, enumeration, performing port scans and resource identification methods, vulnerability mapping, identifying vulnerabilities in identified systems and resources, exploitation, attempting to gain unauthorized access by exploiting vulnerabilities, report to management, delivering to management documentation of test findings along with suggested countermeasures. Partial knowledge, the team has some information about the target. The penetration testing team can have varying degrees of knowledge about the penetration target before the tests are actually carried out. Zero knowledge, full knowledge. If you want to test your own software system from the inside, you could use a code review, a systematic examination of instructions that comprise a piece of software performed by someone other than the author of the code. After checking the structure and format of the code, the reviewer looks for uncalled or unneeded functions or procedures. An extreme example of unnecessary and dangerous procedure are the code stubs and test routines that developers often include in their developmental software. There have been too many cases in which developers left test code, sometimes including hard-coded credentials, in final versions of software. Identify the code to be reviewed, usually a specific function or file. The team leader organizes the inspection and make sure everyone has access to the correct version of the source code, along with all supporting artifacts. Passed is code is good to go. Pass with rework. Re-inspect. Code testing. Does it encrypt all data in transit? Is it possible to bypass authentication or authorization controls? The list goes on, but the point is that security personnel are incentivized differently than software developers. Interface testing. Another example of an interface is an application programming interface, a set of points at which a software system or application exchanges the information with another software or library. For realizing that I am depressed not because I lost money, but because I think having a lot of money will solve my depression. For realizing that doing hard things is what makes me happy, not retirement. For realizing that I have to fix my environment to be able to solve the hard things I want to solve. For remember that the thing that makes life uncomfortable is also what makes it comfortable. For realizing that meditation will enormously help me sleep. For realizing that my gratitude time during meditation should be focused on filling up my 5-minute journal. For realizing that being independent is no easy and it's something that I have that's being taken for granted. For realizing that magic mushroom helped me think deeply. For realizing that 60 to 70,000 a year salary met our basic needs, and so we don't work for money by that time. For realizing that you cannot tell anyone if you have a lot of money, it will not increase your attractiveness in dating. For realizing that money is not everything. You need your youth, health, and time. I will meditate. Everything I'm striving to get right now probably won't gonna matter in the end, so it's important to love your lifestyle. I could have watched Tech Lead, That Wisdom. Once you have that wisdom, it's easy to forgive even the most inhumane person. For realizing that sometimes it's good to expect that the time before your deathbed is short to make the most out of your time. For realizing that work expands given the time we assign to it. For realizing that MS helps reinforce what really matters in life. Today, at work, I realized that epiphany helps us with our vocabulary. It's one of the most efficient way to quickly describe and explain things. I could have not smoked more than twice. I could have saved motivational videos that I could repeat during my downtime. For realizing that remembering my epiphany helps me with vocabulary. It helps me to describe things more easily. For realizing that Muhan's life became harder when it learned to see evil. For realizing that it's not about writing more, it's about constantly improving the system or structure to make it more efficient. Though it makes me incredibly uncomfortable to have not so good English accent, I know that uncomfortness helps me change and it helps me seek how to speak English language correctly. I could have not smoked and just be with my teammate at smoking area. For realizing that helping others build trust and influence them to help me too. For realizing that I should think more about my colleagues' emotions rather than objective judgment. For realizing that I should speak American language like I'm Canadian because we're all siblings in this earth and so we should love and forgive each other. For realizing that one of the reasons I communicate poorly is because I am being distracted by women, people stories, and environment. So to counteract that, I have to give inside my brain like some orange. I could have not masturbate. I could have realized that may have insomnia. For realizing that I may not have a control with my masturbation addiction since I was not born in Muslim country. The best way to handle this is to just control what you can do about this failure. For realizing that I should expect that removing bad habits is really hard because battle in our minds is really hard. For realizing that not having things really provides me freedom to leave my job and that's so liberating. Especially, I came from a broken family. Today at work, I was able to live inside my brain and it helped me become more focused. Hiring innovation also happened in Canada. Telco CEOs just outsourced all their jobs that made their business stay competitive and profitable. I could have started at the end by creating structures and plan or what I expect to get from yesterday's lectures, while sucking my brain in the process to be more productive. For realizing that it's always best to start at the end. For realizing that there's some small action or effort that leads to big effect and that too is third law of motion. For realizing that I should not be angry ever, even if it means I'm compromising my salary or money incentive because I'll just regret later. Don't decide based on emotions. I found a great way to properly meditate. I would research insomnia and do the important things first as soon as I wake up. For realizing that we don't need to be satisfied. For realizing that the real cause of my education is the development of my brain and skills that's crucial for me to learn earlier like Consulting Accelerator, Shark Tank, Up Level, CoffeeZilla, coping skills, and so on. For realizing that meditation breath should be based from the air, from the tip of your nose near to your mouth. The weather was good, thank God we didn't experience any accident while we was hiking. I could have not bring cigarette while hiking. For realizing that gratefulness is about finding unseen blessing at the moment. Finding unseen blessing requires looking further than what we see at the moment. Second, third, and so on consequences helps us to see that. For realizing that forgiveness that I learned through failing in stock market probably worth millions because I would have been addicted to smoking, beer, and junk food which can distract my health, productivity, relationship, and so on. For realizing that I would have not been able to sell perfumes, Gcash, hose, phone holder, rich people, learnings from rich people thoughts, give 100 Marby breads in my birthday, and so on if I didn't learn secrets of Peter Thiel. Today at work, I realized that grade system is what separates achievers. When there's so many competition, whoever have the greatest system wins. I could have wrote down one thing I want to achieve during the day that makes me win whatever happens. That should be how I should plan my day every day of my life. For realizing that humans are bad at remembering, so new humans can be great. Then system. For realizing that great system is the secret to achievement in life. For realizing that the worrying is unpleasant if it comes up during your meditation. Today, at work, I realized that spending my time improving my notes is like improving systems, which is like creating structures, which will make me more productive than any other task or remembering that I did. That's architecting systems and machines and setting long-term strategy. That is 100,000 per hour and in some ovens 80/20 work grid. I could have meditated instead of smoking because the worries that I have back then might be true, and doing meditation or not thinking any thoughts is more true in that moment. For realizing that Diego is good in psychology, he used humbleness to ascend in life, and he got lucky because he might did good in past life. For realizing that I should only share my secrets to people I need to. For realizing that man are always crucified for sharing unconventional beliefs. I realized that I shouldn't just look at the pattern or tree map of my brain. I should work more on visualizing things because that's how we learn faster. Plan things efficiently, improve our critical thinking, and achievement skill in life. I could have realized that smoking, as true as it might seem sometimes, is really not the thing I should be thinking that time, since I should not have nothing ending. For realizing that things are always deceivably true, be careful what you are doing because it's probably not the right thing based on your goals. Remember that things can be true at the same time. For realizing that I should go back to mind for numbers to learn how visualization, tree maps, and objective analysis interconnect to your new thesis. For realizing that visualization is really the secret to life because it helps you plan things in advance, which separates us from human, and it's accessible wherever and whenever. Today at work, I realized that my secret to success at school, like mine for numbers and straight A student book, is part of my mental cures, is also the secret in communication, listening, and success in life. I could have not drink coffee. I then refined it on a road trip that took me to Dell in Texas and Hewlett Packard in Silicon Valley. The questions required a lot of soul searching. It would be only too easy to continue to live off our past successes. We had been like kings, albeit now in a threatened kingdom. Every PC sold meant a royalty payment to Microsoft. As a result, Microsoft stock, long a blue chip investment, had been treading water for years. Like me, they'd come to Microsoft to change the world, but now we're frustrated by our company's stalled growth. Worldview is an interesting term, rooted in cognitive philosophy. Simply put, it is how a person comprehensively sees the world across political, social, and economic borders. We no longer live in a PC-centric world. Computing was becoming more ubiquitous. I simplified all of this and encouraged Microsoft to become mobile first and cloud first. We needed to envision a world where the mobility of human experience across all devices was what mattered, and the cloud made that mobility possible, enabling the new generation of intelligent experiences. In fact, our marketing chief, Chris Caposella, would produce an ad for the Microsoft Cloud based on a speech I gave on this subject. Nokia, which had overtaken Motorola in the 1990s as the largest mobile phone manufacturer, had lost ground to Apple's iPhone and Google's Android phones. While our respective Steve and understood the logic of growing our market share to build a credible third ecosystem, I did not get why the world needed the third ecosystem in phones unless we changed the rules. Buying a company with weak market share is always risky. Listening was the most important thing I accomplished each day because it would build the foundation of my leadership for years to come. We exist to build products that empower others, drive cultural change from top to bottom, and get the right team in the right place. Build new and surprising partnerships in which we can grow with the pie and delight customers. Microsoft is still very much in the midst of change. At the end of the next year, if we were tried in a court law and the charge was that we failed to pursue our mission, would there be enough evidence to convict us? Just saying interesting things wasn't enough. All of us had to do them. And our employees had to see how everything we did reinforced our mission, ambitions, and culture. I particularly enjoyed ceremonies with the indigenous people in Colombia and New Zealand, learning about how they use Microsoft technology to preserve their history and traditions for generations and how they think about growth. Beyond this, we were greenlighting mothballed products and projects, inviting new partnerships with competitors, showing up in surprising places, making accessibility a first-class citizen in our product design efforts, and constantly traveling the world to engage our people, partners, and customers. In order to accelerate our innovation, we must rediscover our soul, our unique core. Microsoft is the productivity and platform company for the mobile-first, cloud-first world. We will obsess over helping people who are swimming in a growing sea of devices, apps, data, and social networks. We will build software to be more predictive, personal, and helpful. They had no structure, light, rhythm, or music. They lacked poetry, live off life. I was a mere copyist back then, not an artist. It's an artist's ability to transform experience that sets him or her apart. The reason I hadn't cared much for Mondrian's abstract, flat, colored rectangles was that I felt no real connection to them, besides relating his art to the pattern colors decorating the Partridge Family's grass. I didn't realize then that any subject, Christian saints, classical gods, bowls of fruit, or modern abstractions could be thrilling in the hands of a true artist. It leaps across borders, continents, decades, and even centuries. I was seduced and held, however, not by the painting subjects, but by its icy oranges, whites, greens, and gray violets. Later telling a friend that looking at it felt like an eye massage, please picture both enchanted and perplexed me. On the one hand, I was enamored by its color, by its cool light, and by the way it evoked both a picture of things in nature and, overall, the sense that I was looking into an aquarium that is suggested not merely a picture but also an object, a living universe. Paul Klee's painting taught me that engaging with art is a full body experience, one in which color, form, space, weight, rhythm, timbre, and structure are felt as much as they are seen. I realized that both Klee and Leonardo were masters of invention and color of light, and that their paintings breathe. Looking at art is an extension of looking at the world, but the world of art is not a likeness of the world, of that world. Art is a world unto itself. The problem is that, all too often, after acknowledging the artist's subject and the strangest or beauty or accuracy with which the artist has realized that subject, we stop. This has been increasingly true since the dawn of photography, when the myth took hold that the objective eye of the camera, believed to be the ultimate truth, had supplanted the less than accurate eye of the artist. Artists are poets, and an artwork is a meditation on a theme. Artist seeks to formulate insight, particular emotional and cognitive responses. They want to expand our imaginative awareness. Like all poets, artists employ metaphors. Metaphors, I believe, is an essential key to our understanding of modern art, indeed, of all art. The purpose of metaphor is to expand and to help clarify the theme of an artwork. If an artist merely depicts a lily near the Virgin, treating it as just a sign that lily is limited to its symbolic meaning, we understand but don't necessarily experience the lily and its import and connection to Mary. If instead, the artist treats the lily's petals and perhaps the virgin robes similarly and imbues those things with erotic qualities that alert us to the fact that the flower functions as the sexual organ of the plant, we are made not only aware of what the lily stands for, but also of what the Virgin, in remaining celibate pure, has physically sacrificed. The artist, in other words, takes the elements of the known world and merges and transforms them into something new and unexpected, something previously unknown and unimagined. Through metaphor, art, wonderfully and paradoxically, allows for things to be more than one thing simultaneously, and for our feelings about those things to conflate and collide and to contradict one another. The television shows and movies she sees induce a generalized fear of the world. What makes these television preachers the enemy of religious experience is not so much their weaknesses, but the weaknesses of the medium in which they work. Most Americans, including preachers, have difficulty accepting the truth if they think about it at all, that not all forms of discourse can be converted from one medium to another. It is naive to suppose that something that has been expressed in one form can be expressed in another without significantly changing its meaning, texture, or value. Much prose translates fairly well from one language to another, but we know that poetry does not. We may get a rough idea of the sense of a translated poem, but usually everything else is lost, especially that which makes it an object of beauty. Similarly, with the lurid ourselves, if we believe that most everything a teacher normally does can be replicated with greater efficiency by a microcomputer, perhaps some things can, but there's always the question, what is lost in the translation? Though it may be an American to say it, not everything is televisible. For the most part, television preachers have not seriously addressed this matter. Each of my primetime specials is now carried by nearly 300 stations across the US and Canada, so that in a single telecast, I preach to millions more than Christ did in his lifetime. This gross technological need. If the delivery is not the same, then the message, quite likely, is not the same. And if the context in which the message is experienced is altogether different from what it was in Jesus' time, we may assume that its social and psychological meaning is different as well. Of course, a church or synagogue is designed as a place of ritual enactment so that almost anything that occurs there, even a bingo game, has a religious aura. This can be done by placing a cross on a wall or candles on a table, or a sacred document in a public view. The screen is so saturated with our memories of profane events, so deeply associated with the commercial and entertainment worlds that it is difficult for it to be recreated as a frame for sacred events. The television screen wants you to remember that its imagery is always available for your amusement and pleasure. They know that their programs do not represent a discontinuity in commercial broadcasting but are merely part of an unbroken continuum. Indeed, many of these programs are presented at times other than traditional Sunday hours. You can get your share of the audience only by offering people something they want. It does not accommodate complex language or stringent demands. As a consequence, what is preached on television is not anything like the Sermon on the Mount. I believe I am not mistaken in saying that Christianity is a demanding and serious religion. When it is delivered as easy and amusing, it is another kind of religion altogether. I suspect, though I have no external evidence of it, that Catholic objection to Bishop Futon Shin's theatrical performances on television of several years back sprang from the impression that viewers were misdirecting their devotions away from God and toward Bishop Shin, whose piercing eyes, awesome cape, and stately tones were as closely a resemblance to a deity as charisma allows. For realizing that I had experienced getting fired because my father died and my cousin now have a child. For realizing that I was forced to resign or fired from my previous job because God wants me to know Nikola Tesla's method before I turn 25. He wanted me to have a better application of my knowledge. He wanted it to be practical and applied in Philippines. For realizing that all of my getting fired happened to make me a better person who knows how to plan things properly, how to experiment properly, and how to have a good habits or visualization that will help lessen masturbation and do more of exercise and eating healthy, which will lead me to live a longer life in the future. For realizing that God allows me to experience T-Mobile and Pitney because He wanted me to lead into magic mushroom and world of finding secrets as I am passionate as a child. For realizing that the secrets, Shopee hack, house hack, thank you for still being alive, Lord. For realizing that we don't see everything by our eyes because it's just a record scene of our brain. That's why it's very important to live inside and focus on unseen because you might encounter unseen in exam and call and you're not prepared because you haven't used your planning brain. For realizing that my past happened so that I could have fast laptop, no magic mushroom, stop killing myself because I would be so depressed, have a stable home, become independent, no fasting, and have a stable 1,000 a month income from pure gold and so on. For realizing that it happened so that I would enhance my planning and visualization while young before I turned 25. For realizing that cleanliness helps in removing worries about smell in our heads, which makes us save a lot of energy, and you know that small energy applied in right way is so powerful. For realizing that one of the best example of compound effect of sales and opportunities by David Ray is qualification in credit card once I hit 1 year in my call center job. for realizing that things naturally becomes worse over time, so I have to fight it. For realizing that the reason specialized works because we don't have unlimited time, and the people who serves us today are just the people that's alive in our lifetime. For realizing that we don't have unlimited time and things naturally went in this order, that's why we need to specialize to be good at things even as entropy fucks us. I realized how fast my Vivo was and that it could match iPhone 13 speed. Go beyond the distance and order a meal for your close friend living in another country. Schedule a lunch or a dinner together just because the eye sees only what the mind is prepared to comprehend. For realizing that taking cold shower is work. For realizing that disorder principle will help me plan my life and how I live while I am young. For realizing that God disincentivized bad behavior, that's why He let poverty happen. For realizing that it's entirely possible for us all to be wealthy and it's not a zero-sum game. Because when you buy from others, you increase your wealth as well as theirs and their suppliers. For realizing that things tend to get worse over time or as we age, so we have to work hard to make everything scripted and plan to prepare for the worst case or what tend to happen, which is disorder. In a matter of style, swim with the current. In a matters of principle, stand like a rock. For realizing that in everything that I do, there will be someone that will be affected badly, even if my intention is as good as fuck. Therefore, I should not strive for perfection or not having dislike in my YouTube videos. For realizing that God allows poverty because it's just relative. We have 1,000 greater standard of living than people who lived 1,000 years ago. With that in mind, then you can help others. For realizing that God does not want us to curse others because the effect of that is not just to them, but more importantly in your own psychology and how you will interact with other people moving forwards. For realizing that I should eat 80% full to make my life longer. For realizing that you cannot do good just in church, you have to serve God in other areas of your life too. For realizing that I should connect to people and the best connector wins because God wants us to connect. Dynamic packet filtering firewalls. When an internal system needs to communicate with an entity outside its trusted network, it must choose a source port so the receiving system knows how to respond properly. Ports up to 1023 are called well-known ports and reserved for specific server-side services. If this were not an available option for your dynamic packet filtering firewall, you would have to allow punch holes in your firewalls for all ports above 1023 because the client side chooses these ports dynamically and the firewall would never know exactly on which port to allow or disallow traffic. Note, the standard port for HTTP is 80, which means the server will have a service listening on port 80 for HTTP traffic. HTTP and most other protocols works in a type of client or server model. An internal system could choose a source port of 11,000 or 111 for its message to the outside system. Kernel proxy firewalls. A kernel proxy firewall is considered a fifth generation firewall. When a packet arrives at kernel proxy firewall, a new virtual network stock is created, which is made up of only the protocol proxies necessary to examine this specific packet properly. If it's an FTP packet, then the FTP proxy is loaded in the stock. The packet is scrutinized at every layer of the stock. This means the data link header will be evaluated along with the network header, transport header, session layer information, and the application layer data. If anything is deemed unsafe at any of these layers, the packet is discarded. Kernel proxy firewalls are faster than application level proxy firewalls because all of the inspection and processing takes place in the kernel and does not need to be passed up to a higher software layer in the operating system. It's still a proxy-based system, so the connection between the internal and external entity is broken by the proxy acting as a middleman, and it can perform not by changing the source address, as do the preceding proxy-based firewalls. The second choice is usually more secure because the vendor uses a stripped-down version of an operating system. Operating systems are full of code and functionality that are not necessary for firewall. This extra complexity opens the doors for vulnerabilities. If a hacker can exploit and bring down a company's firewall, then the company is very exposed and in danger. In today's jargon, dedicated hardware devices that have stripped down operating systems and limited and focused software capabilities are called appliances, where an operating system has to provide a vast array of functionality. An appliance provides very focused functionality, as in just being a firewall. If a software-based firewall is going to run on a regular system, then the unnecessary user account should be disabled, unnecessary service deactivated, unused subsystems disabled, unneeded ports closed, etc. If firewall software is going to run on a regular system and not a dedicated appliance, then the system needs to be fully locked down. Next generation firewalls. A next generation firewall, or NGFW, combines the best attributes of the previously discussed firewalls but adds a number of important improvements. Most importantly, it incorporates a signature-based IPS engine. This means that in addition to ensuring that the traffic is behaving in accordance with the rules of the applicable protocols, the firewall can look for specific indicators of attack even in otherwise well-behaved traffic. Some of the most advanced NGFWs, or next-generation firewalls, include features that allow them to share signatures with a cloud-based aggregator so that once a new attack is detected by one firewall, all other firewalls manufactured by that vendor become aware of the attack signature. Another characteristic of an NGFW is its ability to connect to external data sources such as Active Directory, whitelist, blocklist, and policy servers. These features allows controls to be defined in one place and pulled by every NGFW on the network, which reduces the chance of inconsistent settings on the various firewalls that typically exist in large networks. Organizations need to ensure that the correct firewall technology is in place to monitor specific network traffic types and protect unique resource types. As attackers move from just carrying out network-based attacks, DOS, fragmentation, spoofing, etc., to software-based attacks, buffer overflows, injections, malwares, etc., new generations of firewalls were developed to monitor for this type of attacks. Although various firewalls products can provide a mix of these services and work at different layers of the OSI model, it is important you understand the basic definitions and functionality of these firewall types. Firewall architecture. Firewalls can be placed in a number of areas on a network to meet particular needs. They can protect an internal network from an external network and act as a choke point for all traffic. A firewall can be used to segment and partition network sections and enforce access controls between two or more subnets. And as covered in the previous section, the right firewall type needs to be placed in the right location. Bastion host. A system is considered bastion host if it is a highly exposed device that is most likely to be targeted by attackers. The closer any system is to an untrusted network, such as the internet, the more it is considered a target candidate since it has a smaller number of layers of protection guarding it. If a system is on the public side of a DMZ or is it directly connected to an untrusted network, it is considered a bastion host, thus it needs to be extremely locked down. The system should have all unnecessary services disabled. The attack surface of the system needs to be reduced, which means the number of potential vulnerabilities needs to be reduced as much as possible. A bastion host does not have to be a firewall. The term just relates to the position of the system in relation to an untrusted environment and its threat of attack. Different systems can be considered bastion hosts: mail, web, DNS, since many of these are placed on the outer edges of networks. Dual home firewall or dual home refers to a device that has two interfaces, one connected to one network and the other connected to a different network. If firewall software is installed on a dual home device, and it is the underlying operating system should have packet forwarding and routing turned off for security reasons. If they are enabled, the computer may not apply the necessary ACLs, rules, or other restrictions required of a firewall. When a packet comes to the external NIC from an untrusted network on a dual home firewall and the operating system has forwarding enabled, the operating system will forward the traffic instead of passing it up to the firewall software for inspection. Many network devices today are multi-home, which just means they have several NICs that are used to connect several different networks. Multi-home devices are commonly used to house firewall software, since the job of a firewall is to control the traffic as it goes from one network to another. A common multi-home firewall architecture allows a company to have several DMZs. One DMZ may hold devices that are shared between companies in an extranet. Another DMZ may house the company's DNS and mail servers, and yet another DMZ may hold the company's web servers. Different DMZs are used for two reasons: to control different traffic types, for example, to make sure the HTTP traffic only goes toward the web servers, and ensure DNS requests goes toward DNS. If a company depends solely upon a multi-home firewall with no redundancy, this system could prove to be a single point of failure. If a company uses a firewall product that does not have these capabilities, then the network should have redundancy built into it. Along with potentially being a single point of failure, another security issue that should be understood is the lack of defense in depth. If the company depends upon just one firewall, no matter what architecture is being used or how many interfaces the device has, there is only one layer of protection. If an attacker can compromise the one firewall, then she can gain direct access to company network resources. Screened host. A screened host is a firewall that communicates directly with perimeter router and the internal network. Screen subnet. A screen subnet architecture adds another layer of security to the screen host architecture. However, instead of the firewall then redirecting the traffic to the internal network, an internal firewall also filters the traffic. The use of these two physical firewalls create a DMZ. In an environment with only a screened host, if an attacker successfully breaks through the firewall, nothing lies in her way to prevent her from having full access to the internal network. Often, more complex networks and DMZs are implemented in real-world systems. The screen subnet approach provides more protection than a standalone firewall or a screen host firewall because three devices are working together and all three devices must be compromised before an attacker can gain access to the internal network. This architecture also sets up a DMZ between the two firewalls, which functions as a small network isolated among the trusted internal and untrusted external networks. Although this solution provides highest security, it also is the most complex. Configuration and maintenance can prove to be difficult in this setup, and when new services need to be added, three systems may need to be reconfigured instead of just one. A screen subnet can have different networks within it and different firewalls that filter for specific threats. Sometimes a screen host architecture is referred to as a single tiered configuration, and a screen subnet is referred to as a two-tiered configuration. If three firewalls create two separate DMZs, this may be called a three-tiered configuration. Firewall architecture characteristics: dual home, a single computer with separate NICs connected to each network, used to divide an internal trusted network from an external untrusted network. Screened host, a router filters traffic before it is passed to the firewall. Screen subnet, we used to deploy a piece of hardware for every network function needed. DNS, mail, routers, switches, storage, web. But today, many of these items run within virtual machines on a smaller number of hardware machines. This reduces software and hardware costs and allow for more centralized administrator. But these components still need to be protected from each other and external malicious entities. Virtual firewalls can provide bridge-type functionality in which individual traffic links are monitored between virtual machines, or they can be integrated within the hypervisor. The hypervisor is the software component that carries out virtual machine management and oversees guest system software executions. The default action of any firewall should be to implicitly deny any packets not explicitly allowed. Firewalls should reassemble fragmented packets before sending them on their host. In some type of attacks, the hackers alter the packets and make them seem to be something they are not. For realizing that one of the ways to connect with human is through financial transaction. For realizing that if I am a fraud analyst, my customer is my employer, and my background of lying will actually be enormously helpful to companies. For realizing that loss prevention mobility also does not accept Lucky Mobile without a call history. I will meditate. For realizing that the result of checking others' QA and observing a lot of fraud transaction and 100 great people accepting that I am the most productive is now being rewarded. For realizing that we sometimes have a hard time in our job, but that's not an excuse to change careers. For realizing that I can do fraud analysis as side business or know how to hack Shopee and all these other companies. For realizing that God just led us in the path we choose. I should not do what I love but what other people willing to pay me more. For realizing that there is a lot of stuff that goes into the business. I have to do things that I need as I go and consider luck in my success because He is always included in everything. For realizing that people who say that you should not necessarily be good in customer service when talking to customer like marionette, or at least how you interpret it in your mind or talk you should. As you knew when you started a lot of businesses, that's not how life works. For realizing that we easily forget, and so we have to organize our thoughts and learn things every day. Find Bible verse that supports it. The book that makes you feel alive and awakened is reread it and share it with your special one. For realizing that only God and others can teach themselves, you can only do unto others what you want done to you, which is being a good person and learner in other areas of your life so that your customer can sense your feeling. For realizing that I need to create better systems when in feel doubt so that customer will learn from you that he also have to do his research, because having a great system can definitely make him or her better children of God. For realizing that the thing that separates humans are really the curriculum that they create. It's the system of every company that is hidden from the outside world. It is preoccupations with possessions more than anything else that prevents us from living freely and nobly. For realizing that most businesses are good are what I need to know now. That's why I resigned to Amazon and left Zoom, because I won't go to heaven if that didn't happen. For realizing that I should be aware deeply that people goes through stuff, but I also have to use the tools that'll make me understand them more, like WH questions. For realizing that I should find more course on how to have better curriculum, like up-level consulting. For realizing that I won't know Jews and how to go to heaven while prospering if I didn't lose 150k and resign in Alorica. For realizing that God really made things in a way that is according to His plan or rules. For realizing that only 0.0001% can maintain an early achievement for 10 years. We only see that people in Facebook and YouTube. You do not see a lot of others who have failed. For realizing that David Ray provides me advanced knowledge which was known by only few people on how to advance my career very quickly. For realizing that we put a lot of importance in having a good job despite unhealthy lifestyle because of our society's obsession in early achievements. For realizing that what I'm talking or trying to achieve that lets me jump into different company is a healthy lifestyle because I valued health so much. For realizing that I just need to stay healthy, and my health, happiness, and financial success will compound if I just give it time and patience. For realizing that I will earn the same in any company that I want. I can be rich in any of those if I just live beyond my means, if I just know how business works, and that all of those things cost 20% to make. For realizing that when David Ray said that we need to keep our integrity so that we will be stronger in the next call, and when he said that people will know if you are making it up and they won't trust you. For realizing that being in hell with my roommate at home and being buried is the best learning experience of my life. For realizing that being alone in the world and thinking that all of what happens is just happens for a reason. For my own selfish desires when I take magic mushrooms allows me to be selfless and follow Jewish wisdom of loving others. It allows me to change my religion. If the computer system is configured to work in symmetric mode, this means the processors are handed work as needed, as shown with CPU 1 and CPU 2. Static RAM does not require this continuous refreshing nonsense. It uses a different technology by holding bits in its memory cells without the use of capacitors, but it does require more transistors than DRAM. Since SRAM does not need to be refreshed, it is faster than DRAM. But because SRAM requires more transistors, it takes much more space on the RAM chip. Therefore, it is more expensive. When a computer spends more time moving data from one small portion of memory to another than actual processing the data, it is referred to as thrashing. You can think of a data bus as a highway that connects different portions of the computer. If a ton of data must go from memory to the CPU and can only travel over a 4-lane highway compared to a 64-lane highway, there will be delays in processing. A system that uses a 64-bit addressing scheme can put more instructions and data on a data bus at one time compared to a system that uses a 32-bit addressing scheme. So the processor, memory type, and amount, memory addressing, and bus speeds are critical components to system performance. Synchronous DRAM or SDRAM synchronizes itself with the system CPU and synchronizes signal input and output on the RAM chip. It coordinates its activities with the CPU clock, so the timing of the CPU and the timing of the memory activities are synchronized. Extended data out or DRAM or EDO DRAM This is faster than DRAM because DRAM can access only one block of data at a time, whereas EDRAM can capture the next block of data while the first block is being sent to the CPU for processing. Burst EDRAM works like and builds upon EDRAM in that it can transmit data to the CPU as it carries out a read option, but it can send more data at once. Double data rate SDRAM carries out read operations on the rising and falling cycles of a clock pulse. So instead of carrying out one operation per clock cycle, it carries out two and thus can deliver twice the throughput of SDRAM. Systems of a higher trust level may need to implement hardware segmentation of the memory used by different processes. This means memory is separated physically instead of just logically. Read-only memory. Read-only memory is a non-volatile memory type, meaning that when a computer's power is turned off, the data is still held within the memory chips. When data is written into ROM memory chips, the data cannot be altered. Individual ROM chips are manufactured with a stored program or routines designed into it. The software that is stored within ROM is called firmware. Programmable read-only memory is a form of ROM that can be modified after it has been manufactured. ROM can be programmed only one time because the voltage that is used to write bits into the memory cells actually burns out the fuses that connect the individual memory cells. The instructions are burned into ROM using a specialized ROM programmable device. Erasable programmable read-only memory or EEPROM can be erased, modified, and upgraded. EEPROM holds data that can be electrically erased or written to. To erase the data on the memory chip, you need your handy-dandy ultraviolet light device that provides just the right level of energy. To erase an EEPROM chip, you must remove the chip from the computer and wave your magic UV wand, which erases all of the data on the chip, not just portions of it. So someone invented electrically erasable programmable read-only memory, or EEPROM, and we all put our UV light wands away for good. EEPROM is similar to EEPROM, but its data storage can be erased and modified electrically by onboard programming circuitry and signals. This activity erases only one byte at a time, which is slow, and because we are an impatient society, yet another technology was developed that is very similar but works more quickly. Flash memory is a special type of memory that is used in digital cameras, BIOS chips, memory cards, and video game consoles. It is also a solid-state technology, meaning it does not have moving parts, and is used more as a type of hard drive than memory. Flash memory basically moves around different levels of voltages to indicate that 1 or 0 must be held in a specific address. It acts as a ROM technology rather than RAM technology. For example, you do not lose pictures stored on your memory stick in your digital camera just because your camera loses power. RAM is volatile and ROM is non-volatile. When flash memory needs to be erased and turned back to its original state, a program initiates the internal circuits to apply an electric field. The erasing function takes place in blocks or on the entire chip instead of erasing one byte at a time. Flash memory is used as a small disk drive in most implementations. Today, it is really relatively expensive compared to regular hard drives. Cake memory is a type of memory used for high-speed writing and reading activities. When the system assumes through its programmatic logic that it will need to access specific information many times throughout its processing activities, it will store the information in cake memory so it is easily and quickly accessible. If one of Marge's primary functions at her job is to order parts, which requires telling vendors the company's address, Marge stores his address information in a portion of her brain from which she can easily and quickly access it. The long-term storage within her brain is comparable to a system's hard drive. It takes more time to track down and return information from a hard drive than from specialized cake memory. Memory mapping. Because there are different types of memory holding different types of data, a computer system does not want to let every user, process, and application access all types of memory anytime they want to. Different motherboards have different type of cake. Level 1 is faster than level 2, and L2 is faster than L3. Some processors and device controllers have cake memory built into them. Access to memory needs to be controlled to ensure data does not get corrupted and that sensitive information is not available to unauthorized processes. This type of control takes place through memory mapping and addressing. The CPU is one of the most trusted components within a system and can access memory directly. It uses physical addresses instead of pointers, logical addresses, to memory segments. The CPU has physical wires connecting it to the memory chips within the computer. Because physical wires connect the two types of component, physical addresses are used to represent the intersection between wires and transistors on memory chip. Software does not use physical addresses. Instead, it employs logical memory addresses. Accessing memory indirectly provides an access control layer. Figure 3.6 illustrates how the CPU can access memory directly using physical addresses and how software must use memory indirectly through a memory mapper. Instead, you would like to use a more abstract and controlled way of communicating. Operating systems enable software to access memory indirectly by using index tables and pointers, instead of giving them the right to access the memory directly. This one way the computer system protects itself. If an operating system has a programming flaw that allows an attacker to directly access memory through physical addresses, there is no memory manager involved to control how memory is being used. Applications and their processes can only access the memory allocated to them, as shown in Figure 3.7. This type of memory architecture provides protection and efficiency. The physical memory addresses that the CPU use are called absolute addresses. The indexed memory addresses that software use are referred to as logical addresses. And relative addresses are based on known addresses with an offset value applied. As explained previously, an application does not know it is sharing memory with other applications. The memory manager allocates this much physical memory, which could have the physical addressing of 34,000 to 39,000, for example. But the application is not written to call upon addresses in this numbering scheme. So the memory manager allows the application to use its own addressing scheme, the logical addresses. Memory management is complex, and whenever there is complexity, there are most likely vulnerabilities that can be exploited by attackers. It is very easy for people to complain about software vendors and how they do not produce software that provides the necessary level of security. But hopefully, you are gaining more insight into the actual complexity that is involved with these tasks. A buffer overflow takes place when too much data is accepted as input to a specific process. A buffer is an allocated segment of memory So the purpose of buffer overflow may be either to make a mess by shoving arbitrary data into various memory segments, or to accomplish a specific task by pushing into the memory segment a carefully crafted set of data that will accomplish a specific task. A memory stack has individual buffers to hold instructions and data. Software may be written to accept data from a user, website, database, or another application. A procedure is code that can carry out a specific type of function on the data and return the result to the requesting software, as shown in Figure 3.9. You can think of a buffer as a small bucket to hold water. We have several of these small buckets stacked on top of one another, or memory stack, and if too much is poured into the top bucket, it spills over into the buckets below it and overwrites the instructions and data on memory stack. This is a pointer to the requesting application's memory address that tells the procedure to return control to the requesting application after the procedure has worked through all the values in the stack. The potential for problems comes into play when the requesting application does not carry out proper bounds checking to ensure the inputted data is of an acceptable length. When the program runs, it eventually calls a function called getCaller that displays a prompt to the user, receives the user input in a temporary variable called user_input, and copies the user input from the temporary variable to the caller array. For realizing that I have to replicate my morning routine of my office days to my day off to make it habitual. For realizing that change is good because without change there is no growth or success. For realizing that JP Morgan did not accept Joshua because of English fluency. For realizing that in investing, no one would really know the company, even the company's accountant, with high probability. For realizing that you are heartbroken by your failure in T-Mob and Sitel because you still assign yourself to a number or to those things. For realizing that I am the kind of guy who removes himself to the situation and think objectively, and complexity excites me. For realizing that envy is continuous, we always have to choose new environment if necessary. For realizing that Walmart customer buy Walmart products because of countless different things like free parking, care personality, everything available, and so on. For realizing that neuroscientists know little about how brain works. That's why it's important to believe in secrets. That's being like K-pop is more like an art than science. For realizing that the details on how Walmart save customer money is by making the suppliers spend less money by making them more efficient. For realizing that people losing a lot of money from fraud because the idea of having your credit card online really has a lot of regulatory and fraud issue, because these are people's life savings and there are major repercussions if it didn't work. Fraud online can never vanish because you can see them in person. For realizing that I had a dream of fraud in Google headquarters in Philippines. For realizing that millions were lost upon fraud because hackers says the promotional fee that paid to customer, because most customers are not comfortable putting their credit cards online. You can use this bill for PCI compliance. For realizing that we should focus on what we do not see in the call, not just blink because that's God wants us to do. For realizing that OM knows that he needs to be fair with his employee, because it's not just a one-time transaction, because how you treat your employees is how they will treat your customer. For realizing that just like in investing, humans are subject to environment, biases, and tones, and we can help but be overwhelmed by those emotion impulse. For realizing that customers are not thinking of the words I am saying when I am out of words. They sense something in your tone that make them question your words. So to fix your words, you have to close them unconsciously first. For realizing that I should always have allowance for worst case scenario, and of course, be great customer service if customer is already validated but have an allowance. For realizing that hanging out with Parks Circle may not be productive at this point of my life. For realizing that customers that are asking why other agents' opinions change or why our process works needs to learn that markets change because it's a complex adaptive system and they need to be ready in change. So worst case scenario lifestyle, meet Kevin or unfortunately really works. For realizing that I would not recognize David Ray or that world is collaboration if my past didn't happen. For realizing that I would not be realized economics and that investing is more of an emotional which is taught by value investor. For realizing that I would not realize that Napoleon Hill is a scam if not because of my past. For realizing that the reason I had long calls in SimSwap is because I failed to explain that our markets or how the world works is complex adaptive system. I just set their expectation but did not really explain how market works. For realizing that I could make the customer visualize the end worst case scenario at the beginning by providing them the nearest store. For realizing that I could say we are just entering it on our system and we will tell you if it's frequently dialed. For realizing that not everyone is affected by magic mushroom the same way. The people who experience ego death are far more loving and have better life than those who don't. For realizing that Daniel Lapin is right when he says that people wants to move in cities just like how Sam Waltons puts it. People move to suburbs and drive to the city for work. For realizing that OM probably knows the employee retention concepts by reading Walmart book or other things. For realizing that the expectation at the start of the call is also how consistency begins. For realizing that biggest lesson of Magic Mushroom is to control yourself and do hard things. For realizing that I should help Ella and others because that's what God's purpose on me is to help those people. For realizing that I won't read and exercise as much now if I hadn't resigned in Amazon. For realizing that consistency is one of the most important factors to consider in fraud. For realizing that all this time I am doing things wrong in driving. Angkas is really one of the experts in the world in motorcycling. For realizing that I should finish Meet Kevin videos now. For realizing that humans are not that smart because of the consistency. Without habit, we will be fucked up. That's how important persuasion skills is. For realizing that persuasion or people skills is what I am longing to achieve back in 2018. So I am in the right track because that's the most important skills you should learn in this life. For realizing that my brain wiring will be set once I turn 25, just like how Guy Spears said, however smart we are, he's also wired in economics or wealth because he graduated from Harvard by 25 years old. For realizing that I could also win in investing if I only focus on quality stocks because it proves that I know what I am investing. For realizing that while I deeply research stock, I should keep in mind that I will hold it for at least 7 years. For realizing that death in the family can affect the CEO just like how it affects yours. For realizing that you are lucky to be part of LOB, that once in a lifetime chance to be part of. For realizing that lucky mindset forces us to be grateful. For realizing that March will never understand how important fraud is because they did not undergo to the extensive training of critical thinking and knowing the bad things that can happen in life. For realizing that March did not experience work from home, which is the most valuable for you and will make you better than most agents because you know how to hack and you train yourself to different LOBs which make you so valuable. For realizing that your customer deserve to know at the beginning because they deserve to be adaptable to not get extinct, and realize that 99% got extinct in this world, and to go to heaven you have to be adaptable. For realizing that I should be okay not being rich until I turn 60. Conversely, that's what will make me rich. For realizing that one of the qualities that your father doesn't have is patience. That's why it ended his life early. For realizing that I should change environment if that will mean it will fulfill my heart of gratitude instead of envy. For realizing that employee cannot do things the way they want. For realizing that your performance is subjective because of entrepreneur in life. People's motivation in investing like Bill Ackman is to be able to be an independent contractor, to be able to do what they want the way they want. For realizing that Neo is good because high margin ultimately attracts better talents and better. Network devices such as routers, switches, and firewalls can be compromised, causing potentially much more damage than the simple theft of a laptop computer. These requests use application layer protocols such as Hypertext Transfer Protocol or HTTP in this case that utilize TCP over IP to work properly. TCP manages how to partition communications and send network messages from source to destination. TCP is responsible for breaking network messages into smaller packages and frames and then reassembling the messages as they are received at the destination. A related protocol in the TCP over IP suite of technologies is the user datagram protocol. The Internet Protocol is used primarily for addressing and routing the network packets from the source to the destination. If any host need to communicate with the host beyond their subnet to networks that use a different logical IP addressing scheme, then they require a router to send the traffic from their LAN to another LAN. These are separated into the different class types A, B, C, and D, which make use of subnetting and subnet mask to help subdivide networks and facilitate private internal IP addressing. For example, you can use the IPsec protocol to tunnel IPv6 traffic. The client's DNS server is configured using its network settings, which can be set manually or automatically through services such as Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. DNS uses both TCP and UDP port 53. TCP is used for zone transfers between DNS servers as well as name resolution responses, whereas UDP is used for DNS queries. SSH is a secure replacement for the older Telnet utility, which is insecure because its data isn't encrypted when communicated. Multi-purpose Internet Mail extensions. This specification offers a standard way for all mail clients and mail transfer systems to handle certain types of attachments. For example, if a user sends an audio clip to another user through email, the MIME header will include information on the attachment. Secure MIME is often used in the real world. SRTP, the real-time transport protocol, is used for delivering voice and video services over IP networks. If you've ever used a voice over IP phone, RTP likely was the underlying protocol that powered it. LDAPs. A simple lightweight directory access protocol over SSL service that contains usernames, email addresses, phone numbers, and locations can be a resource for an unauthorized user or malicious hacker looking for an accounting user or an engineering user for purposes of performing corporate espionage. File transfer protocols. Remember that LDAP uses TCP port 389. LDAP over SSL uses TCP port 689. File transfer protocol secure software uses encrypted TLS over SSL communications to prevent interception by unauthorized users. Using SSL or TLS enable users to perform FTP file transfer securely using built-in encryption and authentication mechanism, usually involving public and private keys. The Simple Network Management Protocol allows you to use network monitoring programs to analyze diagnostic information on network devices. An SNMP agent service runs on the network device, which is accessed by network monitoring tool. SNMP passwords should be immediately changed from the default if set up on the switch. The information available from the SNMP agent is organized into objects that are described by a management information base file. You can also use an access control list to limit SNMP access to the specific IP address of your network monitoring systems. When a client connects to the secure site, the web server sends a certificate to the web browser to establish its identity. If the browser accepts the certificate and finds no validation issues with the certificate, SSL over TLS is activated between the server and client. IPsec. In many web browsers, a secure site is indicated by a small padlock icon in the application taskbar. IPsec, it works on the IP network layer to encrypt communications between the sender and receiver. It is a standards-based suite of protocols that provides confidentiality, integrity, and authenticity to information transferred across IP networks. IPsec consists of component protocols, including authentication header and encapsulating security payload headers. The AH is an IP header that is added to a network packet and provides its cryptographic checksum. This checksum is used to achieve authentication and integrity to ensure that packet has been sent by specified source and has not been captured and changed in transit. is header applied to an IP packet when it is encrypted. Security associations are the basic building blocks of IPsec communications. The primary way of establishing SAs and managing VPN keys is via the Internet Security Association and Key Management Protocol and IKE. Email protocols. Most email servers are configured to protect user inboxes by requiring users to authenticate to the account. Post Office Protocol is an internet protocol that provides a way for users to retrieve mail from their inboxes using a POP-enabled email client. Most POP accounts are set to delete the messages from the server after they've been retrieved. To protect the transfer of credentials from packet sniffer of credentials, packet snippers, you should use secure POP or secure IMAP services, which utilize TLS to encrypt the login and passwords. POP uses TCP port 110 and IMAP uses TCP port 143. The Simple Mail Transfer Protocol is the email message exchange standard of the Internet, whereas POP and IMAP are the Internet protocols used to read email. SMTP is the Internet protocol for delivering email. SMTP is used to navigate an email to its destination server. Because mail servers, as per their function, need to accept and send data through an organization's router and firewall, this relay agent can be abused by an unauthorized user who relay mail through the server. To protect the mail server from this type of abuse, the SMTP relay agent should be configured to send only mail originating from its own network domain. A secure version of SMTP, or SMTP Secure, or SMTPS, uses TLS and is characterized by its use of TCP port 465. NTP. On a network, hosts often get their time from a central source such as a network time server or internet-based time source running the network time protocol on UDP port 123. By splitting your network into public, private, and high security zones and then regulating access between these zones with other types of networking techniques, you provide several lines of defense against incoming network attacks. Load balancing. Network segmentation. Depending on the size and complexity of the network, the administrator must examine the security implications of several interconnected communication systems from the internal networking equipment of an organization, such as routers, firewalls, and switches, to users who access the organization's network remotely via a VPN. By putting all your internet servers in one zone and your internal network in another zone, you create a protective wall to regulate access between them. This type of topology is created using a firewall, which controls access to the various zones through a rules-based access system. Screen subnet. The previous term used for screen subnet was a demilitarized zone. Many web servers act as a front end for access to database servers, which need to be located on the internal LAN. Intranet. An intranet or internal network is a locally available web network that is not accessible from the public internet. Extranet. For example, an automobile manufacturing company could have an extranet that connects selected business partner so they can access and share specific information on availability and inventories between the networks. Older types of extranets use dedicated communication links between the companies, which are more difficult for an unauthorized user to penetrate. Virtual local area network. Know how VLANs can increase security and performance in a network, as well as the different ways they can be implemented. Most modern switches and routers support the use of VLANs, which can be enabled simply through changing the configuration of the network device. The port-based VLAN uses the specific port of a network switch to configure VLANs. MAC address-based VLAN, protocol-based VLAN. Virtual private network. A virtual private network is a special encrypted communications tunnel between one system and another. A VPN makes use of an encrypted tunneling protocol such as IPsec, secure socket layer, or transport layer security to connect networks together. A tunneling protocol allows an existing internal protocol such as private IP addressing to be encapsulated and relayed over the internet to its destination. After connecting to the VPN server, users have a secure channel between them and the network to which the VPN server is attached, enabling them to remotely access network resources. A VPN server consists of a typical network server running VPN software services that manage the encrypted communication channels. DNS, Network Access Control, Out-of-Band Management. Port security. Because MAC address is unique, it can be used as the basis for a port security technique known as MAC filtering. VLANs and 802.1x methods use MAC filtering. MAC filtering, although better than nothing, isn't considered terribly secure and can be easily defeated through spoofing if port security is turned on in a switch. Network access control. NAC policies can assess a connecting host and examine several factors. For example, the computer's operating system and application patch update level, the existence of antivirus software and the date of its signature files, the existence of network vulnerabilities, and the access rights of the user who is logged in. For realizing that even if TL didn't have a good job in the first 10 years of his career, he should be a multimillionaire by 54. For realizing that waiting is the key because client will eventually like me if I stay over for 3 years. For realizing that commitment is one of the persuasion that will ignite when you are loyal in a company. For realizing that business is built by teams and people, the marketer who are telling you otherwise or that it's easy to help to other companies is lying. For realizing that like sales is not respected but should be respected. For realizing that I cannot expect me to go parabolic in one day if I didn't wait long enough at work, just like in stocks. For realizing that I should start the call like how I would like to end the call. For realizing that even if TL doesn't have experience in fraud, he should know what he's doing even if he came from care or sales because being a great TL or employee is about being a good businessman. For realizing that beginning with the end in your intro is how you prepare for the exam in a call. For realizing that constantly remembering what you say in the beginning is one of the keys to ending the call fast. For realizing that the way to prepare for the exam in calls is to front load arguments in the beginning of the call so that it won't come up in the end, like expecting them to pay $200 security deposit at the beginning of the call if you see Royco in CTI, or expecting to advise them to go to the store if you see LPRIV. For realizing that prospects psychology is to get as much info and still not decide, so your goal is not to provide a lot of information at the beginning of the call. For realizing that I should not make my gratefulness cup mababawasan because one point could ruin me even if that means looking at others' point of view. I could be grateful and feel and see others' point of view like I could be extremely satisfied for what I have, but for others, they aren't. For realizing that customer tends to be empty and sad because the role of that in life if you don't provide any info regarding the info they are asking. For realizing that I can buy 2K phones that my US customer are buying for 100,000 pesos. For realizing that setting up customer expectation is 2022 and customer appreciates it. For realizing that Canadians buy from Bell because they are alone and want to contribute to a better world. For realizing that we're heading to digital, so the saying that most Canadians still wants to speak to customer over the phone is wrong or outdated due to COVID transition to digital just got accelerated. For realizing that rich people find a way to never deal with a customer again. For realizing that call center agents are just a reminder that they can solve your problem, but it will be in a few minutes because that's the only money you pay to us. Customer just paid you for 3 minutes of your time. Anything more than that is a rip-off to you. For realizing that rich people approach calls using solutions and patient-based approach. For realizing that people who only interact with us is the only people who only do business with Bell digitally is a complex matter and not really accurate. For realizing that people who call our department doesn't necessarily the people who only wants to interact digitally. They are the rare person who unfortunately lost their SIM card, phone, doesn't know how to do it online because remember that digital is recently. For realizing that patient is what God teaching you right now. For realizing that scoring yourself by outer scorecard will just make you irrational person because we are different person to different people, and assigning your value to numbers like concentration cups. For realizing to move things forward, you have to copy the best ideas and make it your own. For realizing that client make removing spending cap vague so we can think critically, and some people can only understand that in psychedelic can understand it. For realizing that I should find another way to be smart, some other biohacking tech. For realizing that details on how Walmart save customer money is by making the suppliers spend less money by making them more efficient. For realizing that people losing a lot of money from fraud because the idea of having your credit card online really has a lot of regulatory and fraud issue because these are people life savings and there are major repercussions if it didn't work. Fraud online can never vanish because you can see them in person. For realizing that I had a dream of fraud in Google headquarters in Philippines. For realizing that millions were lost upon fraud because hackers says the promotional fee that paid to the customer because customers are not comfortable putting their credit cards online. You can use this bill for PCI complaints. For realizing that we should focus on what we do, not see in the call, not just blink because that God wants us to do. For realizing that we cannot change our wiring, however smart we be, because that's just what we choose before 25. For realizing that I won't read and exercise as much now if I resign in Amazon. For realizing that other women are just depressed because they want to have family now because unlike men, they have pressures from society. For realizing that one of my biggest realization this year is that most species and business will gone extinct. For realizing that I am lucky to have personality that sets me up to achieve my financial goals, which is not having a baby. For realizing that adding value to others creates small self-image that makes them comply with your larger requests in the future. That's why posts in Facebook works. For realizing that it's reverse that will make us rich. Humility, patience, gratitude. It's not envying others. It's what will make us rich. For realizing that the reason I don't get the high dopamine that I want because everything in heaven in earth becomes normal and long-term happiness requires long-term suffering, taking pain or patience. For realizing that customers need to be like water to adopt and the most adaptable species wins. For realizing that human nature conspires for us to be hard to adopt. For realizing that life is not simple. So do not use Facebook to compare or think of yourself that you are better to ins because JS likes his post. For realizing that being lucky just means that you are grateful, not complacent, confident but not overconfident. It means you are operating within the realm of possibilities. For realizing that there's a theory that fear of death is the root of our behavior. That's why Lex Friedman used psychedelics too. For realizing that I can do 2 days fast now. For realizing that nature provides us a way to know if we are exceeding our limits through pain. For realizing that I can read Happy Ever After of How to Not Die Alone. For realizing that I should find a career or a high income skill to always have a thing to go back to and I should have a side hustle like sales early on because it's so useful later in life just like Darren Hardy and Mick Kevin are advancing. For realizing that rich people experience bitter divorce and envy to others which is a better problems than food and house. For realizing that I can sell part-time and not suffer the stress of not being the top 10% in loyalty. You can be a great salesman by just being better at sales in your part-time a little bit over time. For realizing that I should pity on people who are arrogant, treat people bad or not good person because they will not move up in career ladder. God intended us to connect to each other and be good to them to create wealth. For realizing that being alone is evil. It just makes us more likely to do bad things. So Jeremiah Dolente is not using psychedelics because he is so ingrained in his success in engineering. Because engineering, you might succeed if you are alone. For realizing that if my customer judge me from my accent, then they are being arrogant. And you should pity on them because in India, if they speak English, maybe 200 million people will understand them. For realizing that US becomes successful because of their acceptance of failure and high tolerance for income disparity because they are proud to be a team member and become grateful. A firewall or router with maximum security configured for your wired LAN will not stop a hacker who is able to access your network from an unencrypted and insecure wireless access point. Enabling users to check their email, manage their finances, perform their work, or just browse the web can be an incredible boost to personal and business productivity, but this easy access to the internet can also create the potential for deep security and privacy threats. Wireless security, cryptographic protocols. Wired equivalent to privacy or WEP was an IEEE 802.11 standard for encrypted communications between wireless clients and access points. WEP used the RC4 key encryption algorithm along with the weak 42-bit initialization vector as a seed to encrypt communications before they were transmitted over the wireless network. WPA2, WPA3. WPA3 Personal offers more resilient password-based authentication even when users choose passwords that fall short of typical complexity recommendations. WPA3 Enterprise offers the equivalent of 192-bit cryptographic strength, providing additional protections for networks transmitting sensitive data such as government or finance. CCMP is the standard for encryption within WPA2 and provides confidentiality, access control, and authentication. Protected Extensible Authentication Protocol with PAAP, an encrypted tunnel is formed to a server using TLS and a server-side certificate. .802.1x is an IEEE standard, just like the 802.3 Ethernet standards and 802.11 wireless networking standards, but it is not a wireless standards per se. So that's IEEE 802.1x. This makes it harder for wireless and wired networks to interoperate because they can use the same authentication methods and can connect to each other quite easily. In that respect, 802.1x is more of a security authentication framework than a protocol itself because it allows various protocols to be used for authentication. Using 802.1x, when a client connects to a wireless access point, the wireless port is initially set to an unauthorized state so that it can't perform any network functions, which include receiving an IP address from a dynamic host configuration protocol server. 802.1x can be helpful in allowing WLANs to scale upward in size easily while maintaining a centralized authentication system. Radius: when the remote user accesses a network through a remote access device, the user is authenticated by a Radius server that compares the user authentication credentials against those of the server's database. Methods: wireless security protocols use different methods of operation depending on factors such as whether the protocol is deployed for personal use, such as in home networking or small business, or is deployed for use in an enterprise environment. Pre-shade key versus enterprise versus open. The original WPA protocol required either no authentication or open authentication to a Radius server, WPA Enterprise, or the use of a pre-shared key.
WPA PSK aka WPA personnel. But I had noticed before that it was when I tried my hardest to recognize him that I was least able to pick him out. The very effort seemed to blind me. In all this, there are messages indeed for a people who use their reason. There are many examples of animals coming to surprising living arrangements. All are instances of that animal equivalent of anthropomorphism, zoomorphism, where an animal takes a human being or another animal to be one of its kind. What could be the explanation for zoomorphism? Can't a rhinoceros distinguish big from small, tough hide from soft fur? Isn't it plain to a dolphin what a dolphin is like? I believe the answer lies in something I mentioned earlier, that measure of madness that moves life in strange but saving ways. The circus lions don't care to know that their leader is a weakling human. The fiction guarantees their social well-being and staves off violent anarchy. As for the lion cubs, they would positively keel over with fright if they knew their mother was a dog, for that would mean they were motherless. The absolute worst condition imaginable for any young, warm-blooded life. I'm sure even the adult viper, as it swallowed the mouse, must have felt somewhere in its undeveloped mind a twinge of regret, a feeling that something greater was just missed, an imaginative leap away from the lonely, crude reality of a reptile. No greatness without goodness. To a new besides assuring our collection of a happy future, the transaction would pay for our immigration and leaves us with a good sum to make a fresh start in Canada. Though now, when I think of it, the sum is laughable. How blinded we are by money. We could have sold our animals to zoos in India, but American zoos were willing to pay higher prices. It's a joke in the zoo business, a wary joke, that the paperwork involved in training a shrew weighs more than an elephant, that the paperwork involved in trading an elephant weighs more than a whale, and that you must never try to trade a whale. Never. Things didn't turn out the way they were supposed to, but what can you do? You must take life the way it comes at you and make the best of it. The cities are large and memorably crowded in India, but when you leave them, you travel through vast stretches of country where hardly a soul is to be seen. The full use of your powers along lines of excellence in a life affording scope. It could theoretically be enjoyed by someone with aspirations who sat watching television all day every day but felt permanently in good spirits. But he stated them first, better, more clearly, and in a more holistic way than anyone subsequently. To them, happiness is not akin to well-being but to contentment or felicity. According to this view, no onlooker can know if someone is happy or not, and it is possible that the most outwardly boisterous person might be suffering from deep melancholy. But Antoine was clearly unhappy. Two of her 4 children died in infancy. She was reviled by her people and executed while still in her 30s.
The words happy and happiness work hard. You can buy a happy meal or drink a cheap cocktail during happy hour. You can pop Wi-Fi protected setup. Although not a security standard, the role of Wi-Fi protected setup within a wireless network is important to understand. WPS was designed to allow users with less technical savvy to easily set up a wireless network and associated peripheral devices. For example, a WPS-enabled router might only require the home administrator to hold down a button combination on the device to sync to the network. Captive portals. Have you ever tried to access a hotel website and been presented with a page asking you to log in with your name and room number? If so, you've experienced a captive portal. Captive portals are designed to halt a user before accessing a wireless network by trapping packets until a web browser is open, where the portal opens for entering credentials or payment information. Installations considerations. Clear or open areas provide better radio range than filled or closed areas. Wi-Fi analyzers. A Wi-Fi analyzer is specialized software that scans your wireless networks and WAPs and records signal strengths and interference levels. Using this information, you can rearrange your WAP and antenna placement as well as modify your wireless network settings to increase range and power to these low signal zones. A heat map is a visual representation of the wireless signal strength as you move from place to place. Channel overlap. The most commonly used channels are 1, 6, and 11 because they are sufficiently far apart as to be less likely to overlap and interfere with each other. The default on many wireless routers is channel 6. WAPs should be positioned at a high, central point of the area that they are servicing to ensure the widest, most unobstructed coverage. In smaller LAN-based WAPs, the antenna is attached directly to the device and cannot be moved away from the device. Extend the antenna to its maximum length to ensure a strong signal. The longer the cable, the higher the chance that signal attenuation or electromagnetic interference can occur. Antenna placement is a key factor in ensuring maximum range and power for your wireless network. Be aware of the issues that affects antenna placement and how to improve wireless network reception. Given a scenario, install and configure wireless security settings. Even more so than security for wired networks, wireless security heavily involves the use of encryption technologies coupled with traditional wired security mechanisms such as access control and authentication. Wireless networks should use WPA2 and WPA3 encryption whenever possible. Understand that various authentication protocols and how they have evolved since EAP. Understand what pre-shared key and enterprise implementations are best suited for. In addition, ensure that wireless access points are properly physically secured. Understand the use for WPS and that it should be removed unless needed. Captive portals require a user to authenticate and often pay through a web browser before they can use the network. Understand how site surveys, heat maps, Wi-Fi analyzers, and WAP placement are used to best implement a secure and strong wireless network. Questions? After creating a heat map of a specific floor of his building, Rich realized that two of the farthest offices on his floor have very poor signal strength, Which of the following actions can Rich perform to provide the best solution to increase signal strength to the part of the building? Tim has set up a wireless network for his small office of 50 users. Which of the following encryption protocol should he implement to ensure the highest level of encryption security? Tara is installing a wireless network in a manufacturing facility. Which of the following aspects of the wireless network should she concentrate on to prevent security issues with EMI? The answer would be Tara needs to make sure that the antenna and a wireless access point are not placed to any other electrical wires or devices that can cause electrical interference and loss of wireless. For realizing that, Magic Mushroom helped me to gain enormous change and profit on things that I've been working for, like maintaining my healthy body, brain, learning gratefulness, relationship, and meditation. For realizing that you have to know the why behind the principle before you test it to yourself. This is the opposite of what management does. For realizing that my colleagues and friends won't think of me as a failed worker because they knew that high paying jobs is extremely unique and it's hard to get the same jobs with the same salary again because our system designs us to be addicted on those jobs. We are just little cogs in the system and we have to adapt to it. For realizing that people who believe in their IQ or talents believe in talents and skill, not system. For realizing that all of my failures in the past is because God wants me to learn to read every time I feel stressed. He also wants me to master English language. For realizing that sellers tend to sell expertise that they are expert about and often have the buyer not have idea on what they are selling, and this has the tendency to manipulate the market. For realizing that laws are made so that no people can have a direct control of the rules, but it's not always happen, so the buyer can request a refund or take the thief house away as a consequence of their action. That is called punishment. For realizing that if I want to be good in writing and make myself live forever, I have to read and write a lot. For realizing that people are afraid of death and does not take magic mushroom that made them succumb on fraudulent manipulation of product by the stock or seller. They don't understand entropy. For realizing that HR are looking for past achievements in similar projects and environments because they knew that recent achievements does not equal future achievements because of luck and environment. For realizing that HR discounts negative feedback that isn't recent because they knew that people's skill change over time. For realizing that because recent achievements does not equal future success, HR knows it's a bet, but they knew that competence is highly dependent on context. For realizing that T-Mobile's secret is providing one call resolution, they also trying to heat check every customer to know their feeling and what best response they need to do in order to lead to achievement of their goal, which is satisfying their customers. They have a very clear goals, satisfying customer. They don't care much about AHD. For realizing that people highly respect people who have focused on their craft because they knew that those jobs is unique, and the more rare it is, the harder it is to find a job like that once they could. For realizing that people believe that they can earn money whenever and wherever they want if they are skilled, believes in talents and skills, not systems, because most highly paid job is extremely specialized and It's hard to find a job like that once you quit. For realizing that you have to activate the IMEI with a carrier to check if it's compatible with its services. For realizing that updating software network settings and creating APN solves data, calls, and text problems. For realizing that tech support checks the nearest tower in customer area to see the reason of no signal. For realizing that explanation of how people save money by buying bulk is in of itself a customer's resolution. They also add a free line for multiple lines. For realizing that customer saves money from autopay by having discounts from their plans. For realizing that customer can lower their monthly bill by removing Protection 360. For realizing that customer service jobs is to provide resolution in one call. They are there to provide the best options to the customer that will lead to their satisfaction. They also needs to hit check customer feeling during the call using passive, good, or detractor. For realizing that to understand law is to understand the origins of systems of rules characterized by common knowledge and collective enforcement. For realizing that two critical features of rule systems are common knowledge of what the rules are in a given context and collective efforts to enforce them. For realizing that monkeys and apes care about and act to help others and punish those who renege on deals or treat them unfairly. For realizing that fights are costly and many animal species develop ways of heading this off, deciding contests without expending too much time or energy on fights. For realizing that not all of our of our systems of rules, of course, are what we would want to call law. Some are more informal systems of social norms. Some are systems of commands imposed by a violent dictator. For realizing that if I receive my refund in Vivo V15 Pro, I'll never gonna buy Huawei Y9 Prime Pro by Johnny, which will help me propels to become a TL. For realizing that God designed us to be extremely specialized, the pros of it is will all prosper if we collaborate. The cons is it's not easy for you to get a job because it takes years of specialization for other people to buy from what you sell. For realizing that we do need to make people work towards common goal, but the better way to add value is buying cheap is the single most reliable route to investment riches, and that overpaying is the greatest risk. For realizing that we should believe in luck because it's so freaking hard to know the cause and effect of something or why something becomes successful. It takes a courage to determine what's random and what is skill. For realizing that working in JP Morgan and Google is not an ideal workplace that pays you a lot with little work like Canada, because our standard for a good working environment becomes dramatically worse as time goes by because of overpopulation. This is especially true in Philippines. For realizing that the more an industry is hype and being studied, the less opportunity in it, the more people wants to work in Google because it seems the best place to work based on current trend, the less opportunity for growth to it. For realizing that you were also prepared to ride the exponential growth of working from home by listening to Sam Ovens and David Ray latest video on how to succeed in career by learning as much as you can. For realizing that you were exposed to the opportunity to see two mobile secrets at the same time working as fraud analyst in Bell Telco while mastering communication skill before 25 years old. For realizing that I can write my gratitude the next day on my close to truth and close to lie, it would be a hack for your happiness. For realizing that it's important to understand what behavior has done well with the similar projects and environment in the past, like courageous cultures and winning well in call center, because competence is highly dependent on context. For realizing that law is complex but rests on few key ideas. One of them is disputes. For realizing that to earn truly big, you have to be at the top 10% of the industry you choose. If not, you have to choose the right industry and start managing people, because that's how you can increase your pay dramatically, since most Philippine jobs has a ceiling in their salaries even if they reach top proficiency like customer service. The way life imagined before is it goes upward indefinitely, but that's not the case in Philippines. So realizing that digital fraud will only goes up in demand as countries become more and more digitalized. Today, you don't really need some fancy vacations, house, or things. You just need your laptop, iPad, and phone to live comfortably, more than the kings in the past. For realizing that you are learning negotiation skills and fraud analysis, it's an undervalued profession and will soon be paid what they're worth. For realizing that our jobs being automated by AI is not really a bad thing. It just means that there is competition enough to incentivize people who will innovate and create new ways of doing things, unlike lawyers who have monopolized creativity. Unlike Azure SQL, which is a relational DBMS, Azure Cosmos DB is classified as NoSQL database. The important takeaway from this section is that you should understand under what scenarios one would choose to use Cosmos DB and the differences it has compared to a relational DBMS. Azure Storage. Although it is possible to store large amounts of content in memory, that content must come from some physical location. To utilize Azure's storage, you must create a storage account from within Azure portal via a REST API, via the CLI, or by using an ARM template. A blob is typically a file, for example, an image, a video, or an audio file. It supports the upload of large files from a website, backup and restore, archival or disaster recovery, writing logs. Performing backups of database or a website and storing a VHD image of an IaaS instance as a block blob for quick recovery are also common scenarios for blobs. Accessing or analyzing them is then much more efficient because the logs are in a single location and globally accessible. Azure File Storage is somewhat synonymous with what we commonly refer to as file share that uses the Server Message Block Protocol or SMB. Historically, Windows Explorers, when you right-click a folder and select share, then all those who are given access can read or write or delete the content of that directory. That scenario, however, is restricted to those within an intranet. Mapping a drive to an Azure file share is supported in Windows, Linux, and Mac OS and is configured by using a PowerShell CMD let or net use. Azure Queue Storage is a big deal and is discussed in more detail later in the book. There's a lot to consider when deciding on a messaging and queuing solution, and it is not made simpler because Microsoft offers numerous messaging capabilities. An Azure queue is specifically designed for storing a message, which is, for example, a short string up to 64 kilobytes in size that is accessible via authenticated HTTP or HTTPS calls. Azure Table Storage, as previously mentioned, is now part of Cosmos DB. Service bus. Bus is a specific and defined set of unique faculties. Both service bus and event have utilized a protocol beginning with SB semicolon double forward slash that maps to a host name of asterisk dot servicebus dot windows dot net. Site recovery. Azure Bastion. Making a remote connection to one of your Azure IaaS compute resources is typically performed using RDP over port 3389 or SSH over port 22. By default, when you connect to those machines from your company or from home, the connection traverses the internet. Whenever the word hybrid is used, it is typically within the context of combination of two similar entities into a single, usually more efficient object. Maintaining it takes another pile of cash. Once the investment is made and time passes, technological advancement to infrastructure components that were originally configured come on the market, which may justify their replacement. Azure Virtual Network. Every Azure resource, on the other hand, does not exist within Azure Virtual Network. Azure products such as SQL Azure, Azure Storage Containers, and Azure App Service run within the Microsoft Network, but not within Azure Virtual Network. The other products are within the Microsoft Network and are accessible via a global endpoint from any place on the internet. Azure VMs are accessible via the internet, but not without performing a configuration that specifically allows that, usually at creation time. Additionally, products within the Microsoft Network can connect to other Azure products and features within a VNet, but again, not by default. The VNet must allow the specific connection. Lastly, all products within the VNet can connect to each other by default. The key takeaway is that all Azure products do not function within or need a VNet, nor do they need to communicate with resources hosted within one. If you run a website on Azure App Service that connects to a SQL Azure database, then no VNet is required. Both products run within the Microsoft Network. If you run a website on an Azure virtual machine that needs connectivity to a managed Azure SQL instance running on a VM, then those products must run within a VNet. Azure Virtual Networking. An Azure VNet is an isolated and secure network unit inside the Microsoft network. The Microsoft network infrastructure is fundamental to the Azure IaaS and PaaS cloud offerings. A central trait making an IaaS offering valuable is that the cloud provider is responsible for the networking infrastructure. The same goes for PaaS and SaaS. The procedure to place another network inside the cloud provider can be regarded as placing a network within a network. The isolated and secure network unit, aka VNet, consists of one or more subnets, where a subnet is a technique used to segment or to create boundary where the resources inside the VNet operate. Specifically, the technique used for segmentation is based on a unique IP address range specified in the classless interdomain routing CIDR format, for example. Regions. The VNet and the resources within it must exist in the same region. The resources being added to a VNet must also exist within the same subscription. VNets in different regions and different subscriptions can connect with each other by means of peering or VPNs. Finally, not all Azure regions offer availability zones, and regions that do not offer them do not support all Azure products and features. Network Watcher, which you will use in exercise 3.1. There is no product called Network Logger, at least not an Azure one. Once you have considered how redundant your application needs to be and have narrowed down which Azure regions provides all the required products and features, you can progress to the next step, which is to find the region closest to your customers or employees. Keep in mind, customers are not tolerant of latent or poorly performing applications. If you have not already installed the new AZ PowerShell CMD, let's run the following command after opening the Windows PowerShell ISE as an administrator. The location is Central US because this is where we will place the Network Watcher instance. If a company started getting large consumption from their customer or employees from Germany, then it might make sense to put that workload closer to them. There are some techniques one can implement to improve latency, like a content delivery network or a traffic manager, discussed later. Both of them are potential alternatives to making the investment required to deploy an application into another region and configure any replication that goes along with that. If globally redundant storage is configured for blob or table storage, then that data will be replicated to another region. A geography is another concept that applies here. A sovereign region means that it is not connected to the global Microsoft Azure network and there is no data being moved out of the region to any other. The available to column simply means that when you are in the portal, it knows your business location because you provided it when the Azure subscription was created. Key features and capabilities. We also touch a bit on the connectivity between VNets running on Azure and the connection of those VNets with perhaps an on-premise front-end or back-end resource. This is the case, for example, for EasyAuth, network security groups, and network interfaces. Features bound to a product generally have no charge. Going forward, using the term Azure resource encompasses all Azure products and features. It is likely you are now able to differentiate between calculated price and no charge anyway. The point is that the subnet's IP address range is within the VNet's IP address range. Azure resources are added to the subnet and are the method where their segmentation is achieved. The Azure resources contained within a VNet probably need to communicate with resources outside the subnet. VNet to VNet, VNet to on-premise, site to site or VPN gateway, express route, VNet to Azure resource not in a VNet, directly using the global endpoint, using subnet delegation and service endpoints, VNet to internet. If the configuration allows access, no mainstream or semi-mainstream scenario prevents resources within an Azure VNet from connecting with other networks accessible over the internet, assuming the configuration to allow the access has been made. When it is determined that connectivity with a resource in another location is required, you might want to use a host name instead of the IP address. The Azure platform also provides a capability to create, configure, and manage your own DNS instance on an Azure VM within a VNet. Where are NSGs bound by default for Azure VMs? By default, an NSG is bound to the network interface card of the Azure VM. It is recommended that this default setting is changed and the NSG bound to the subnet instead. An NSG can restrict traffic based on the protocol, port, and a specific IP address. The outbound request originates from one of the IP addresses in the subnet, and it will pass any restrictions placed elsewhere. Therefore, making sure that traffic is flowing over the expected port using the expected protocol could also be warranted. Microsoft has you covered from three perspectives. This doesn't mean these Azure resources cannot connect with each other simply because one exists within a VNet while the other doesn't. It means that if there is a need for it, additional actions are required to make it happen. Remember from Chapter 1 that a managed SQL Azure instance is the full version of the SQL Server DBMS running on an Azure VM. Since Azure VMs must run within a VNet, so must a managed SQL Azure instance. Also mentioned in Chapter 1, an Azure App Service instance runs within a sandbox. This means things like spawning child processes or writing to the Windows registry are not supported. If your web application requires unsupported capabilities on App Service instance, then an option could be to run it on Azure VM. An Azure VM can connect to a managed SQL Azure instance or an on-premise backend data source. It is also possible to connect an Azure App Service instance to an on-premise data source and an Azure SQL database that is not in VNet. For realizing that it's hard to teach an adult or an employee or a CEO because they have developed a reputation of high-handedness that is hard to overcome because we are creatures of habit. For realizing that you owe your success to your family because they provided you necessary resources to be on your own. For realizing that our success in careers is largely determined by our success in investing because everything is investing. We should be careful with our choice because in every action, there must be equal and opposite reaction. For realizing that I should be aware of the culture of the company where I buy services and products so I can understand how employees behave there. For realizing that customer-facing jobs is stressful because people are impatient and we live in a world where instant gratification is the norm. For realizing that I have to make my code and writing obvious to make it easy to understand. For realizing that I should remove dependencies to make the system simpler. For realizing that another source of confusion is obscurity, which is the most important thing, is not obvious or given. For realizing that dependencies led to change amplification. Read and reply to your colleagues' messages in Messenger. For realizing that it takes decades to develop relationships and systems, so we owe our success to our coworkers, family, ancestors, etc. We are all village men. For realizing that it's human nature to think short term and be confident after we reach some level of success, but it's often a trap. For realizing that setting expectation is highly interrelated to checking customer account history and doing it right the first time. For realizing that newer wireless routers support configuration method called WPS, which makes connecting to wireless network easy. For realizing that some people in the Philippines believe that engineers earn more than IT is a big lie because Americans knew that IT professionals earn more than traditional engineers. Tech with Luca didn't expect to get a high salary when he contemplated getting an electrical engineering degree because IT is the new electricity and it requires the knowledge of both electricity and computers. For realizing that the number one cause of failure in Earth is the inability to find the right culture. People thrive in different cultures. For realizing that there's an excess capacity in every computers that can be maximized by using virtual machine. For realizing that building a radical counter team is building a machine that solves costly problem before it arises. For realizing that building a software depends on business value. For realizing that network layer encapsulate and add IP header from the segment from protocol layer. For realizing that it may be better to have a partner to grow with in your 20s. For realizing that LBA is the language used to communicate partition from SSD and hard drive to CPU. For realizing that magnetic drive or HDD and solid state drive SSD can use the same partitioning. Volt is the pressure of electricity. Electricity is like water flowing through pipe. Electricity companies generate and push electricity at our house. The chunk that first difficult for me to grasp is my trigonometry in my first year college. I thought it is so hard because my test on MTAP on high school seemed so hard when I was reading that, and so it continues until college. Wherever you go, there you are. Standing meditation is best learned from trees. Feel your feet developing roots into ground. Work at being in touch with the air on your skin. It went well when I reflect and then I follow Thomas prompt and I ask some professor before the exam and then when I help the professor in his task and then it went well when I asked the professor. I interleave different subject that I answer and then focus on the major points in the exam. It could have gone better when I passed the assignment and then follow the instructions wisely and correctly and then when I search faster the solution manual in safety. And then I include the picture in sample quiz in LX. You should always mindful of what you need to pass because too often what we need to pass is forgotten and then 5 minutes late only in safety and then have a 15-minute every day of that. Philip Romulus Speaker, Pastor, chat mamaya Pastor Philip. Kai Bangkola, PV Solar Power, Governor. I love my pace. I love my being different. I love my resilience skill. I love my problem solving skill. I love my happiness advantage. I love how I have family that is love me too. I love how I have a tuition to finish college. Hiningi ko lang yung box sa kaklase ko para lalagyan ng electronics. F1S din yung kanya. Be with people smarter than you. Let others, you should remove the barriers to them. It's more about what happened inside of you than outside. Keep your dreams alive. Third year journalism, Philippine Bending, reading pinag-uusapan. Find a book that guides nood on YouTube. Methodology. How did it go? I do all my routines and it is realistic but constantly distracted. What do you need to carry over to tomorrow's plan? Eat the brain foods in my body and what else needs to be added based on what showed up throughout the day? I need to have a critical effort like 100% lahat ng success book and focus more on most important goals because you're constantly distracted by other things. And then if my event i-search para makapaghanda ng what need to be done, need may deadline kapag masasolve problem. And then lagay angki pag sleep creativity and then need yung pag maghihinang itutok mo na sa butas and then I need to outside of my comfort zone. And I need knowledge persistently and effectively applied. And I need bili olive oil and I need magalit ng sobra kahit saan. I need gamitin ng pagjajakol. I realized that I should eat my frog first. What's no longer important and needs to be scratched out. I don't need to eat more unhealthy food, just enough. Buy tools lang palagi and then need parang kung ano lang magkaparehas like B and then need the simplest term. Thank you for pagpunta mo dito sa bahay na ibibigay mo pang tuition ko. Thank you pa sa walang sawang pagkain kapag kasama kita. Thank you po sa pagsabi sa akin na sa buhay minsan ka lang magbibigay ng opportunity kaya i-grab mo na. Thank you po kasi kinuha mo ako dito sa Pilipinas, hindi ka pumayag sa ibang bansa ako tumira. At third, naging mas maganda buhay ko. Thank you po sa pagpasok sa akin sa Rosas. Thank you po sa pagpunta ng graduation ko ng grade 3. Thank you po sa pagbili ng pizza nung naging top 2 ako ng first year, grading ng first year sa Rosas. Thank you po sa pag-refer sa akin kay Tita Ay na kumuha ng credit card. Thank you for being supportive, Father. Thank you for inayaan mo akong alagaan nila nanay at tatay. Thank you kasi hindi po ikaw tumigil mahalin ako. Thank you po sa paghuli sa akin nung may wins ako. Thank you po sa pagkausap mo sa teacher sa Rosas para makagraduate ako ng high school. Thank you po sa pagpasok mo sa akin sa Rosas. Thank you po sa pagkakilala sa marami kong ninong at dahil doon marami akong pera tuwing Pasko. Thank you po dahil gusto mo akong maging SK chairman dati ng company. Thank you po sa pang-tuition kasi marami pong bata dyan hindi nakakapag-aral. Thank you for providing my needs from kindergarten to college. Thank you for protecting me to the people that could potentially ruin my life. Thank you po sa pag-a-assist sa akin sa barangay pagpunta ko. Thank you po sa mga sapatos na bago na high-tech. Thank you sa mga phones pa na binigay mo. Thank you po sa electric fan na binigay mo sa akin. Thank you po sa sariling TV. Thank you for making my path straight. Thank you for pagsama sa akin sa barangay. Thank you for being a good father to us. For being a good son to your father and mother. For loving this barangay. For sama mo yung barangay. For mga pinapadala mo sa Rosas dati like mga dust fan, flower wax. For keeping my passport. For transferring barangay in Palengke. For tuition palagi. For giving me ninongs na galante pag Pasko. For being a barangay captain. For being a good father. For being a proud father. For attending whenever I have honors in school. For being a guide. For being there always in case that I need you. For the schedule in basketball in Bernardo. For listening. For being a great father for me. For being the best father you can be for network traffic routing. In the simplest terms, a hop occurs each time a packet of data being transferred between two network-connected machines touches a node. A node is considered a server, which is also connected to the network and helps get the packet of data to its desired location. Outbound traffic from an Azure resource that does traverse the internet uses the nodes and routes managed by multiple internet providers. In summary, the routing of data between source and destination is not unique to Azure. Azure resources have an associated cost. On the Basics tab, select the subscription and resource group into which you want the Azure VM to be placed. Remember that VM names are limited to 15 characters. Select the region. It can be the same as the one for the resource group, but it doesn't have to be. Leave the availability options at defaults and choose Windows Server 2019 Data Center as the image. Select the Allow Selected Ports radio button and enable ports HTTP, HTTPS, SSH, and RDP. Feel free to navigate through. Once the destination IP address finds the best match for the route, next hop IP address defines where to send the data packet next. It is possible to update the routing so that it is optimized for the specific application. The answer is that Azure will recognize user-defined routes with higher relevance than those in the default system route table. Any request with a destination IP address within that range remains within the VNet. The 0.00.0.0/0 address prefix. This routing prefix is added to the routing table by default in Azure. It routes all the traffic with the destination IP address that does not exist within the 10.0.0.0/16 range to the internet. This can be confirmed by checking next hop type on the routing table for that address prefix. Finally, Virtual Network Service Endpoint is not created by default. It was added to the route table during the completion of exercise 3.2, where a service endpoint was partially configured. Once the configuration is completed, later, a request within the destination IP address within the associated address prefix will route to that service endpoint. Next, hop type details. Next hop type, VNet local. Description, routes traffic within the VNet. Internet, routes traffic to the internet. None, traffic is dropped. Virtual network service endpoint, routes to public IP addresses of service endpoint. VNets and subnets. The best way to do that is by creating, configuring, and using the products and its features. Additional networking concepts: Azure networking patterns, Azure networking limits, VNet to VNet, site to site, VNet to Azure resources, VNet to internet. Once you read, understand, and then complete the exercises in this section, your grasp of Azure Virtual Networking will be in good shape. An IPv4 address is 32 bits long, broken into 4 8-bit octets. Why? When you convert the integers into binary, it becomes clear. The first 3 digits of the address make up the network identifier, while the remaining digits are called host identifier. The 3 IPv4 address classes A, B, and C are classified as unicast addresses, or one-to-one connectivity between a sender and a receiver. The other classifications are broadcast, one-to-many, and multicast, many-to-many. These classful definitions effectively increase the number of total global networks and increase the number of possible internet IP addresses. Note that we are discussing public IP addresses here, and that below them, subnets can exist and can't contain private IP addresses. These subnets, since they are not exposed globally, can implement any receive IP value or range. What's so special about 127.0.0.1? It is commonly referred to as a loopback address. The IP address is typically mapped to the host name localhost and can be referred to as home. This is useful when accessing a website hosted on the machine that you are currently logged into. Even the IPv6 address for localhost is $:1. Many companies that receive a Class C IP address from the Internet Assigned Authority run out of network addresses. The Class C IP address range is limited to 256. IPv6 is supported on numerous Azure products such as Azure Load Balancer, NSGs, within a VNet, preview, and for routing to Azure VMs. Supporting IPv6 doesn't happen with some configuration. However, the ability to support IPv6 addresses is there. Azure App Service Web Apps Azure Functions and instance level public IPs, for example, do not support IPv6. IPv6, on the other hand, is bound to 128 bits, which provides an address range of 2 raised to 128. IPv6 addresses are most commonly implemented when creating infrastructure for the Internet of Things and mobility-based solutions. Those kinds of solutions are best designed for handling viral events or the exponential growth of concurrently connected IoT devices. Finally, when the original creators of IPv4 designed it on the 32-bit range base, that number was probably mind-boggling, and no one ever thought there would be a need for so many devices that depended on an IP address. The NAT technique is good at concealing the private IP addresses of your internal networks or VNets from the internet. However,